and it digs and anything that can make me survive, right? Probably I would be happiest to see a peaceful reunion or anything because he has 2 arcane blasts in hand if I saw it correctly. So if that would be the card that I would want to have in my hand, right? But you glimpse so much as Rai that you go through your whole deck so fast. It's hard to miss once you have ways to look for cards. It's hard to miss what you need. You just have to sequence it perfectly, right? You have to know what order to put the cards in, because one tiny mistake can just ruin your whole game plan, right? Because every card like draws cards in funny ways, and like the interaction there with the top of your deck is very precise in Rai, right? And here we are on round 10, day 2. So he is not a. This is you can not make mistakes here anymore if you want to guarantee your spot in top 8.
Rai is a very think-heavy deck, so you make a great point. Round 10 at a major event, that's a lot of thinking you're going to have to do here. And we do see Hyoka finally resolving. We put 3 on bottom, 1 into memory, the rest on top. And we're drawing 2. We do see that careful study kept as well. That's a very important key piece. And that's a peaceful reunion, I believe, as well, drawn from the Enlightenment counter. So very good call on that. Something that Hyoka was looking for. And I wonder if we're going to go with another careful study here, or just peaceful reunion and call that turn. It does buy you enough time in order to be able to cast these. But we are going for that careful study. We're going to be getting 5 Enlightenment counters.
Because if the one Enlightenment counter still has the ability to...
Careful studies.
And another careful studies.
Yeah, another careful...
And so we have 10 going down by 3 to draw. And just digging through this deck here. Another Arcane Blast. I believe that's an Arcane Disposition, which is a great combo extender. And these are all cards that Hyoka has seen from that scry, so had a plan. And we're swinging in with that Dungeon Guide, so...
So which means he cannot play Peaceful Reunion this turn, because Peaceful Reunion has a condition where you may only play it when you activate it if you haven't declared an attack. So I wonder if that 1 damage was Obelisk of Protection here, which is...
my sword, I guess.
Which makes it, once again, that little bit harder for Rai to kill him, or kill him, right? Because every little bit counts. And yeah, before Recollection, he made an Aura Steel Greatsword here, which, you know, obviously it guarantees him the attack. And he has a diffusive block, if I see you guys correctly.
Yeah, and the Aura Steel Greatsword is such a great value here for Tenoris, because it's a free 3 damage swing every turn with that armament, or with the Obelisk. So it's really, like, you force your opponent to have answers here. And Hyoka really considering this 3, sitting at 21, so is really going to have to be very careful about any damage they take, because if they do take this... swing from Tenoris, that Freezing Hell does become lethal here. Oh, and we see the Spell Shield, and in response, the Frostbind.
Yeah.
A very good heads-up play from 40, knowing Hyoka has that combat trick, and has made sure to sort of bait their opponent into going all out and running into that counter. So sitting at 24 now, and it's just 1 point of damage. We're looking for just an ally and just a Freezing Hell to close it out.
Yeah.
So game 1 goes ahead and goes to 40 here. And we are going to go ahead and take a look at sideboards to see what we could bring in to help benefit this matchup. Looking at 40's list, is there anything that's catching your eye?
It's a lot of one-offs. Is he? Yeah, he has a many material deck cards here in his sideboard. I think he will definitely want to bring in Safeguard Amulet, right, and Blanche. But that's it. I don't see many options here, and he only plays one like I said, it's all one-offs in his sideboard, so he's only has one blanche to bring in. Does he? He doesn't play any
main board.
in his main board, so it's definitely interesting. Like it's the chances of finding a single card in 60 in a 60 card deck is pretty low, but it's better than nothing, right?
It is, and this Tenoris list is very aggressive with like the allies. It's more ally focused, so it one of the reasons why you don't see a lot of these why you see a lot of these one-ofs is because it helps you like swap out certain allies when needed. So the Safeguard Amulet, 100%, you were correct on that. We bring that in. The Blanche will be very nice just to feel comfortable having that in your deck. If you don't see it, that's okay, but just knowing that you brought it in is worthwhile there. And then we could go ahead and take a look at Hyoka's deck here. And with the sideboard, they did not see any Icebound Slam, so I don't think we're going to see that Nullifying Lantern being brought in. Wind Resonance, not going to be helpful here. Against the ally type decks, these 2 Peaceful Reunions probably going to be coming in here, along with the 1 of Vanish from Sight, and may even consider the 2 of Purge and Flames. It's a very good card with a Mage class bonus efficiency, where it deals 3 damage to anything that's not your champion.
Yeah, and not anything in target, but everything, right?
Yeah.
It's not a targeted removal. That's why it's so good. Because it's you may be able to protect one of your allies, right? If you're in water, but you cannot protect them all.
That is true. The only consideration is a Storm of Thorns can save a lot of these 3 toughness or 3 life allies here. What do you think about Spark Alights? Do you think those are something worth bringing in against ally matchups, or is that something you'd consider playing against more defensive decks that run spell shields to help you get through those?
Personally, I would put it in against allies as well, right? Because if you're a mage that you get to deal 3 damage with it, which is usually the stat line. Like most allies are X3 is so especially if in a more traditional water Tenoris list or like an ally list like this.
Did you have
and
that Frostbind when you
that
had the Frost
Sparkalite does take care of most of Forty's allies, right? So I think I personally would ping it in, but I'm not sure if Hyuka will.
You're correct there. Yeah, it's they sideboarded pretty fast too. Just watching them go through that, so they were pretty comfortable and confident with what they wanted to bring in. Just hearing over the little bit of table talk between the 2 players, Hyoka asking 40 if they had the Frostbind when the turn prior. 40 confirming they did not. So Hyoka sort of not really kicking themselves in the foot for that one, but thinking maybe I should have been a little bit more aggressive and gone for the kill that turn. Didn't want to risk it, but ended up running into the Frostbind anyways. So it may be one of those things you have to consider of forcing your opponent to have the answer immediately rather than trying to play around it.
Yeah.
And I believe Hyoka did elect to go first for this game too, which is going to be very interesting. We may see a normal Spirit of Fire that's in their list being brought out since they did go first, so they could get that additional draw 1 instead of glimpsing and doing that. But you saw the aggression from 40. Oh, my apologies here. 40 was Hyoka told 40 they can go ahead and go first here. This is actually very interesting strategy. You're going to really want to see what your opponent's going to be doing here, which will allow you to react appropriately. You're the defensive deck. You're the combo-oriented deck. You're going to be the one who's wanting to play that reactionary gameplay. You never want to be the one to make the first move here.
Yeah, and here, well, for Hyuka, other than losing out on the materialization, he gets to have 1 turn where 40 is not attacking him. He gets to have a full 7-card hand while glimpsing and having the ability to recover later. So it is the more advantageous thing here for him to start overall, even though it slows down his game plan. But because he is also quite fast and his deck is very streamlined, I think he doesn't mind it too much, right? Doesn't mind going second too much here.
Yeah, and it really helps you, as you're saying, that glimpse. It's like you're not really going down a card at all. You really can shape that hand into exactly what you need. And exactly like what we see here, a Gloam Spiral Market and an increasing danger in that hand once more. You may want to consider not playing Increasing Dangers, as you saw what happened last time. Your opponent just had enough influence to go into Dungeon Guide, Norris level 2, Heavy Slam, which nearly won the game, but thanks to that Serene Spirit, keeping Hyoka alive by 6. And really a careful consideration of what to do next here. You want to play cards because you want to aggressively level up, but you really don't want to give your opponent too much advantage unless you're going to be able to capitalize more on it. So here we see both of them drawing into memory, thanks to that Gloam Spire Market. Very similar turn 1 play for both players. Instead of the Lunette, we have the Lurking Assailant, but it's more an ally pass into Gloam Spire pass.
If you're 40 here, you do prefer going with Lurking Assailant because Lunette is a wonderful ally, but she's made for ally matchups, and Hyoka is not hindered by the ability of Lunette where allies come in rested. And then she's a 1-4 or like 1-1 and then a 1-4 on balance. So it's definitely better in this specific matchup. You're happier to see Lurking Assailant or like a bit of a tougher ally here.
Yeah, I think the Lunette game 1 was just a scouting play. You're not sure what you're playing against. So you're just seeing like, hey, do you have any allies that I care about? This is going to help prevent that. And then this game 2, it's like, oh, I know exactly what you're on. I need to deal damage as fast as possible. And that's why Lurking Assailant came in. And we saw a materialization of a backup charger, which is meaning 40 is going to be that ally rushdown strategy with that card advantage. We see.
But it's interesting, and obviously it's fairly good to push and put it down right now and just push as much damage as he can. And it also allows him to utilize the power cell he got from backup charger, right? Because it's an automaton ally, and he's an automaton, so he gets to push even more damage through next turn.
Yeah, that's a really good point to bring up, that it is an automaton. A lot of these decks that run backup charger can't do anything with that power cell. That's why you see a lot of them have that one of turbocharge as a just-in-case discrepancy. But with that turbo cell, or with that power cell on the field, we see a total of 2, 4, 6, 8 damage, which is a huge burst turn from 40. And then not to mention, there's probably a Savage Smash or a Heavy Swing in their hand. And that is going to be enough to close out the game. So Hyoka's really got to consider removing some of these allies off the board.
Because the game's early enough where losing the Spirit, even like losing his access to fire, could be extremely detrimental for Hyoka there. So it is, you can put him in a very, very tough spot. And so 40's influence is massive, to say the least, right? So it's definitely scary being on the other side of being across from allies with so many cards in their hand, right? I mean, it is terrifying, right? Because allies usually don't have that big of an influence, but with the Gloam Spire and the increasing dangers, you are like Hyoka's here is filling up 40's hand. He's giving him everything, right? 40 doesn't have to do much. And it's scary, right? And especially with water, because he also gets to have all the negation and protection spells off of all the card draw, and he gets to have the influence to play allies and also keep up protection.
Yeah, and as an ally player, your biggest weakness is going down in influence as you continuously play allies to the board and commit, since a lot of them don't draw cards or filter for you. So the fact that Hyoka's Gloam Spire Market and Increasing Dangers are keeping 40% topped off and fueled is just the best possible outcome for an ally rushdown. And we do see a Lurking Assailant attacking in, and then on the attack trigger we see an Inspiring Call, not even attacking with Spirit to reduce the activated cost of it, just paying the full 3, and now everyone gets that +1 power as they attack here, and Ori was able to draw into memory.
Yeah.
Power sell my diver.
We're going to power sell the diver as well. Just as you mentioned, it's an automaton, gets that benefit from it.
That puts it at 5
It's-
total.
Yeah.
Yes.
It will be hitting
3
for
in hand.
5
Yeah.
here, which would put Fuyuka at 17 damage, which doesn't quite force their hand, right? It's just
Okay.
it doesn't force them
Yeah,
to release
yeah,
the spirit yet,
5.
but it puts them in a very, very tough spot.
It looks like they're playing it
Oh,
safe than sorry here.
Yeah.
Gonna go ahead and lineage release as they go ahead and try and remove these allies off the board. Raya is a total, as a mage champion, total life at 22. So about 11 away. We are looking down 6 on board with the potential of more from level up and hand.
So Hyuga is forced to dungeon, like he has to play Dungeon
Yeah.
Guide here
Okay.
to get to have access to all of the arcane spells he has in hand,
Yeah, that's fine.
and
Alright. 1
to
through
get
6,
his
keep-
life
keep the first one.
just
Okay.
that bit much higher. Every little bit counts here, and if that 3 extra life is what's gonna save him, then it's great. Like that's all you need in Rai as well, because you just win in 1 turn. You want to combo off, and that 3 life could be what makes or breaks the game.
And here we see Glumspire Market being only beneficial to Hyoka since 40 has more than 7 cards in hand, which is where you want to be here.
Okay.
And we used to see an Arcane Sight to gain a level, draw a card, and dig deep with Scries and play Careful Studies.
Okay.
And here we are, Careful Study. Getting those 5 Enlightenment counters.
Sounds good.
So feeling kind of comfortable here with the at level 3 Enlightenment counters and enough influence to be able to play the cards that you're wanting to. It's just a matter of, will you survive this turn?
Yeah, but at the same time, 40 is also still a spirit, right? He's going to go obviously level up here, but that still only puts him at 20 life, or
Yeah.
so it is.
Yeah.
It is a tough spot to be in because he just needs 2. Hyuga just needs 2.
And if you're able to double cast Arcane Blast in a single turn, that can win games just outright. That's 22 damage straight from hand for nearly free, or sometimes absolutely free.
Take 2.
And it is so hard to fight against that. 40 is possibly hoping to hold on to the Frostbind they have in hand to maybe Hyoka gets a little bit too greedy with dumping their whole hand, and you can prevent some of that damage coming through.
Yeah, it is going to probably go for an going for that invigorated slash there.
Such an interesting card.
That's good. You got it.
Here's played extremely well. It's just a tough matchup for Rai here.
Resolute Stand does not help you there. Peaceful Reunion does not help you there. Even Vanish from Sight. None of those stop non-combat damage. And that's where we saw 40 really take advantage with that Scepter.
Damage off of Scepter for whatever. Damage off of Scepter for whatever reason. If it gets like
Welcome back, everybody, to Ascent Chicago Round 11. It's good to be back. I'm here in the booth with Clem. Hey, Clem, how you doing this morning?
Oh, I'm so tired, but it's exciting. Like it's been a fun couple of days.
Yeah.
Like, Ascent's been only one day, but I arrived on Tuesday.
Sure.
And
yeah.
I've been going. I went into Chicago alone once, and all my friends were like, "Stop,
Sure.
go home." It's been fun. But I've hung out with, talked to so many people here, and it's been a great experience. How about you? How are you feeling?
Good. Yeah, the vibe is very different today. There's a lot of people playing in like side events and stuff, so it feels like a lot more of the community is de-stressed. We only have those last 32 players that are still sweating it out for those top 8 slots that we'll get to later today. But yeah, so everyone's really happy, having a lot of fun today. So super fun to be in the room. I got a chance to look at all of the puzzles. I want to update, by the way, because I didn't get a chance to yesterday. It was not my fault. I did bring in my puzzle pieces. It was not my fault, but it looks like I think we're basically done with all of them. I saw most of the prints are out for the silent auction later today, so they look gorgeous, and it looks like we're gonna get most of our, if not all, of our spoilers for the closing presentation later tonight. So stay tuned for that. But yeah, that's very exciting. We also have some exciting matches left to cover. We have 3 more rounds of Swiss before our top 8 later tonight, and we got the chance to see Hyoka and 40% last round, which was super exciting to see those. We've talked about it all weekend. It's really cool to see these off the wall decks, right?
Yeah. I managed to talk to. I'm still struggling to pronounce their name. I had a chance to talk to her 1 minute as I was running across the hall. It was unfortunate, right? Last game, if especially with game 1, if he had just went for the safe play there, he would have survived, and that probably would have been able to help him take the game. But at the same time, in that matchup, of course, you're afraid of frostbite,
Right, of course.
Because water players will always have the frostbite.
Yeah, it's such a tough spot for us to be in now that we're in the top 32, where so many talented players and they're all just great people. So it's really hard when you get these matchups where you want to root for both people, but inevitably there does have to be a winner. I'm a big mage enjoyer myself, so I'm sad to see Rye take that loss. But of course, congratulations to 40%. We're going to take a look at our day 2 rankings. Looks like we have some statistics. This is pre-round, so it's a little bit out of date, but you guys can take a look at what our day 2 statistics look like. And yeah, going into day 2, we had both Pickle Sword and Noel at 8-1, which is very impressive. And we see some other big names here, Sean and Eason, both Worlds competitors in that 7-1 area. And then we see, as we go down from our top 16, the people a little bit lower in the bracket are still going to be fighting for that top 8 slot. It's going to be pretty tough. Anybody who's in that 6-2, 6-3 sort of range is really going to have to try to win out, or at the very least go something like 3-1 to have a chance for that top 8 slot.
It's definitely interesting. What's interesting to me is that there's a 6-3 here,
right?
Who just got in, right? Then that was all percentage based, because we have multiple 6-3.
Yeah. Just on the bubble, we lost our national champion Christian was that 33rd place, just sneaking out of that 6-3. But yeah, congratulations to all these players, of course. But it's going to be a tough road for the rest of the way. We also have the meta breakdown for our top 8 decks for the day 1 of Swiss. So something not really surprising here, right? We see a couple of appearances of Sylvie taking up 4 of these top 8 decks right now. Tristan 1, Nico 1, and then 2 of that sort of Lorraine shell. The 8th place being on Merlin, a little bit less aggressive than Bayleaf, who's playing Water and Soul Lorraine variant. But both really relying on those very powerful Crux cards.
I'm very happy and excited to see Nico in 5th place.
Yeah.
Right. Nico's a very powerful deck. and like in some areas, it's a dominating deck. So I'm very happy to see it represented at a big event like this as well.
Yeah, definitely coming out of the regional circuit, Nico was this kind of like monster, sort of a boogeyman for the past couple of weeks. And so we are seeing at this huge event that she is still seeing some success, a little bit less so than decks like Sylvie and Tristan, but I think it really comes down to representation, right? There was only, I believe, 12 Nico players at the start of the event, so, you know, one converting is pretty reasonable. Sylvie, a much larger portion of the metagame, but we do see some very talented players choosing to pick up that Sylvie deck as well.
Yeah, I think Nico is a very, like, I'm always very excited to see unconventional champions make headway. Like, obviously, before the Recollection, Sylvie would have been the same, but Nico is definitely interesting, and I think the fact that she has 25 life helps her tremendously.
Yeah.
And that is, I think that's the biggest reason why she's so viable, right? Because most other classes, every other class, except for Warrior, you have to go to level 3 to have that amount of health. So Nico having access to that pool on level 2 is just so good, and her and that, along with all of the cards she got and all of the pools Water has now to push damage and really work, and then be so efficient.
Right.
It really makes her a very interesting and good champion, right? But I'm kind of sad that she's really the only one that we get to see that's more like unconventional.
Yeah, and we've gone so long with Water being sort of the underdog in Grand Archive, and something that we will see in our Spirit Breakdown for Day 2 is that Water has a little bit more of a representation than it's used to in these Day 2 conversions. You know, any Water decks alone is something that's not typical for a big event like this. So we do see 8 Wind decks, 8 Fire decks, and then 5 Water decks. So Water's still a little bit less than the other two. And of course, we have those 11 Lost Spirit decks that I'm sure if you asked us 12 months ago, would we see Lost Spirits taking up 34% of a Day 2 breakdown, I would say that you're crazy, but it is, of course, that very powerful Spirit of Slime that Sylvie has.
It's very interesting that, you know, there's the 2 Prismatic Spirit that's only in sealed kits, and that's you know, obviously not legal. But then there is Spirit of Slime, which is so dumb, and I think this shows really the power of how good the Prismatic Spirit would have been if it was legal for play, right? Because that is, like as you said, it's unbelievable that we see 11 out of the top 32 decks being on a norm spirit or Lost Spirit in a way, but it's interesting, right? But the slimes are just so good, and all of the slime utility slime cards are so good that you just need those couple of cards that Escape the Wreckage, for example, to help
a little bit of utility.
Yeah, to just have the utility. Norm has so many good utility cards that you really don't mind being blocked off of an element, right? But there's some, it's not even just that. So at least it's many of the top players, like multiple of the top players, are also elemented. Like colored, like not Lost Sylvie, but then playing it in elements, right? Fire Sylvie, Wind Sylvie, and I think that's also very interesting. Sylvie is such a powerhouse. The slimes are just so incredibly strong,
right?
That regardless of whether you're on Lost or not, they're just extremely good,
right? Yeah, I think that's going to be the story of the weekend, as we saw those top 8 decks going into our Day 2, 4 of which were that Sylvie deck. And so we'll see if over the next few rounds they can convert. But, you know, something that a lot of people have said about that Sylvie deck is that when she gets into this sort of upper echelon, the last final rounds of a big tournament like this, it's a little bit harder for her to eke out those wins over, you know, decks like Tristan that is seeing some success, and even that Nico deck that's still in the top 8 as well.
Yeah, I think because of how highly represented Sylvie and the Slimes were, there's a good chance that many of these top decks we're seeing not Slime are powerful and it's catered against Slimes, right? Because it was fairly simple to just have Slime matchups and get into top 32. with that if your deck is built specific times. So it's definitely going to be interesting because I think we're at the point where most many decks are slimes, and then whatever's left is very good again.
Right. Yeah.
So you might not even see slimes in the finals. We'll just have to see, right? You have to see how it does because as you said, Tristan is also very very good at slimes, and I'm interested.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what you said. There's a lot of people that are not only like building sideboard plans for Sylvie, but are even building main board plans for Sylvie because she is so prevalent and so dominant in this metagame. So we'll see if those Sylvie players can manage to overcome those sort of prepared decks for them. One of those decks is a bit of an interesting one that we're going to get to see this round is in the hands of TM32. Bayleaf is playing a Water in Soul Lorraine deck, which we've seen going around the tables. I don't know, have we had Bailey on stream yet?
Yeah, yesterday. There was a TM32 show up on stream.
Right.
Chiharu versus Bayleaf. And it was interesting. The deck is not super focused on Insol, right? Because he still has a lot of allies to go in for damage as well. And Insol is just a wonderful finisher for the deck. He still has Pendragon, he still has Frostform Paladin, Korhazi Trapper, and other ways to push damage. But his material deck is basically just made for Insol, right? So it's basically a level 1 deck that has a level 1 allies deck that has as a finisher, and it's very very fun. Like it looked amazing, and Bailey is just so skilled with it as well that I'm excited to see how he does.
Yeah, I think something that's so interesting is this is about as classic as it gets. This Water in Soul Lorraine sort of strategy has been around since Dawn of Ashes, and so it's great to see that it's still seeing some success, obviously with some updates, some new cards from ALC, MRC, but a very classic Grand Archive strategy. Gonna go to bat here. We'll see if we can pull up our match. We have Bailey versus Girthos, both of which we've had on stream already. Of course, Bailey playing that Water and Soul Lorraine deck that we were just talking about. And Girthos, I believe, is on Sylvie? If I remember correctly.
So as well.
We're gonna see if we can pull up deck lists right now. But both of these players sitting at pretty healthy records, 7-0-3 for Bailey and 7-1-2 for Girthos. They have a little bit of wiggle room, but they are still trying to fight for that top 8 later today. Yeah, it does look like Girthos is on Sylvie. He is playing Spirit of Slime Sylvie, a classic we've seen several times this weekend, and we will see, like we talked about before the match, if these decks, like the deck that Bailey is playing, that are sort of catered for this slime metagame, can take it down.
Wrong slime. Sorry, wrong leader.
Yeah. What's the classic Spirit Pass from Bailey?
The Water Spirit Pass. Yeah.
It's what you want to see. It's not what you want to see as the opponent.
Sure.
It's a statement definitely from water decks to just pass the turn without doing much. And like Sylvie also has the optimal start with a Forest Gate.
Right. Yeah. We'll see if they can follow that up with anything else. Gonna draw a card.
Good.
No, it wasn't on another Forest Cake, unfortunately. would have been nice.
Yeah, it looks like Girthos actually, I believe, had a Baby Red in his hand and chose not to deploy it. Maybe, just like you said, sitting across from the water player that passes with their full hand up, maybe you don't want to flinch too much, worry about something like Cerulean Decree messing your day up. We are going to see Bailey just grab a backup charger, something very typical of these low-to-the-ground allies decks, just going to try to get as much card advantage as quickly as possible. We're going to see him immediately fracturize his own power cell as well. A great way to get that fracturized floating memory into your graveyard, but also give you a little bit of a return.
Yeah, I think fracturizing your own tokens is always a wonderful thing to do because it helps you so much with your influence and your later turns when you're like lower on cards.
Ooh, looks like we do see an Icebound Slam here from Bailey, but he does hit 2 normal cards. He set himself up with the 1 Fracturized so that he could miss once But he unfortunately missed twice on that Icebound Slam, so it's only going to be coming in for 3. Not what you want to see as these water Icebound Slam decks that are very low on normal cards, but that is sometimes the way the cookie crumbles.
Fortunate. Ruthless does go for the baby red slime now. Then the Bailey's hand is empty and he is on level 1 silly, so it does come in off counter.
Yeah, the coast is clear, sort of,
Yeah.
right?
Slime eruption.
Yeah.
Draw card.
Well, that baby red slime doing some work.
Take 4.
Yeah, it's a real clock coming in for 4, and also being able to discard that Slime Eruption that does have floating memory is a great place to start.
Baby gray.
Baby, that's a strong start for Sylvie, even if it's only, you know, even though it's on turn 2, not turn 1.
Right.
Baby Gray Slime is a wonderful card. It replaces itself immediately, right? And it's still an ally, and it has intercept. It's just such a powerhouse.
Right. Yeah, I know you've played Slimes yourself. Is it like this looks like the perfect start to me? Is there something else that we could hope for here?
Obviously, the optimal play is Baby Gray, Baby Gray, Baby Gray,
Sure,
or like
sure.
Forest Game, Baby Gray, Baby Gray. But this is pretty as good as it can get, right?
Right.
Because you have multiple allies, they have buff counters. They're not so easy to take care of, and in this matchup, Gurthos already knows, like the deck lists have been revealed, so he probably knows what Bailey's on, and he might not be that afraid of the allies in
Right.
it. But it's interesting. We'll see, because if you right now, I think it's with Sword of Avarice, that's kind of a giveaway, and Bailey's not planning on playing any
Right.
Sword of Adversity. I
Adversity,
apologize.
yeah.
It's a giveaway that he doesn't want to play too many allies yet, which for Guruthos, that's a pretty solid sign, right? You're not too afraid of getting steamrolled, but you never know.
Right. Yeah, I think maybe, like you said, after having seen the deck list of Bailey Gurthos, knows that he has to be sort of on the aggressive side, and we saw that with the deployment of that Baby Red Slam, and also, very interestingly, with the Forest Cake being used on that Baby Gray Slime, which is not something we often see.
2 in
Yeah.
hand, 5 down.
5 down.
Usually they're more conservative with your Forest Cake for later turns,
Right.
but as you said, he will be going for aggressive game plan
Yeah.
here.
Early pressure is the name of the game. We see Bailey doing a little bit of math here, deciding what he wants to deploy before he ships the turn back to Gurthos. See if he wants to deploy something like a Sadie here, as he does have access to her. And very interesting about Sadie is, although she is a staple in these assassin decks, you can still get some work done for other classes like Lorraine here being a warrior. That first line of Sadie's text is not class bonus, so you can still take advantage of that.
Definitely scary to be on the other side of City, regardless of class
Right.
bonus or not. Especially if Bailey has like a Korkazi Trapper out, that means that you consistently get to basically negate one attack, one of your opponent's attacks here.
6.
Yeah, a bit of an evolution on these typical Water Allies decks that have always played Korhazi Trapper, but usually they get that one prep counter, they use it, and then that Trapper is basically useless for the rest of the game. So the addition of using Sadie basically just for that prep counter generation is really smart.
Gurthos is going to straight up level 3 here. Even though he didn't have the card draw for Sylvie level 2, I think he just wants to play all of the powerful ethereal slimes he has there in his
Right.
hand there.
Yeah, just end the game as soon as he can looks to be the plan. And we're going to start, like you said, with that Ethereal Slime. It's going to come in with 2 additional buff counters from that Sylvie Slime Sovereign ability. Going to banish a Tamer Regalia to get an additional buff counter. And then he's going to draw a card. Just such a powerful start to this.
He has another ethereal slime. I wonder if he's gonna keep it up or just try and push it as much as possible. No.
Yeah, looks like we'll start with the attack for 5, but he has to be scared of something like a Frostbind,
Yeah.
right?
Which Bailey does have in his hand, so he does not seem Okay? 'Cause, to be fair, if he does frostbind the ethereal slime here, he has cerulean decree. It doesn't.
A little
But
bit worse.
a little bit worse because as the slime player, you don't mind your card going to banishment,
Sure.
right? If your slime goes to banishment, you just use it with storm slime, right? So that's why cerulean decree is such a scary card as well because
Right.
it's scary in a way. It just sends the card to the graveyard,
Right.
right? And doesn't go into banishment. While frostbind does, and I think that's.
It's huge
Yeah,
here,
and I think that's what Bailey also went for this.
Right.
Also with Impu, he does get to have a card off of it as well. But it is the better choice here against slimes, right? But sometimes you just need to create a card. Like
Right.
if it were a storm slime, I think he
Would've
wouldn't
been
have
huge,
mind.
yeah.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what Garthos' plan is here, is sort of make him have it, make Bailey use these resources so that when he does draw those powerful cards like Storm Slime, he can force them through any sort of negate cards that Bailey has access to. We're going to see Bailey grab a Crystalline Longsword, which currently should have its class bonus effect, get an extra +1. And we'll see if, we've seen Bailey take a pretty conservative approach here through the game, but now that Garthos is fairly low on influence, Bailey can use these cards that we were just talking about, like Frostbind and Cerulean Decree, to sort of shut down Garthos' game plan. So we'll see what Bailey's plan is here. Going to start with an attack for 2 into that Dungeon Guide, and Sadie's going to clean it up.
That ethereal slime will become a problem, right? Because it's consistently hits for 5 every turn, and it has stealth, and Bailey does not have much true sight in his deck, if any. Like, I'm not sure if he plays, I will check the list real quick. Does not.
Yeah.
Which is basically would be the most reliable way to get the true sight here. But he doesn't play, so that is going to become a problem very quickly because that is 5 damage consistent. And if Garthos does manage to get the other ethereal slime down, maybe with anything, right? He can draw cards. He does get to power through a negation spell there, like Frostbind. It's gonna be 8 damage consistently, and
Right.
That's a threat. That's something that you cannot just discount, right?
Right. For sure. So we're going to pass back over to Garthos. He's going to get that Stone Scale Band that we've seen used to such great effect. He's going to use that to discard a Limitless Slime, get access to a little bit of floating memory, or perhaps just amping up that Animal Beast count in his graveyard for his Gaia's Blessing. Going to start with an attack for 5, probably going to take out this Frostwarren Paladin. We're going to see a Retaliate for 3, and Bailey looking to set up something like a Refracting Missiles here, as he does have that Fractal that he created by fracturizing his own Power Cell.
And then that is exactly refracting missile lethal range, because it's 1 plus the number of fractals, right? So that is
Luster Slime?
Just one in here?
pretty much. If, the one threat that it was difficult to deal with that attack became basically not even a problem anymore.
We do see that Gaia's Blessing deployed with its additional cost from Garthos. A Lustrous Slime found on top. Going to deploy that for a little bit of protection, but super important here. Also a Storm Slime found on top that he cannot cast right now, but that is going to be something that both players are going to know about. And now that Bailey knows there's a Storm Slime coming, he's going to have to be very careful to not let that resolve.
Yeah, he has to
Luster Slime's good.
keep up on the Frostbind, definitely for that, right?
No. No, I'm not.
Yeah, we see him here say Lustrous Slime resolves, even though he could maybe have something to do about it, but he has to keep all of his interaction up, specifically now to cast that Refracting Missiles we were talking about to deal with that pesky Ethereal Slime.
Bailey there asked if he reveals any cards for Luster Slime, and Garthos just like, no, because as we saw, he had 2 Forest Cakes in his memory, so it's a bit of an unfortunate. But in this matchup, Taunt in general is just very good, right? Because Bailey has no way of going around it. He does have to just attack it down. And a 1/5 ally with Taunt is very, very powerful.
Yeah, 5 life is no easy task to get through. And Bailey's going to have to find a way around it with also that Storm Slime looming. Currently, Bailey only level 1 at a 20 life threshold, so that Storm Slime alone is pretty threatening to his already 12 damage counters that he's taken.
Oh, I'll just take it off.
All right, we're going to see a Drawn Blade materialize from Bailey. That refracting missiles get a little bit more card advantage, but again, not increasing that life total. So he is going to have to be worried about potential Storm Slime lethal lines. Even attacks here are looking pretty threatening, as he has no intercept left now that that Frostborn Paladin's been dealt with.
Slime on its own could beat here, depending on I couldn't quite catch how many slimes Gorthos has in banishment, but well, we know at least 4,
Right?
and some more from previous turns. So it's a scary spot to be in, but Bailey at the same time all has at least a Frostbind in his hand, which we saw. If he has something, because currently it seems that the Gorthos is able to play Storm Slime and pay for a Frostbind as well,
Right.
on top of it. So Bailey has to have 2 cards that they're able to negate the Storm Slime there, which I'm not sure if he does have.
Yeah, a bit of a tall order. It looks like we have a Insole pulled to the front of his hand, but I don't think that I see 2 pieces of interaction for that Storm Slime. We'll see what Bailey's plan is. He does have another interceptor in the way of this Frostborn Paladin, so he's going to use that to protect himself from potential attacks. But it looks like, yeah, just the 1 Frostbind, a Chilling Touch in hand as well. So his plan is going to be to hopefully counter the second thing that Gorthos does, but if this Storm Slime is lethal by itself, he's going to be in trouble. And something I think we've learned throughout the weekend is when the Sylvie player casts their Storm Slime, it is always lethal.
Yeah, yeah. It's Storm Slime is an extremely powerful card. Every time I see, I'm like, oh, it's just Storm Slime. It's just a little slime, and then I look at banishment, and there's like 6, 7 slimes in there. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, we do see that Horn of Beast calling as well, so he's going to use that to be able to reset his library, or perhaps even cast an additional slime this turn. We're seeing a Gaia's Songbird do some searching for a beast. It does find an ethereal slime. It's going to put that into his hand. This is looking like a pretty good position to be in if you're Gorthos, right?
Yeah. You love that. The good thing about Gaia's Songbird basically replaces itself, especially if it's off the top of your
Play a Storm Slime for free?
then you're not losing it, right?
I don't know what's better than 1 Storm Slime. It's probably 2 Storm Slimes. And he does find a Storm Slime off the top of his library with that Guy's Blessing. 7 damage.
That is not something to scoff at. And the Gorthos has the other Storm Slime in hand with enough to pay for that Frostbite.
Yeah.
So he may just have game 1 here.
Yeah.
And Bailey admits as well. He saw the other Storm Slime earlier, so.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, Storm Slime's always lethal. Turns out it wasn't the first one. That took him right to 19. But hey, finding that second one, such a powerful card is Gaia's Blessing. Just gives you so many extra looks to find those powerful cards like Ethereal Slime and Storm Slime.
Gaia's Blessing is such a great card. Let's look at the sideboards here.
So on the side of Bayleaf, we have 1 Terraforming, 2 Incapacitate, 2 Freezing Hail, 4 Sea Sprite Diver, 4 Song of Frost. So I think those Sea Sprite Divers and those Song of Frost are probably not for this matchup. The Incapacitates also not going to be huge here. We might see those 2 copies of Freezing Hail come in, and I think we'll definitely see that Terraforming.
Terraforming is something new, but the problem with the slimes, if you're Bailey, the problem here is that you just need a Storm Slime, right? You can get Storm Slime, then the attacks are not that relevant at that point. So it's definitely rough because Slimes is such a versatile deck. It does everything. So it's tough to prepare for everything
course,
that the deck can throw at you.
Let's take a look at Girthos' sideboard. We have 1 Beastbone Ears, 2 Reprograms, 2 Resolute Stands, 3 Slime's Blessing, 2 Twilight Slimes, 2 Vampiric Slimes, 1 Verdant Slime. What do you think is coming in here?
I think Verdant Slime is definitely going to come in to take care of the swords that Bailey uses early game. I would say obviously the Resolute Stands as well. I'm unsure because the Vampiric Slimes could be very useful here. But Bailey does have big explosive turns where he just kills you and kills you all at once. Right. So Vampiric might just be a bit too slow for that. But recovering is always, it's always a fine thing. So I think the Vampirics are going to come in. But the Verdant and the Resolute, I'm
for sure
very, very certain about.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to say, right? You really don't know what the pace of the game is going to be. Something that is, of course, really important when playing with or against this Sylvie deck is who's going first. And in this case, since Bailey lost the first game, he will have the choice, and we have to assume he's going to choose to go first. So we'll see if Girthos decides that he can afford to play something like Vampiric Slime. But like you said, it's really appealing to have some recovery available just in case, right?
Bailey could also go second and hope for the ice bounce.
Yeah,
right?
That is definitely true. I mean, something that we've seen those water decks do often, especially when they're on the traditional Spirit of Water, and they have the ability to play that Icebound Slam on turn, on their first turn, going second. That might be something that we see Bailey opt for.
We'll see. It seems like both players finished up sideboarding.
Yeah, pretty quickly. So maybe not a whole lot of cards coming in, or I mean, these players have been playing for 11 rounds now. They are probably, at least Bailey has to be familiar with the slime matchup, right?
Yeah. Bailey definitely. But I think Girthos has a good idea of what it's like to, what's a more ally / combat focused deck.
Right.
What you need for that matchup, because it's been a long day yesterday. It was a long day yesterday. Sorry. If you're on day 2, you had to play all 9 rounds, right? You couldn't really skip any. So.
Wow, and you are exactly right. It looks like Bailey is going to choose to go second. Hopefully fish for that Icebound Slam on turn 1. So a great decision there. We'll see if Girthos has a good start. He had a pretty good one last time. And again, you are, Clem. We see that Vampiric Slime in Girthos' hand. He is ready to have a little bit of recovery later in the game. Should he get there? But it looks like it's just going to be a pass from Girthos, which, as Sylvie, is not what you want.
Yeah, but as Bailey, you're very happy here, and to see that, right?
Yeah.
I can't see an Icebound Slam there, unfortunately.
It looks like he spun the wheel, and it did not come up Bailey, so he's just going to have to play some normal cards on this first turn, hold up a little bit of that negation, stuff like I believe we do see a Cerulean Decree in hand, should he want to keep it available. He's going to start by imbuing a Fractal of Rain. Just get a little bit of value throughout the game, and something really important for these water decks that we saw come to great effect last game is cards like Refracting Missiles, which we see pulled to the front of his hand, going to be a little bit bigger from that Fractal of Rain.
Yeah. And the Fractal of Rain also guarantees the 5 water basically guarantees the 5 water cards you need for Icebound Slam. Because even yesterday, Bailey had multiple times he went for Icebound Slam and was 1 card shy. That was unfortunate to see, right? Because it's a gamble when you're not playing a full water deck, but also he also plays very few non-water cards, so the odds are in his favor. But there's just those times when you don't have it.
Yeah, there's always that chance that it doesn't go your way, and so Bailey's trying to set up for that and hope that he sees a water card go to his graveyard and not an Icebound Slam.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to see a backup charger on the side of Girthos, so taking just a little bit slower, making sure to value that card advantage. Going to crack it right away, get that rested power cell, and then go into his turn with 9 cards as he did not cast anything on that first. Looks like he's just passing again here.
That is interesting. His hand is very unfortunate right now, but still has like Baby Red, the slime, and other things. He can't just. I can't imagine that he's keeping everything up for a Resolute stand so early in the game, because Billy hasn't shown any aggression, and if he does, it's most likely going to be 1 or 2 allies, right? Because he's not in a position where he's just gonna immediately win next turn. So using that would be interesting. But I do see, I think, 2 Dungeon Guides in Gurthos' hand, which means that if he just keeps on piling up the cards in his hand, he keeps on growing his influence, he could theoretically go to level 1, 2, and 3 in the same turn.
Right. Yeah, definitely a really interesting choice. Sometimes we see, games go like this when players don't draw the right cards and they don't have a whole lot of castable cards. We see that especially with these heavy advanced element decks. But like you said, he has plenty of cards that he could have cast and he just opted not to. So we'll see what Gurthos' plan is here. It might be exactly like you said. He's looking to just set up to go to level 3 as fast as he can.
Plays Slimer option there. I think just so there's sort of floating memory when it levels up, just so he has something to level up from. But I think that's definitely interesting. And he does lose one of the Dungeon Guides in his hand, so he's not going to turbo as fast as we thought here, but he still has everything here. And he does have 2 floating memory in his graveyard now. So he next turn he has set up level up for free and then go immediately to level 3.
Yeah, I think we just really see Gurthos here valuing efficiency in a match like this. And even though it took him a turn or 2 to get there, he's making the most efficient use of his cards that he can. Just like he said, he's left those 2 floating memory for a very clean level to Sylvie level 2. And both notably slime cards, which does help his Storm Slimes in the late game.
Yeah. The baby red slime does get taken care of, but I don't think you'd mind it too much if you're if you have the floating memory to level up, because that means you're not losing much to leveling up, and then it's just want to go high. You want to be as fast as possible here, because Gurthos still has a lot of advanced element cards in his hand. Especially after sideboarding, putting in Vampiric Slimes and more advanced element slimes, he does needs to go up to level 3.
Yeah, he wants to go up to level 3 as fast, but as cleanly as he can, and that's what we're seeing here. On the side of Bailey, we do see a Scepter of Lumina materialize. Realizes the game is going a little bit slower, and so he can afford to get that Scepter as he's not under a ton of pressure just yet, and that Scepter damage really is going to add up as the game progresses. Both players just taking the tempered approach, trying to play for the late game. Both pretty late game oriented decks. Obviously, Bailey can have those aggressive draws where he rushes down his opponents with allies, but he is still, at the end of the day, a level 3 deck that can leverage those powerful Crux cards like Spirit Blade and Soul.
Yeah. Does go up to level 2. Most likely going up to level 3 with the Dungeon Guide. Probably.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty safe bet in this sort of water matchup. There's no stifling traps to worry about, so I would be surprised if we don't see an immediate Dungeon Guide start getting that slime value train rolling. But we'll see.
It is obviously scary here to Dungeon Guide because you're afraid of a Frostbite, and you don't want to lose your advanced element slimes. But I think Gurthos' hand or his influence is high enough, or even if he has to pay an additional 2, or maybe up to multiple times, he's in a good spot right now. But he does go for the safe play here, red slime, which is if Dungeon Guide to pay for it. Also, it's not planning on, which is very interesting. But probably because he's afraid of that negation spell there.
Yeah, it's hard when Bailey has so many cards in hand. He hasn't really deployed any threats. He's holding an influence of 8, and so you have to be a little bit worried that there's going to be some sort of interaction that'll stop you from resolving that Dungeon Guide. At the end of Gurthos' turn, we're going to see a Fracturize come out and target Bailey's Power Cell, yet again giving him another Fractal, powering up those Fractals or those Refracting Missiles, as well as giving him a floating memory that he can use level up to Lorraine Wandering Warrior, grabbing that Crystalline Longsword.
Longsword does not
I missed
have
so many
+1
times.
attack yet, but with Fractal of Rain every turn, it is, you know, it can be achieved. Bailey does leave does mill his one Great Blade Dispersion there, but
Yeah.
as long as he has a Crux Sight, he doesn't mind. I don't think he
Right.
minds too much.
Yeah, just shows the power of those Crux cards. He can get back the cards from his toolbox, even if he loses them early in the game, like here. Something interesting in Bailey's hand is we do see that Sea Sprite Diver, so he must have chosen to bring those in, maybe just opting for a little bit more of that ally aggression, even though that Sea Sprite Diver ability is not going to be super useful. You usually don't want to be banishing your opponent's slimes out of their graveyard.
Bailey does Cerulean Decree the Escape the Wreckage, imbued, obviously, to get him as much value off of it as possible. But I think it was more so a bait from
Right.
Gruthos, right? To get get at least one of those negate cards out of Bailey, so he can guarantee the dungeon and not have to lose cards he doesn't put.
Yeah, really smart play by Gruthos. Has to know that the bait is too juicy for Bailey to give up on. Bailey has to play the Cerulean Decree there, but that does leave Gruthos in a better position to resolve that dungeon guide, because with only 5 in hand now from Bailey, it's going to be a little bit harder for him to play 2 pieces of interaction, and Gruthos can probably fight through this.
Play Quicksilver Grail.
We see a Quicksilver Grail from Gruthos, and we'll see what he wants to grab. Usually when we see these Quicksilver Grails, we see stuff like Covenant of Thorns, but in this sort of matchup where Bailey is a little bit less aggressive, we're probably not going to see something like Covenant of Thorns come into play here. We might see him grab something like a Horn of Beast Calling to sort of accelerate those late game turns.
Unfortunately, the camera seems to have had some technical issues, but we can see the player's hands still. We can speculate what's happening.
Yeah, we're a little bit in the dark. We do have our glorious producer running over to fix the camera, so bear with us just a little bit while we get that sorted out for you.
I see 3 cards down on the side. I'm not sure if he played Dungeon Guide or
Dungeon
not.
Guide has come down. Yeah, I mean, I think that has to be the plan this turn, right?
Yeah.
We've taken this game so slow, but there has to be a breaking point.
Yeah.
And I think we're getting close to that, where Gruthos does have to play the Dungeon Guide. So it looks like we saw an additional 2 cards put down here. So it looks like a Frostbind was cast in response to that Dungeon Guide.
And I think Bailey cast another Frostbind there because I saw him pay another 2, and Gruthos be like, unfortunate. Right? You could hear Bailey ask for the influence of Gruthos there. So I'm pretty sure that is exactly what Happened, because Bailey probably had 2 Frostbinds in hand and went all in and was like, yeah, sure, then we will double Frostbind, see if he has it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, you hate to see that as Gruthos, right?
Yeah.
You take this line with that Escape the Wreckage to bait the negate out of Bailey's hand. He casts it, and surely you're like, oh, with my 8 influence, I can cast this Dungeon Guide. I can force through the single copy of Frostbind, and then Bailey does, unfortunately, have those 2 pieces of interaction to stop Gruthos from leveling up. Allegedly, is what we've inferred from our player cams here.
Bailey does mill. I heard the beginning of Recollection there. It's past the turn. Oh,
we're back.
We're back.
All right. Clem, it looks like we were exactly right. Still level 2 Sylvie on the side of Gruthos, and we are back over to Bailey's turn.
The Dungeon Guide is in banishment there, so I was more likely than not frostbinded. But yeah, Bailey got a GCR for turn. Probably digging for anything, right? Because right now he's not in a dangerous spot.
Right.
But he doesn't. His hand is not aggressive, I would say, at all. And he's not pushing damage really, but he does. He is prepared for everything. But he has a lot of allies in him. He's not playing. I think he's keeping up even more interaction for anything that slimes have. I think that's another cerulean decree, right?
Yeah, so it looks like you said, he does have plenty of allies. He also has an Icebound Slam that he's choosing not to activate. So it looks like he's just really valuing the influence advantage that he currently holds over Girthos. We see Girthos, after that devastating play with the Dungeon Guide last turn, having to level the hard way, lose 3 influence, and now it's going to be pretty hard for him to resolve more than a single slime. The first one he can probably force through, as it does cost 2 less from that Sylvie ability, but it's going to be pretty tough for him to cast anything other than that one slime here.
That Bailey does go for an imbued cerulean decree there to try and stop Girthos from doing much.
Yeah, just forcing him to put his hand down. Of
Yep.
course, Gorthos is going to pay for it. But do we have a second piece of interaction here?
That's a frostbite. That is a
my
frostbite.
God.
Sending ethereal slime to banishment. This is what we were talking about last game as well. Is that you do mind it a lot,
Right.
but at least it's in banishment and not just because Girthos only plays 1 Slime King and it is already gone. So Slime being in the graveyard is not that impactful.
A really devastating line here. though.
Yeah, it is. This is not what you want to see if
Right.
you're if you're Girthos, but you also don't know what Bailey has in hand, right? Because Bailey hasn't shown much of his deck and what he is doing
Right.
in previous game or this game. So they both, like, slimes can turn the game around so quickly that it's not too rough of a spot to be in, like,
Sure.
because Bailey has used so many of his negation spells already.
Mm-hmm.
The more the game goes on, the more likely everything you play, it will be resolved.
Right.
So
Pick one more. I'm gonna level.
it is not looking good, but it's also not as bad for slimes as you would think.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Bailey does have to keep up the pressure here. He is very much firmly in the driver's seat right now, but like you said, at a moment's notice, Girthos can start taking over this game, and we have to assume that Bailey's run out of that negate power that he's had access to. It has so many already.
Yeah, we've seen, I think, 3 cerulean decrees. Like
A
3
couple of
frostbites,
frostbinds,
yeah, 2 or 3 frostbites as well. So he does not have much left in terms of negation here, which is a tough spot for Bailey to be in, because at this point you want to be clearly ahead in the game, right? Because
Right.
you've already used up so many of your control oriented resources that it's a tough spot to be in, and Sylvie's there and 4 damage counters
Right.
on level 3, so no matter what Sylvie draws, she can play it, right? So
Yeah.
it is it's rough, but at the same time, I think Bailey can also win out of nowhere, right? That's the beauty of Insult as well, and that's the beauty of all of this, is that he's he's in a comfortable spot right now, because Girthos can turn around the game at a moment's notice, but it does not necessarily mean that he's not in a bad spot. That's why
Right.
it's the
Yeah.
point here.
We do see that Dungeon Guide come out from Bailey, so he is going to try to put on a little bit of pressure. He does get to rebuy that Crystalline Longsword that he just used this turn. A little bit of value, not necessarily what you're looking for. Usually you're looking for that Drawn Blade, but it's a little bit of value from that Lorraine Spirit Ruler effect. And he is really stacking up some damage. I believe we do have to update life totals. There has been a couple
How many slams?
of Scepter of Lumina triggers this turn, along with that attack from Lorraine level 2. But looks like we're going to pass back over to Girthos, getting a quick check on the number of slimes. Did you catch the number of slimes that are banished?
5, I think.
5.
I heard him count out 5.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. I completely missed that the life totals were not changing.
Yeah.
Or like the damage counters were not changing. It definitely should be more than 4 damage
Right.
counters. I think last turn there was 8 plus another 4. That was 12 damage
Right,
last turn.
yeah.
Which would put Gruthos at 16 plus 17, yeah, because we went from Dungeon Guide.
Right. There we go. We
17
have the
damage, yeah,
have the update. You are exactly right. You have it 2 to 17. We are going to see that very powerful Gaia's Blessing get activated, and that is the sort of thing that Grothos needs to dig himself out of this card disadvantage that he's found himself in. He
Yeah.
needs to find some running slimes off the top. Unfortunately, there's a Meadow Bloom Dryad on top, which he cannot cast. Going to try to clear the top of that Forest Cake.
The Verdant Slime is there. Bailey's trying to see. It's not a card you see often, right? Because there's sometimes just better Regalia removal, and killing your opponent is the best Regalia removal here. So it's not. I understand the confusion there.
So we're going to see that Quicksilver Grail popped.
Yeah.
We're going to see a Horn of Beast Calling come in, banishing one of these cards. And we'll see if he wants to use that to cast that Verdant Slime. Something that you said in sideboarding is these Verdant Slimes can be pretty devastating, especially now that Bailey is already at level 3, to take out something like that Crystalline Longsword, just to mitigate a little bit of that damage that Bailey can output.
And Verdenstein also very notably has Taunt,
Mm.
so he's a harder to attack through there.
Sure.
And Ingurthos is targeting the sword, which will make it make dispersion a lot less useful, right?
Yeah.
But that just means that Bailey doesn't have to use Cruxite to get it back.
Sure.
But I think that was a right choice there for Ingurthos, because the longsword attacking him for 2 consistently is not something to scoff at either, right? Because he's on 17 damage, which means 8 is enough to take him out. And after if the Verdant Slime is gone, he has no protection out, at least not yet, to keep himself safe from a potential ice bounce,
Which we know that Bailey has.
Yeah, we know that Bailey has it. And it's because we haven't seen any Icebound Slimes from Bailey this game. So I think Guruthos can very confidently basically know that there has to be one in Bailey's hand, seeing how much of his deck he's gone through.
So we do see a Frostborn Paladin here deployed, and I think you might be exactly right that this Frostborn Paladin might be used to clear the way for an Icebound Slam. Just the question is, does Bailey have enough influence to activate it? It's going to be pretty close. Icebound Slam is on the expensive side. We do see a Slime Shield in response, which is really going to put a damper on Bailey's plans here. It's going to make that Verdant Slime a lot harder to shift.
As we talked about as well, he's basically out of negation spells. So Guruthos does not have to really be afraid of that anymore. He can just keep up interaction as if he were playing any other non-water matchup.
Right.
It is not 1 life. The shield is. It is technically at full health.
Yeah. The players are just discussing how Slime Shield works, because Verdant Slime is a 2/2 by default.
Right.
And so it had 1 buff counter on it, then became 3/3, and Slime Shield prevents exactly 3 damage, right? So and also puts a buff counter on a slime. So it is basically 0 damage was dealt to it after everything, and it was a 4/4. So now it has the first point of damage this turn.
And we'll see if Bailey has a way to deal with it.
Potentially that other Frostborn in his hand.
Let me program it.
Okay.
Program.
On enter.
Yeah. He used reprogram to give himself floating memory to lower the attack
Yeah, it's 3 life.
of the Verdant Slime, so he cannot retaliate and kill
Right.
the Frostworm Paladin here.
So smart. And looks like that is the plan. He's going to attack it with that Frostborn Paladin very smartly from that reprogram. It no longer has 4 power. Like you said, he cannot retaliate for the kill. We are going to see that Covenant of Thorns come out, something we see so often in these Sylvie decks. Really going to be a pain for Bailey to deal with. Goes on one of his own allies, and it says whenever Gurthos would be dealt damage, damage will be dealt to that Frostborn Paladin instead.
Meadow Bloom Dryad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Counter swing.
Gurthos comes in for that Meadow Bloom Dryad. Meadow Bloom Dryad is not a card you see often. Even though I think it's very powerful, it gives a buff counter to an ally every time it enters.
Yeah.
Or an animal, or maybe every ally. And
It's anytime it enters or an ally enters, you put a buff counter on target ally, I believe. It's quite strong. Most notably about Metal Bloom Dryad, it also has Preserve, which is not a mechanic that we see very often. Maybe we'll see some more of that in Mortal Ambition. But it says whenever this ally dies, you may put it into your material deck preserved, and instead of materializing, you can put that card in your hand instead. So it sort of gives him a card advantage engine. If this Metal Bloom Dryad is dealt with, he can choose to just put it back into his hand.
even if he doesn't want to even if you see the end immediately taken care of, but even if he doesn't want to replay it, it's a guaranteed draw card basically.
Right.
It always raises his influence.
Yeah, Grand Crusader's Ring every turn. Seems
Yeah.
pretty good.
Yeah.
But now we'll see if it is Icebound Slam time. Now that the coast is clear, looks like Bailey's just going to play it a little bit slower. Just grab that Frostworn Paladin. He should be able to deal with his own Frostworn Paladin this turn.
But especially with the Pendragon.
Yep.
As well, and all that card did so much. An interesting interaction with Preserved Meadow Bloom Dryad is that you can banish it for Ethereal Slime.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so you can, because it's a tamer card in your material deck, you get to banish it and get the buff counter and draw a card off of it.
That's great. Yeah, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, so Preserve is a very great mechanic.
Yeah. Very strong, and especially looking very strong here in a matchup and a game where Gurthos is really going to be behind on influence. He's got to take anything he can get. He's going to have to leverage the powerful effects of Gaia's Blessing and also, you know, this Preserve mechanic that we've been talking about to try to claw his way back into the game. This Covenant of Thorns is going to buy him a little bit of time, but a little bit is all he's going to get. Probably gets one more turn before Bailey can find a way to close the door on this game 2.
Yeah. Because
Get this back.
it is a tough spot for Gurthos to be in, because as much as we say that it's
During your recollect, I'll try
it's fairly easy for slimes to bounce back, it's also a tough spot to be in when you're on 17 damage
Yeah.
and you have nothing board or in hand. And Gurthos is just going for the Storm Slime here, not afraid of the negates, because like we said, basically all of them are out.
Right.
That's a lot of slimes in management there for Storm Slime.
Reveal this.
I'm not sure about the exact count, but
It's definitely a lot. Not exactly enough to get the job done, so we might see Storm Slime do the removal impression and take care of a Frosthorn Paladin here, as Gurthos does know that he's a little bit behind the ball. That Terrafring is going to keep Storm Slime at home, leaving Bailey with an overwhelming board position, which he should be able to use to close out the game.
It is Covenant of Thorns is however carrying Gurthos here, protecting Gurthos very much so here. But because Bailey has the Icebound Slam, once he takes care of his own Frosthorn Paladin, he is basically guaranteed. Especially when Gurthos just has one card in hand,
Right.
four total influence. So it's basically a game here.
Yeah, we see Bailey
Yeah.
moving very quickly. Gonna go
Just-
ahead and grab that Icebound Slam out of his hand. Oh, just gonna go for a Ghosted Pendragon, the classic. That'll be enough to come across for lethal damage.
That was a long game too, but I hope have time for game 3 because the timer got a bit.
Yeah, our timer got reset while we were shuffling things around. We'll see if we can get the time updated for you guys. But these players are still in the clear. I believe we have somewhere in the 10-15 minute range, so they should be able to finish up a game 3. But yeah, like you said, that was a long one. That's probably how Bailey wants to take these. That is definitely what his deck wants to do, is sort of grind out his opponent. That very typical water play style of just trying to get every inch of card advantage that you can until your opponents run out of resources. So we'll see if they have time to do that once again. So something that's pretty interesting here is that we saw Bailey, having lost the first game, chose to go second. So now we have Girthos having lost this game. Do you think they choose to go first, even though they know that Bailey wants to go second?
I think if you're Guruthos here, you also don't mind being able to attack first, right? The materialization advantage, you do want the speed, but I think in this matchup, because your opponent is slow enough, where you don't mind missing out on that one turn, right? You would rather go for the damage and stop them from having the damage and being able to fill up their graveyard so fast. So I think overall it's better here for Guruthos if he goes second. He will have card advantage. He's stopping Bailey from filling up his graveyard, from potentially Icebound slamming, and it seems that is what he's thinking as well, what he's going for.
A perfect call. Looks like he is going to force Bailey to go first, turn off that turn 1 Icebound Slam, and we know how this water deck operates. It's probably not going to be doing a whole lot on its first turn.
Yeah. Does have Sadie and Lost, and they have 2 Lost in Thoughts. Lost in Thoughts is a wonderful card.
Yeah.
Because it's just, at worst, it's a 0-cost, fast-speed floating memory, and you'll have to see that.
Right, yeah, that is still pretty good. We are going to see Bailey deploy a Korhazi Trapper on this first turn. One of the few allies that these water decks have access to that they're very happy to play on turn 1. Just really gums up the board, makes combat kind of a nightmare for the opposing player. So we'll see Bailey sit behind that, and it'll allow him to deploy threats a little bit more safely without worrying about the crackback and them getting removed by his opponent.
Guruthos does have the optimal turn 1 play there. Obviously, another for like a Forest Cake or like another Baby Grave would have been great, but as long as you have that turn 1 neutral influence playing, I think you're happy as a slime player, right? If you're Sylvie, you're happy, you're chilling.
Yeah, I have to assume so. I mean, the last game, Girthos had a really slow start.
Yeah.
Didn't cast anything for a couple of turns. So I'm sure he's happy to have that Baby Gray Slime available. Looks like Bailey's going to grab a Grand Crusader's Ring and then cast a Sadie, try to deal with this Baby Gray Slime, but is going to be met by a Slime Shield.
In response, GCR.
Slime Shield is exactly perfect here because even the Trapper cannot.
Right.
Because in response to Slime Shield, Bailey goes for the refracting. That is still a 2-for-1, right? It's Guruthos is still up in the end from that, so he's not too worried about his slime going to waste potentially.
Yeah, I'm sure he's happy to see Bailey use resources on interactions like that, right?
And it also did its job, right?
Right.
It came in, drew you a card. What else can you do, right?
What else can you ask a Baby Gray Slime to do? We're going to see a backup charger grabbed by Girthos. Once again, similar to that last game, going to take it a little bit slower. Not going to force his level up to Sylvie level 1. Looks like he does have a few pieces of early game interaction to play as well. We're going to see him deploy a Gather Slimes here, revealing the top 5 of his deck. Going to get a little bit of recovery. That's not going to be super relevant here, but we will see him use this to grab a slime card and add it to his hand.
That is a rough reveal there, because you want all of those slimes in your hand, right? You don't you don't want to see them right now. And you don't want to lose all of them, right? Because no matter what you take, it's basically guaranteed that you won't see them again.
Yeah, they're going to go to the bottom of the library, so Girthos really has to make a tough choice, see which one he wants. Looks like he's going to choose one of those ethereal slimes, then one ethereal and one storm slime to the bottom, and we'll try to remember that as the game progresses.
Seems he just passes turn there. It's he probably just wanted to have that, those 2 cards down so he can level up next time, right? Because those probably not those are not cards he minds losing.
Right.
And does want to start leveling up very soon.
Yeah, especially now that he has that ethereal slime, he's found the payload for his level 3, so he wants to get there sooner rather than later and start putting on the pressure.
Yeah, and Bailey's also has more aggressive this game than he was last game. So that also kind of forces Girthos to start actually going towards that, right? Because Girthos has a pretty advanced element heavy hand there, if I saw correctly. So it's definitely an interesting right now.
Right. Did you see that level 1 Lorraine come out, grab that Crystalline longsword that we've seen so many times? Gonna peck in for a little bit of damage. Yeah, like you just said, Bailey kind of getting aggressive here, trying to put on the pressure, even using that sword, which we've seen him sort of sit back and wait until he has that extra class bonus effect, but he's just trying to peck in and get some damage on Girthos while he can.
So Girthos is leveling up here. I believe he put 2 vampiric slimes into his memory, so he does not mind either way. And just level up, and was a forest cake for it. Forest cake is also wonderful. It replaces itself. It gets buff counters. It does everything for a 2-cost item. Pretty good.
Sort of interesting. Once again, something that we saw last game, Girthos is just choosing not to play something like that forest cake, not choosing to really deploy anything and just waiting, biding his time. I believe he might have a Resolute stand in hand, so maybe he wants to take the game a little bit slower, but interesting choice here.
He did not use Sylvie's on enter. Like,
right.
He did not. He has the potential. Like he could have dug for an ally there, for an animal or beast, or well, an animal probably.
Right.
He could have dug for an animal there, but he chose not to. So it seems he doesn't. He minds losing that value less than trying to waste or like expand his efforts.
Right. And I mean, something that we saw and you had mentioned last turn is he is really has a lot of those advanced element cards stuck in his hand. And maybe he wasn't confident that he had a great play to make. He's just going to choose to cash in that Slime Eruption and the card used to cast it for level 2 Sylvie. He's not going to get that on enter trigger, unfortunately. I don't know, Clem, I can't see a dungeon guide in hand here either.
I believe there's that. There's one.
There she is.
There she is, yeah. But what I find interesting is he banished the 2 vampiric slimes he has in this sideboard, so they were good to bring in and let them go immediately. It's I did not expect him to be so nonchalant about losing those, especially if they're bringing them in during sideboarding, but it's definitely interesting to see. He does go for the dungeon guide here. With some useless times, right? He's a baby green, which in this matchup is not as effective as you'd expect. Like as in with other matchups that are like more reliant, but it still can stop like a scepter trigger, right? If Bailey does level up and goes for dungeon guide, he can stop the like combo turn, right? So I'm not sure if Baby Green is a pretty good card here. I take it back. I've read Scepter is a very strong card.
We've come all the way around.
Scepter is a very strong card, regardless of what water deck is in.
Right.
So I don't think you want to see Baby Green go here.
Right. We do see that guy's Songbird pecking in. was able to pick up a Storm Slime. You have to be thrilled as Girthos, right, to have this Dungeon Guide resolve after the catastrophic event that happened last game. And we're going to see him deploy that Ethereal Slime that he picked up earlier in the game from that Gather Slimes. Cost 2 less from that Sylvie Slime Sovereign ability. And we have to assume that Bailey doesn't really have any interaction here, as he did not interact with the Dungeon Guide. So Girthos is pretty free to do as he pleases. We're going to see a Verdant Scepter get banished in order to make that Ethereal Slime a little bit bigger, draw a card. We'll see if Girthos wants to follow up with yet another 2-cost Slime.
Like I mentioned earlier, Ethereal Slime is great here because it has Stealth and True Sight, so Bailey cannot attack it down.
Right.
Which is what you expect him to do.
Sure.
He can use his Dispersion on it. He can use his Refracting Missile on it. But that is still... his Refracting Missiles don't deal enough damage, and using the Dispersion just so he can take care of the Ethereal Slime, I think Girthos does not mind seeing that.
Right. I think you're exactly right.
And he does do the thing
Sure.
with Sadie here to guarantee that Korhazi Trapper gets to use her ability every single time.
Yeah, an interaction that you had mentioned in Game 1, we're seeing all the way now in Game 3, really going to be huge here. That Ethereal Slime is a real problem, but Korhazi Trapper is going to make it a little bit less so. Allows him to make it less of a threat to his allies and more an annoyance.
Yeah. And Bailey does banish Scepter of Lumina to its ability where he pays 5 and draws 2 cards here before going to level 3, which is interesting. So it seems that he is digging for an end. He's digging to find the solution to the situation to finish out the game as soon as possible. Which is he has a Idols.
Yeah, Tidal Sweep here is pretty big, so it's going to be 1 attack cleave. He's going to get 2 extra attack from his Crystalline Longsword, provided its class bonus is done. And then 2 attack from Lorraine herself.
I don't think he has any cards in his graveyard, honestly.
None, 0, yeah. So it's just going to be for 4. It is going to leave that Ethereal Slime on board, unfortunately. But it's going to allow him to draw a card, deal a little bit of damage to Girthos as well.
Number of slimes in grave.
Push that much. And Lorraine level 2 ability was such a powerhouse back in the Dawn of Ashes and Fractured Crown format. Nowadays, we have the variety. We have a large variety of champions, but the level 2 ability of Lorraine with a cleave, with any cleave attack, is still so good in ally matchups that, as you can see, he did find the Dungeon Guide off of the Lorraine cleave.
Right, yeah.
So that is that was a good turn for Bailey, I think, overall. And Girthos goes for the Storm Slime here.
Yeah, we might have Girthos have a pretty good turn of his own. We saw an activation of Stone Scale Band and a Storm Slime played in his recollection, trying to give himself as many opportunities as he can, as the players are now in overtime. They're going to have to close this out pretty quickly. Blissful Calling here has to be looking for Storm Slime, right?
Yeah.
Not exactly what we want.
Not what you want. That is but he did have a fairly unfortunate Blissful Calling there. But Hero Slime comes in. Lorraine is now
Good. Yeah.
He is pushing a lot of damage here, but it might be just not enough, right?
Right. It's looking pretty close, but yeah, you might be right. He might be just a hair shy. 3 coming across. Currently, Lorraine Blademaster at 24 life. So he is going to need to do 14 here. We're going to see that Korhazi Trapper get activated to save a little bit of damage. 8 coming across from that pair of Ethereal Slimes, but that is not enough. Girthos will get 1 more turn overtime here to try to finish that out. But we'll see what Bailey's response is. Both players not precarious life totals, but getting pretty close. 12 is within striking distance for a deck like Bailey's, so long as he can access some of the more powerful cards in his deck, like Icebound Slam or Spirit Blade and Soul, could be used to finish out the game.
Yeah, but both players really have to play perfectly here in
Yeah.
overtime. Guarantee that they win.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very tight match
Right.
now because you have to make the perfect decisions, right? And I think that's why Bailey is also hesitating so much and thinking so much because he does not have a lot of time and a lot of opportunities
Right.
to win anymore, right?
Yeah.
He needs to deal that 12 damage this turn, so he needs to do everything perfectly to get to that 12 damage, right?
Yeah, it's a bit of a taller order for a deck like Bailey, right? There's fewer cards that he can use to close out the game quickly, where, you know, cards like Ethereal Slime and Storm Slime on the side of Girthos can finish the game by themselves. Bailey's going to need a combination of some cards. We do see him grab Erendite, such a powerful card. When it enters, you may banish any amount of cards with floating memory, and for each, it gets a refinement counter, getting +2 power for each. Just one counter here, but still 3 damage from that Erendite is real. It's going to bring
Yeah.
Girthos to 16.
Yeah. What we see is Bailey there's pushing more damage, right? Because he does have the dispersion in hand, so he levels up here, and gets back a sword. That'll be if he gets back the water sword.
Right.
Which I forgot the name of it off the top of my head. If he gets that back, that is 5 damage from dispersion.
Yeah.
1 damage from Dungeon Guide, that's 6. And I believe he does have, he just needs 1 floating memory in graveyard, and because he does have a Frostborn Paladin in hand,
Oh,
which
sure.
would push him just across, just exactly to 25 here.
Yeah, we're going to see exactly that, I think.
But I don't know, he might be just shy on influence to be able to play the Chilling Touch and the Frostborn Paladin as well.
So the nice thing about Dispersion here is you can remove durability counters from any number of swords, so he can pull that last durability off of the Erendite as
That's
well.
true. Which,
I think might be just enough.
yeah, because then he doesn't need the buff counter on the Frostborn Paladin.
Sorry, you spent like 4 minutes on your turn.
That is,
Sorry, I'm thinking.
that should,
Sure.
yeah,
Yeah.
that is,
Dispersion for
Theor-
6.
yeah,
Gonna
there's a
send Girthos up to 24. Now anything does it. Just need him to cast a Frostworn Paladin. Darksight
Darksight
for Dispersion.
Dispersion.
Just need him to cast the Frostworn Paladin and come
okay.
in for lethal damage. And
There,
the Resolute Stand.
Your turn. All right, swinging for lethal.
and then, yeah,
You have to reflect this.
Yep.
And draw.
um,
So draw.
unfortunately, the one card, like, the card,
So we're figuring out
yeah.
what happened here. I believe they were just about to hit overtime, and I'm not
yeah.
sure if we got through Girthos's recollection and draw step.
Yeah.
Sure.
Right.
Right.
So it looks like what happened is time was called, and Girthos, of course, does have a lethal board state. After casting that Resolute Stand, he just has to get to his turn, attack with these slimes on board, but it looks like time was called right as he was going to his recollection step. So we're going to figure out what the resolution is here with the table judge.
so time seems to have been called just as he was swinging
Right.
for lethal, which is
As
very
close as it gets.
yeah,
right.
it is. It is right there, and because technically you have to swing with them one by one.
Right.
That is unfortunate timing. It's very, very tight
Right.
in these overtimes, right? Because it is. You do need the 5-minute hard stop, or else we're gonna be here forever.
We'll be here all night.
Yeah,
right.
exactly. But that's the one tight spot here
Right.
because situations like this can happen, and as we can see, they do happen. And at such high level play, it does matter very much so whether it's a tie or a win, right? Because Bailey is 7-0-3.
Right.
This would be his 4th draw versus his 1st loss, and a draw is 1 point to each player, and a win is 3 points to the winner, right? So even in terms of points, it's not irrelevant. You cannot just be like, whatever, right? Because this is making this is fighting for that top 8 spot, which is the reason these players are here, right? You're here to, especially in day 2, you're here to go top 8. So it's a unfortunate situation we have.
Yeah, I mean, a draw is not going to be a death sentence for either of these players. They do have pretty strong records now in day 2, but obviously you want that win, right? Either of these players taking a win here would be huge. Going to that 8 wins is so important, especially as we continue through the Swiss rounds today. Such a tight match, too. Like, really, really down to the wire.
It was down to whether Guthos had the Resolute stand or not, right?
Yeah.
It really was just who has it, right? Who has more protection? Who has the Frostbind? Who has the Resolute stand?
Yeah, I mean, we thought it was all buttoned up, and then that Resolute stand just in time was enough for Guthos to make it through that lethal attack, and we'll see if he was able to make that lethal attack of his own in a minute while the judges get that worked out. But yeah, such a tight match from both these players. It looks like we have the head judge on the scene taking care of the issue. This is one of those very, very strict technicalities, right? So we just have to make sure that we get everything right. We have all of the judge staff involved to make sure that the correct ruling.
Yeah, because it's it also sets a precedent, right?
Of course,
because now if something like this happens again, and this is what they're going to be like, hey, then this happened here in this game, right? Because especially because it's a feature match as well, there is proof of everything that happened.
Right. We were here. We're making Grand Archive history right now.
We're making Grand Archive history. You can point to this and be like, hey, this is how it happened. So it's a very, very, very important decision. It's such a high-level event as well. It's like the biggest Ascent yet. Yeah. And it's an Ascent in the first place, but it's the biggest one yet as well. So it does set a precedent. And it's in general as well, obviously don't want to make misrulings or make a bad call, but it's a very, very tough spot to be in as well. Like it's a judge.
As a judge, as the players, like I can't imagine being in this situation, right? The stress of the event is already high enough, and this is just such a difficult situation.
And as a judge here, you basically with this ruling, you decide who the game goes to, right? Yeah. You decide that either you give the win to Guthos or you give them 1-1, right? Yeah. So that's a there's a lot of responsibility, right? But that's why we have amazing judges, and that's why we have the head judge, obviously. Because judging is a lot of responsibility, and people. A lot. I think people sometimes forget how important judges are to the game. Right. Because they keep the integrity, right? They keep the integrity of the game in check. They make sure that everyone's still having fun, but everyone's playing by the rules. And I think judges deserve a lot of praise for what they do. Yeah, like 100%. They know the game inside and out. They know the community. They are wonderful to interact with, right? Because they need to be great teachers as well. Right. And judges I think judges make the game go around, especially at these premier events. They are so important to me.
So everybody watching at home, make sure you go down to your locals or open up your Discord and thank your local judge for the hard work that they put in to bring, Grand Archive to you. Of course, thank our lovely judge staff that is keeping Ascent Chicago running. So many of them out there.
Yeah, and so many wonderful judges. Yeah. I think The judge community is amazing here, and as the game goes on, the rulings are gonna get more complicated.
Yeah, for sure.
So the judges are gonna be smarter and smarter.
Right.
They're gonna be. There are some funny rulings. Like sometimes, like yesterday, I was walking on the street at 111. Someone screamed at him like, "Hey, we have a judge question for
Sure.
you," on the street, and it's funny. How there are these, you're just in conversation or thinking, random judge questions come up, and I think most of the judges we have in Grand Archive are always happy to answer them as well. It's a silly thing. It can be very silly sometimes, but in situations like this, it can still be very serious and make the right decision. But it is a lot of pressure on them.
Yeah. This is the highest stakes. These players are fighting for those coveted top 8 slots, and they're both very much in contention. And so, like we said, though this isn't going to knock anybody out of the tournament, this ruling is important to see, what the future of the tournament looks like for both of these players.
Yeah, and it is, it's making depending the stress, it decides how stressful the next couple of rounds are gonna be for the players.
Yeah, I mean, with a win here, you can rest on your laurels just a little bit. You can probably give up one loss over the next few rounds, but a loss or even a draw for these players is going to put them in a tough spot where they're probably going to need to win the rest of their rounds in order to make it into that top 8.
It is pretty stressful.
Yeah. We're getting stressed out here just talking about it.
I am interested in how the judges will rule for this, because, and this is the aspect of judging that's less talked about and less thought about, right? Because you already obviously know the rules and what to do.
Right.
But this is the more like social aspect of it.
Yeah, of course.
Where you have to know how to communicate all of this to people, and you have to decide what exactly went wrong and what it's not even set in the rules, right? Because there are the game rules. There's the tournament
Right. Yeah, of course.
the tournament rules are like tournament guidelines as well. That's why it's not set in stone. It's not a book that you follow, like with the game rules. So it's I think this is the more difficult part of judging, because everyone can learn the rules, but not everyone can learn how to handle the responsibility of the social aspect of it.
Yeah, it's a lot of like on-demand decision making.
Yeah.
Like it doesn't say, like you said in the rule book, this is exactly the situation in round 11 of Ascent Chicago. This will happen, and here's the solution.
Yeah.
Right. You have to sort of work on the fly and use the guidelines to the best of your ability, and try to be as fair as possible. Is so important. So that's why we're taking so much time here to make sure that we get.
Exactly, and you cannot do any favoritism here as well.
Right.
And which is it's like actual judging. Because we're all human, right? And different people have different relationships with others, so you have to be able to really be unbiased here and just look at the facts, but also make a sensible decision.
Right.
And it is very stressful.
Yeah.
I judged Magic tournaments, but I could. This was a part that was really difficult for me, and that's why I can't do it. That's why I have so much respect for judges, especially at high-level tournaments, at high tables, right? Like the stream judges here and the head judge. It is a lot of pressure.
And I mean, something that we had said a little bit earlier is it's such a tight-knit community, is Grand Archive, and so all of these people probably know each other, and these could be two of their friends playing in this match, and so it's so hard to make these decisions remaining unbiased and fair. So I don't envy their position.
I don't either. And it's and you also don't want to upset people, right? It's not even just the decision. The way you communicate the decision is very important as well, because obviously someone here will be upset at the outcome.
Of course, yeah.
So you can't just be like, yeah, sorry, man, you lost because whatever. You have to be able to. You have to be really good at communicating here, and be like, yeah, and be able to explain the thought process behind it all. And it's difficult. Like you have to really, really know what you're doing. And I still do not envy them, but I have a lot of respect for them.
Yeah, for sure. big shout outs to our judge. So it looks like
Do you have a slime shield in here?
looks like we were having conversations with players individually. Girthos just came back to the table.
How's the
So we'll
but-
see if we can.
But the board state has to be kept as is, so
Right.
it's, you know, because in case, it seems they have made
They have
decision.
made a decision.
Yeah, so we reviewed everything. So based off of the miss of the recollection here, typically the fix what we would do is we would back up the game state and then have you continue. The only problem is that we're past the extension overtime, so basically we would back up and the game would end. So you wouldn't be able to continue forward to do the lethal, so it wouldn't be a flaw at this time.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you guys heard that on stream. So it looks like the decision from the head judge was, since Girthos on his turn went to declare attacks without moving through his recollection and his draw step, the judge ruling on that would be to rewind back to his recollection step so that he can do that properly and draw a card. But because they have to rewind that and they were past the allotted overtime, they are not going to be able to go past his recollection step into his main phase and be able to attack. So it looks like it is going to be a draw between our players.
I think like that's a very unbiased and what we talked about here. It's a very unbiased and fair decision to
Right.
make, because no matter the excitement, right? I
Right.
know Gurthos did this because he was
Right.
excited and he was like, okay, I'm running out of time.
Mhm.
But at such high level play, you cannot make mistakes like that, right?
Right.
You cannot forgive mistakes.
Of
That you
course,
can be
yeah.
like, because that is, if it were there were more time in overtime, obviously he wouldn't have done that.
Right.
But at the same time, they would have rebound, right? And I think this is a very fair decision. Obviously, it's unfortunate for Gurthos.
Of course, yeah.
But you cannot let your nerves get the best of you
Mhm.
here, right? It's like if you made some miss,
Right.
There's many infamous moments in many trading card games
course.
where the nerves got the better of someone because of this, and unfortunately we're at the point, and always we're at the point like Premier Play where you cannot make mistakes like that. And
Right.
as unfortunate it is, you can't just forgive it, right? As much as you want to, as much as you want to be nice and kind about it, you can't. If you want to be a good player, you cannot make mistakes
Yeah,
like
of
that, right?
course,
You
of
just have
course.
to always go through the motions. That's why you have to say in your head, like, okay, wake up, materialize, recollect, draw, then move it, right? You have to go through the list in your head to never make this mistake.
But of course, like we said, Girthos and Bailey do still have games to play. They're not going home just yet. They still have to fight for that top 8 slot, so hopefully those players can rally. It's a really, really tight match and really excellently played by both players. Shame that it, ended the way that it did, but of course,
Truly.
that's the way it goes, and these players are still fighting. Hopefully they can rally back and play their next few rounds of Swiss. We have 2 additional rounds of Swiss before we cut to our top 8 later today. So of course, stay tuned for that. We will be bringing you all of those rounds, both the next 2 of Swiss and the 3 rounds of top 8 before we crown an Ascent Chicago champion, which is very exciting.
Yeah. They posted their spirits recently. I have a picture. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's I think I cannot wait to see who takes home. I think we're going to head in for a 5-minute break here, and you guys very shortly back with Swiss right after that.
Welcome back to Ascent Chicago. We are back for round 12. I'm back in the booth with Valk. Valk, how you doing?
I'm doing all right. I managed to get a little bit of rest, watch that crazy game that was just on stream here, and ready to commentate some Grand Arca with you.
Yeah, super exciting. Yeah, it was a great game played by both players. So I'm super excited to hopefully see those players again later today. But we do have a couple more matches to cover before we get to that very exciting top 8 for Ascent Chicago.
It's already feeling like the day's moving by fast.
Right.
We're getting closer and closer to top 8. And it's still anyone's game. A lot of people still in the running for these 8 positions to secure their spots with that amazing Spirit of Fire that they'll be getting here.
Oh, yeah.
And these final 2 rounds are going to matter so much to our players.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys thought that the top 32 cut last night after 9 rounds of Swiss was stressful, wait until we get to our top 8 cut. There's going to be, like you said, so many players that are going to be in contention. You know, sometimes you see tournaments like this and there's, you know, X amount of undefeated players and X amount of X1 players, and the top 8 is pretty, like, cut and dry. But we have so many players that have draws or some amount of losses. We don't have any undefeated players left now. So it's going to be really tight to see who gets those top 8 slots.
Yeah, and it's really crazy to think that the game is being so dominated right now that there's no undefeated player. Usually you see at least one person sneak in with almost like a perfect tournament run.
Right.
But that's not the case. And here we have showcasing one of our players going to be sitting at the featured table.
Yeah, looks like we have Eason Chen versus Matt G, 2 of our world's players pitted against each other, and you could see, you know, the stress on Eason's face there. It's been a long day, even for these very talented players who have been here before. They've been on this type of stage, but it never gets any easier.
Yeah, it does not. And if take a look at the records right now, too, they're 8-2-1. So it looks like they've unfortunately taken a loss recently, either in the late of round 9 or in the 10 or 11 here. And so it's really like these are getting dire. As we were just discussing, these last 2 rounds are going to matter. The person who wins this is going to be in a slightly more comfortable position, but whoever ends up losing this match, this might be their tournament career here at Chicago.
Yeah, I mean, we can't say for sure, but we can say that you do not want to be at that X3 record. You don't want to have to sweat it out when it comes to that last round. And so this is going to be a very important match for these 2 players. We have Eason playing Spirit of Slime, Sylvie, something that we've seen a lot at this tournament, having such a terrific performance. And we have Matt G playing his namesake Erupting deck that he's very well known for. And we'll see if he can get it done.
Yeah, and it's a really good meta call here from Matt with that Erupting list. A lot of conversation has been going around that there's not really lanterns in anyone's main boards and barely in any sideboards.
Yeah.
A lot of the water decks that you do see currently are Nico and Tenoris, who run that Icebound Slam.
Right.
They favor cards having elements in graveyard, so they decide not to run it anymore.
And I mean, even decks like Sylvie, though it's not super detrimental for them, Nullifying Lantern does turn off cards like Slime King, so they're usually not opting to play it themselves. So yeah, I think a great meta call from the few players that are playing Erupting, and of course there's no surprise seeing Matt G being one of these players that is performing so well with this deck that he's so very comfortable with.
Exactly. And Matt with an amazing start. We saw a Clumsy Apprentice into a Cremation Ritual into an increasing danger. This is one of those classic Erupting starts that you see where if you're sitting across from the table, you go, oh no, I hope they don't draw the double Erupting.
Right, yeah. I mean, as Eason, you can't be comfortable seeing Matt G across the table from me with Influence 11 on turn 2. Like, that's definitely exactly where Matt wants to be. So we're going to have to see Eason really put on the pressure. It is up to Eason in this matchup, especially when he doesn't have all those pieces of interaction like Nullifying Lantern, to put on as much pressure as quickly as he can.
Yeah, this is going to be a race. We have a race between slimes and a race between like a volcanic eruption going on here. What's going to happen? So Eason taking the proper play and going that fast level up, and a very smart decision of Baby Gray showing the same 2 cards they did at turn 1, just to draw that card, not providing Matt with any more information. All Matt knows is that there's an Illustrious Slime and a Limitless Slime, and that's it.
And it looks like we do see Dungeon Guide is the draw from that Baby Gray Slime, and that is going to be super important for Eason to accelerate his game plan. He's going to hope to level pretty cleanly to level 2 next turn, hopefully with an animal on board to get that 1 bit of refund, and then hopefully Dungeon Guide up to level 3 and start doing some Sylvie Slime nonsense.
And we see a not ordinary card in Ordinary Bear on the field right now. This is not something slime decks run very commonly.
Yeah, I believe this is the only deck that I've seen this weekend that is running Ordinary Bear. Just a little bit of extra floating memory, and it is a pretty respectable body on its own. Does unfortunately have that Pride too, so it's not going to be getting into the red zone just yet. But we could, really see this Ordinary Bear peck away at Matt's life as Eason races towards that level 3 finish.
And one thing to mention, this bear's a beast.
Yeah.
He has a Pride level, which means at Sylvie level 2, if you have that Baby Gray and that Ordinary Bear, you draw 2.
Right.
And that is one of the really cool techs that allows this Sylvie deck to really get its value back. Ordinary Bear is a 2/3, super hard to remove, especially with erupting decks. They have to use a lot of resources as their allies aren't going to be as attack heavy, power focused. They're more utility, drawing cards, things like that.
Yeah, and we'll see if Matt decides to show some respect to that very powerful level 2 Sylvie ability, or if he just opts to continue progressing his game plan, erupting a very sort of solitary deck. As long as they're not dead, as long as they have life to work with, they're happy to just keep spinning their wheels until they can find that lethal erupting Rhapsody.
Exactly. Are you going to be expected to see some fogs here, at least then, as we're getting Sylvie close to level 3? Because with this instant, hand that Eason has, it's just instant level 2, Dungeon Guide to level 3, and then Erupting's on Spirit. That's only 15 total health pool to work with, and a Storm Slime with at least hitting for 5 with the on-enter ability, and then swinging it in for 5 itself.
Right.
That is 2/3 of your total life gone in just a single turn, and then you're playing on the back foot. You're not even leveled up.
Yeah, I mean, something that is going to be unfortunate for this race in the hands of Matt G is he's not playing a whole lot of those traditional things that you see some of these fire decks play, like Resolute Stands or Peaceful Reunions. He really has to rely on these little intercept allies like Library Witch and Stalwart Shieldmate to sort of stem the bleeding, but there are a lot of those cards from Eason that just sort of go over top of that sort of strategy.
100%, and this Baby Gray is going to be a good example. Can go ahead and take it out. We do see that Library Witch, as you mentioned, hit in the field here. It would be preferred if there are multiples, just to go ahead and try and prevent this bear from also being swinged, but we see a pass.
Yeah, it looks like there are non-multiples. We're just going to see this one, and I think that you're right. This is probably not going to be enough protection to keep Matt safe. We do see, just like you said, that Ordinary Bear coming in clutch, going to allow Sylvie to draw 2 cards as long as Matt doesn't have any response here to the on-enter trigger.
We do see a Vermilion Decree in the hand of Matt, which may be a very valuable resource to go ahead and remove that Baby Gray to prevent the draw 2. You wouldn't want to choose the mode of draw a card either, because that would just be giving your opponent things. So deal 3 to the champion and then probably 2 to the slime. And it looks like that's what Matt may be considering, getting 3 fire cards to show off for the imbue.
Yeah, he's thinking a little bit here. It takes him some real time to shuffle through all of the cards in his hand because he has so many. So he's just deciding what he wants to fire off here. He's pulled a Creative Shock to the front, and it looks like that is the plan. So no Mage class bonus here, just going to draw 2 cards and discard a card. And then I think you may be right, Valk. We might see after that a Vermilion Decree to take care of one of these animals to stop that draw power a little bit.
And being able to discard that Tempered Steel as well for that floating memory is going to be so nice.
Yeah.
Going to lead into the level up. And here we are, the Vermilion Decree imbuing a Under Fire, a Flameblake Horus, and I didn't see that quite last one here.
Yeah, I didn't quite catch it, but something that is interesting that I missed in the list, like you said about fog effects, Under Fire looks to be what they have chosen to take in this Erupting deck. It does allow you to gain stealth, sort of like something like Vanish from Sight, at the cost of a little bit of your own life, but if you're facing down these giant slimes on the side of Eason, it might be enough to get you that one more turn that you need.
Yeah, it's very good against one particular slime, though.
Right.
And that's the Ethereal Slime. And that looks like Ethan has just drawn for turn as well. Yep. And that is sitting in hand quite comfortable. And we have a Dungeon Guide. Straight to level 3 here. The influence for Ethan, very well, too. Ethereal and Baby Green heading out. But I believe there's 4 or 5 cards in hand. That is where you want to be for Sylvie level 3.
Yeah, something that's not typical of these Sylvie decks. We see them go so low on influence. Sometimes the slime that they're casting with their Slime Sovereign trigger is the only one in their hand. But Eason has so many resources here that he can deploy multiple slimes. And into a deck like Matt's Erupting deck that has very little instant speed interaction, it's going to be pretty easy for these slimes to resolve on the side of Eason.
100%. And we see Matt with a Resolute Stand.
Yeah.
Respecting the bear and the damage from Sylvie on this level 3 turn. And a little bit of communication between both players. Eason, concerning what advanced element slime to play, we see a Lustrous Slime in hand, a Storm Slime, and an Ethereal. And
Right.
Ethereal is going to be the flavor of the game.
Yeah. So Resolute Sand going to come in pretty powerful here. Something about Ethereal Slime is Ethereal Slime does have True Sight, so it can get through those effects like Under Fire, but it will still get affected by things like Resolute Sand. Going to make it a little bit smaller, still going to deal some damage. It is a very large 5-power slime right now, so it'll still get to chip away at Matt, but not to the point where it's going to present any sort of lethal threat.
That's correct. And we do see that here, swinging in 5 total power, reduced by 3 because of Resolute, still doing 2.
Yeah.
It is kind of crazy that the Ethereal Slime, 2/2, on enter, you gain 2 buff counters due to Sylvie level 3's ability, and then you can banish a Tamer Regalia out of your material deck to get that additional buff counter.
Right.
And then if there were any Force Cakes as well, that's on top of all
Yeah.
that. So you could get your Ethereal Slime up to a 6 or a 7 very easily in this deck.
It looks like a Blissful Calling was played and a Storm Slime was found. We're going to see another Blissful Calling played.
And another Storm Slime. And they're just, it's one of those things where the Storm Slimes are like, I know you need us, we're coming to the top of your deck. And the Lustrous Slime. So a little bit of a defensive option, revealing 5 slime cards.
3 Storm Slimes in the memory of Eason Chen. Going to be insane if he gets to get one more turn. Something like the Stone Scale Band into a Gaia's Blessing can make these Storm Slimes gigantic. So as Matt, you have to think that this may be your last turn to play the game before Eason can establish a lethal line, and we see Matt respect that by grabbing the Safeguard Amulet to sort of prevent those Storm Slimes from killing him outright.
You're 100% correct. The Safeguard Amulet is the I respect you have the Storm Slimes. I know you're pushing for lethal this next turn, and I'm going to do everything I can to try and prevent you from just absolutely blowing me out of the water.
Yeah.
Because we did see 2 Limitless Slimes along with those 3 Storm Slimes. Stone Scale Band's easily discarding for 2 there, sending those to graveyard. If Matt clears the Ethereal Illustrious Slime, they go to the graveyard, which just feels that play more.
Right.
But you really don't want to leave them on the board because they're swinging for huge numbers. And like the Lustrous Slime himself, he's a 6/10, Pride 5, of course, so won't be able to attack very frequently. But on death, Eason will be able to recover 5, which is a big difference maker if Matt's not able to get enough cards in the graveyard for a big Erupting.
And something to consider that is sort of secondary in this Erupting deck is they do play a Warrior package where they're looking to resolve cards like Fiery Momentum, the sort of backup to your Erupting Rhapsody combo. But Fiery Momentum going to be really weak into this 6/10 taunt Lustrous Slime.
It is. It's one of those... It's Fiery Momentum's turned into a removal spell rather than a kill spell for this guy.
But even then, you take 6 damage for
6
your trouble.
retaliation, yeah. And we see another classic play, Clumsy into Cremation, just copying the turn 1 play there to draw more cards, trying to find an answer, some maybe defensive options to deal with this. The deck does not run anything really besides the Safeguard Amulet to prevent spell damage.
Right. Yeah, so we could see something come into play like that Under Fire, but the unfortunate True Sight of Ethereal Slime will make Under Fire feel pretty underwhelming, and so it looks like Matt's going to try to find a little bit more defensive options. He does find a Stalwart Shieldmate. Thinking about the discard, looks like he's going to discard Clumsy instead, maybe valuing playing some of those more defensive allies to stem the bleeding.
Yeah. I also don't think you can play a Clumsy at this point because that extra 2 damage you'll be taking is just going to be way more beneficial for the Slime player than it would be for Erupting at this moment.
Right.
We're getting a quick count of fire in the graveyard. It's looking close to about 12.
Yeah, which is huge.
And double checking influence as well. So this is something when you are playing against Erupting, you can calculate yourself if they have enough for a Melody to harmonize, and then double Erupting, and then your life total.
Right.
So we have 12 fire cards in that graveyard. If there is 9 cards in influence, that's enough for 12 plus 13 to win the game for 25 there.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure, do your math, double check, and we're getting Quicksilver Grill. Eason probably recognizing that there may be potential if of dying, so you get the Covenant of Thorns, or they're going for the extended turn plays with those triple Storm Slimes and getting Stone Scale banned.
We're going to start with an attack for 5, and it is going to be met once again by a Resolute Stand. Going to stem the bleeding just a little bit, but still 2 damage coming across, and something that you mentioned, Valk, we are still at Spirit for Matt G here, so you only got to do another 7 points of damage.
Exactly. And we have 3 Slimes banished, indicated by that dice up next to Eason's deck. So these Storm Slimes are going to be slightly smaller, and it's enough for that Safeguard Amulet to completely nullify them this turn.
Right. Yeah, we could see some interesting opportunities here to Eason with these Storm Slimes and whatever he's put under his Quicksilver Grail, but it looks like might just be passing over to Matt.
There could also be consideration to extend your turn. It might not be the most optimal, but if there is a Stone Scale band underneath that Quicksilver, you play your Storm Slime, you then activate your Stone Scale band, removing the 2 from your memory, drawing cards, paying 1, activating for fast activation, playing an additional Storm Slime, to then shoot your own Storm Slime, to banish 2, to draw 2, and then that will activate Gaia's Blessing because you'll have more than enough Slimes. Then that Storm Slime will be able to be used in a manner of the 3rd and final one, I should say, being used for probably more than looking at like 8 or 9, which could push lethal.
Something that we've seen so many times with this Slime deck is just like that. Lines that are sort of unintuitive in a deck that is thought to be so straightforward, right? There are so many intricacies that you can establish if you're one of these talented Slime players. And I think, you know, exactly that. The amount of manipulation that you can get out of your own Storm Slimes is pretty incredible.
And here we see something interesting, not very common in Erupting lists. This is sort of a new innovation for the MRC meta, but we see Tristan Underhanded being leveled up into. And the Agility 3 you gain is a huge difference maker because that's a creative shock.
Right.
Swing 1 on attack. Yeah.
And we have a Hasty swinging into the Lustrous Lime, discarding the Stalwart Shieldmate and drawing. I wonder if there is any other cards in this list that the Tristan's going to enable, or if that decision was just for the Agility 3.
Yeah, so it seems like the decision used to be for these hybrid Erupting decks to either go into Rye level 1 or into Lorraine level 1, Rye mostly for the discount of the class bonus of Fireball. But it looks like the players playing this weekend have opted to go for either Tristan for the agility to pay for something like that Fireball, or perhaps a Creative Shock, some of these fast speed spells that you can play on your own turn, or into that Lorraine like normal for Fiery Momentum. But this giant Lustrous Slime is going to make that Fiery Momentum pretty unappealing, so Matt has chosen to go for Tristan just for that agility to hopefully find a kill line this turn.
Exactly, yeah, it's discussed that Fiery Momentum's not worth it. If you swing in right now, you take 6, be at 14, 5 away, 6 away if you were on Lorraine. And we do see an imbued Vermilion, and we're going to go ahead and deal damage and draw. One of the classic Vermilion plays you see a lot of the times from fire decks. It both incremental advantage for yourself and that chip damage to your opponent.
Looks like a couple of Library Witches in the hand of Matt G, but it doesn't look like, even with his enormous influence, that he has found the Harmony and the Erupting Rhapsody that he needs. Put the pressure on Eason. So it looks like we're just going to go to the end of Matt's turn. We're going to get that Agility 3. We're going to see what he picks up. Hopefully a little bit of interaction once again to stem the bleeding. This Library Witch will help a bit, but she's likely just going to get picked off by that Dungeon Guide.
And it looked like Fireball under fire is what was grabbed from that Agility 3. And that is very interesting. Matt does know there are Storm Slimes, though, so under fire is not going to be as beneficial.
Right. And this Ethereal Slime packing that very powerful True Sight ability will allow him to hit right through that Stealth of Under Fire as well. The Matt G is looking to be in a pretty difficult position, really under the gun from a very powerful draw on the side of Eason.
And one last count there, Eason asking Matt how many fire cards in graveyard, confirmed 12. And so that is still a huge consideration. It's a scary amount, right? 12 fire, it's just going to get bigger. Has to be an answer. Eason probably thinking about what are the possible cards that Matt has in hand and what they can do for their turn in order to maximize their effort of winning.
Right. Yeah, I mean, such an explosive matchup. I don't think we're going to see these games go much longer than these few turns that we have. And so both of these players just have to make sure that they make all of the correct decisions, as the time in a matchup like this is going to be so short. We're going to see a backup charger grabbed by Eason. It's going to be immediately cracked, creating a rested power cell, drawing a card into memory.
And most notably, Eason put all 3 Storm Slimes in memory, keeping every bit of interaction up. We have Gather Slime, Slime Shields. We see the Gather Slime playing now. It's one of those like small incremental plays, and we see a Slime Snail off the top. It's one of those small plays that we see a lot of the times that players think, oh, I could put any 3 cards down for this. But this was if Matt had anything to interact with Eason on their turn, Eason is also prepared as well.
Right.
Not letting any of their guard down, making sure that they're always on their toes, and not going to be caught with no cards in hand.
Looks like the 4th copy of Storm Slime was the draw for turn. A casual play set of Storm Slime available. We are going to see the Underfire, and in response to the Underfire, he's going to crack Safeguard Amulet. A very unique interaction. Underfire is going to give his champion stealth, but it is going to deal him 4 damage, but he will stop taking that 4 damage from his own Safeguard Amulet. It's a very smart play by Matt. Going to give himself stealth. He is still going to take that 5 from that Ethereal Slime, though, because it does have True Sight.
Yes, the True Sight is super important here. Eason, looking at the hand, we have a playset of Storm Slimes, Limitless, Slime Shield, Baby Wind, and a Gaia's Songbird, I believe, here. An Ethereal off the top may be more beneficial. Storm Slimes are only pinging for 3, so we may see an interesting, crazy combination play with the Storm Slimes to try and get that Gaia's Blessing out.
Yeah, I think it really depends what is under this Quicksilver Grail. If Eason has access to something like a Stone Scale Band, he can simply opt to pass to Matt, activate a Stone Scale Band, and now that the Safeguard Amulet has been popped, he is safe to play those Storm Slimes on Matt's turn to finish the job. But it really depends what he's gotten with this Quicksilver Grail. It could be a Covenant of Thorns, it could be a Verdant Scepter. Really, there's so many options for these Sylvie decks to grab with Quicksilver. So we will see what his decision is, but it looks like he's doing some math, and that is never a good sign when your opponent's doing math, right?
When my opponent starts putting cards down to the side and then setting 1 card separately,
Right.
I'm just like, oh no, do they have it here? What is the calculation here? And we see a 2 for down for a Baby Wind. We're going to blink Quicksilver Grail. So
Wow,
Eason
so
not
smart.
happy with what's currently underneath it and is wanting a separate play. And here we see the new card added. And so for those of you unfamiliar with this interaction, the card originally underneath Grail is gone. It's permanently removed, face down. No one knows what it is. But there's now a new card underneath the Grail. And Eason probably had a defensive option and is now going for a more aggressive line because of this.
Yeah, maybe he has identified, he's going to respond to Materialize here, grab a Stone Scale Band, allowing him to play his Slimes at fast speed, and he's just going to fire off these Storm Slimes to find a lethal line to defeat Magi in this first game.
And here for 3, 6.
You see him moving so quickly. He understands exactly what the lethal line is, and so smart. Something that I would have never come up with to flicker my own Quicksilver Grail to get a new target is just so smart. That is what we get when we have players of this caliber playing on the feature map.
Exactly. 2 Worlds players head-to-head here. The caliber of gameplay is immaculate.
Yeah.
We talked about some crazy Storm Slime lines you can do, but none of it involved, in our conversation, a baby green flickering a Grail. And it's just one of those wild things these players think of to get in the positions they need to do to maximize it. So let's go ahead and take a look at Matt's sideboard here. Is there anything really beneficial for Matt to bring in against the Slime matchup?
Yes, so in Matt's sideboard, we have 1 copy of the Elysian Astrolabe. That is going to be the Astro card of choice for the 2 copies of Dusklight Communion. He has 4 copies of Incapacitate, 4 copies of Innervate Fury, and 2 Reduce to Ash. I think those Innervate Furies are going to look pretty strong here. Eason is, at the end of the day, playing an Allies deck, and so Innervate Fury being used to take care of some of those pesky Slimes could come up. Reduced Ash, a little bit less useful, but it can deal with things like Stone Skill Band, quick Silver Grail before he wants to activate it, things like that. So we might see those come in as well.
Yeah, really good thing. Incapacitate is really nice, I think, in this matchup, especially since you're running Tristan as well. It stops Gather Slimes. It stops the Slime Shield as well. So it may be something Matt could consider bringing in, especially looking at that influence he had.
Yeah.
I think it might be a very viable option. And then over to Eason's side, we have Beastpawn Ears, Fast Cure, and another Ordinary Bear, Reprograms, Slime Eruption, Gaia's Songbird, and Verdant Slime. In this particular matchup, none of these are really screaming to you that you need them. The best thing you can bring in would probably be Slime Eruptions, sort of as a fast level up and to get more slimes banished for your Storm Slimes. But Eason clearly not wanting to play against certain decks like Wind Robots, Automatons, things like that, and that sideboard shows.
Yeah. Yeah, a little bit easier now with the players being a bit more familiar with what their opponent's going to be playing. That, yeah, Eason can make the educated guess that a lot of these cards that could be sort of hedge decisions aren't really going to be important against Matt. He had a pretty solid game plan, and we saw him enact that in that first game. And so I've got to feel like that Eason's pretty comfortable here and knows what he has to do in the matchup.
Exactly. And when you get to these kind of top tables with these caliber players, you're no longer playing against the player. You're playing against the deck itself.
Right.
So you need to make sure that you know exactly how that deck can operate, will operate, and what it wants to do. Because sometimes players make a little bit of mistakes or they're learning their deck still. But up here, everyone has been practicing. They know what they're doing, and they're going to take those proper lines every single time, so you need to make sure you see them with them.
Yeah, 100%. These players are absolutely playing their best. And like we said, no stranger to the feature match area here in the top tables, the top 32. And so we know that these players are going to bring their best. And so you have to expect that your opponent is going to do the same. We will see Matt G having the choice to go first or second here. Have to assume he's going to go first. That first materialize is so important, especially not so much for Matt, but for his opponent who is trying to race to that level 3 as fast as possible. You want to be ahead of them at every step that you can.
Exactly. And we saw the influence got out of hand for Matt going second. So if Matt can get that amount of influence going first, can easily take control of this game before Eason gets to level 3. And Eason is relying on Dungeon Guides. They need to see them instantly in that opening hand or within the first 2 draws. Otherwise, we're going to be in a very poor position for Dirtling. And we see it just right here. Clumsy Apprentice into Cremation Ritual once again. It's one of the best opening turns you can do.
Yeah, Tale as old as time. Find either a Library Witch or a Clumsy, throw it into the fire, get a couple of extra cards. The only thing missing from the perfect equation is something like an increasing danger here for Matt, but he's got to be super pleased with this start.
And looking at Eason's hand, we talked about needing to see Dungeon Guides, 2 of them in that opening hand, along with a Baby Gray Escape the Wreckage. This hand is looking stacked as well. Both these players just with immaculate openings to really go into the direction they're wanting to do.
Yeah, for sure. Something really important, like you'd said about Eason's hand, is there's 2 Dungeon Guides available, and that's usually not a line that Sylvie wants to take, as it costs you so much influence to get there. But in this matchup, where you know your opponent is at most going to level 1, that might be an option that Eason chooses when he's trying to level up as fast as he can. Gives him a little bit of a leg up, especially since he's going second.
Exactly, and there was an Ethereal Slime revealed off that Baby Gray. So if you do fast level up Dungeon Guide into level 3, that Ethereal Slime not only replaces itself, but puts tons of pressure and damage and can sneak through those stealth spells that Matt runs.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to need to see that pressure. We saw Matt G grab a Grand Crusader's Ring, using that to cast a Cremation Ritual in his own Recollection step, and that is not what you want to see as Eason. Even discarding a Fireball means that his hand has got to be pretty good for that to be one that he doesn't want right here.
Yeah, and we're looking at 3 fire cards in the graveyard, and this is where it gets scary. Or 4 fire cards because of that Cremation Ritual and Clumsy. So if we even do the math, there is more than 9 cards in Matt's hand. And the target number is 15. So if we go ahead and try and go for the double erupting combo, we'll have 5 fire cards, and so that's going to be 5 plus 6, so 11. So you're 4 damage shy, but I think you have enough to play a ally to swing in, or to maybe a Hasty Messenger to add more fire cards, and just 2 more cards in that graveyard will spell lethal.
Yeah, the interesting thing about these erupting decks and the amount of card advantage and control that they have is it feels like there's almost always a line that you can find. It's just trying to solve the puzzle and playing around any interaction that your opponent may have. And if there's anyone that's good at solving this erupting puzzle, it is definitely Matt G. No stranger to it. We see him moving pretty quickly here. Seems like he's pretty confident in his decision-making for this turn. Looks like he's going to hold off for the turn.
Yeah, and we did see an Escape the Wreckage on the Baby Gray Slime, rescuing it from the clutches of the Hasty Messenger here.
Yeah.
And taking that level up into level 1. A little bit safer, but not out of the woods quite yet. When you see a Fire player with about 6 or 7 cards in hand, you're probably assuming there's Creative Shocks or maybe the defensive option that initially was talking about. So you really don't want to push in damage right now. You want to go ahead and take this to set up. And hopefully maybe they make a mistake and set some shields down, not expecting you to rush to level 3.
Right. So yeah, we'll see what Eason decides to do here. He is looking at a pretty advanced element heavy hand. He's pulling a baby red to the front, maybe just to fix his hand a little bit. Looks like he's actually going to use those to pay for costs. Maybe he is thinking about that double dungeon guide play.
Yeah, and it is an option. We do see that Ethereal Slime as well. So that thing, but we're going to see the return of Baby Gray. Going to be showing us a couple of cards here.
Going to choose, make sure, something we've seen several times, make sure that you are only showing the same 2 cards to your opponent. You don't want to give them any more information than is necessary. Going to get a card draw off that Baby Gray, and we'll see what he wants to follow it up with. He does have another Baby Gray Slime if he just wants to play the card advantage game, but it looks like he is going to start off with a Dungeon Guide. Wanted to play that Baby Gray Slime first, so he gets at least a little bit of value out of that Sylvie level 2 with the pack. Going to draw a card, as he does have an animal in play.
Indeed, that is a very smart decision here, which is going to leave enough for a Dungeon Guide again if needed. Exact amount of cards. Although we're going to take a slow down a little bit, swing with our allies, make sure we take advantage of that, as all the allies have, they are allowed to attack when they enter the field. So they, helps you think thought process a little bit. You not have to constantly do everything at once. Then curious to see if that Baby Gray is going to attack or stay up with that intercept.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. As we mentioned a lot in the first game, Fiery Momentum is an alternate win condition for this Erupting deck, and so it looks like Eason is going to opt for keeping the intercept up, as it is pretty important just to not get sort of blindsided by something like a Fiery Momentum.
Yeah, because you could easily take a level up here as Matt into Lorraine level 1, and then just Fiery Momentum, and which would deal not lethal damage, but a huge chunk, and set Eason onto the back foot.
So it looks like Tristan is the choice for Matt G. So no Fiery Momentums here. He is going to go ahead and get that Tristan very powerful ability, something we haven't seen in any other deck, that Tristan is going to choose Agility 3 instead of that Preparation count.
Yeah, and there's really no reason to get that preparation counter on Tristan, not taking advantage of like planted explosives, things like that, going way more traditional, but the Agility 3 is just it feels nice when you play cards for turn and then you're able to get some back. Even if it doesn't really do anything else, it's a good bluff to your opponent.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of unique lines that were not available to this Erupting deck until the advent of Tristan Underhanded. So just a unique sort of evolution of this very traditional Grand Archive deck. And so we'll see if they get to use it to good effect. We're going to start off with a Hasty Messenger attack into Dungeon Guide for 1. Discarding a Clumsy Apprentice, sorry.
Drawing off the Floating Memory, so you wish you had that in hand when you had the Hasty on field. Oh, but we're going to see an Ember Song on this Hasty Messenger. Is this going for game here now?
Yeah, it looks like he must have found a lethal line. The Ember Song taking care of Hasty Messenger in order to put an additional fire card into Matt's graveyard. Erupting Rhapsody has a very powerful harmonized effect. You banish any amount of fire element cards from your graveyard. Your champion gets that many levels, and you then deal damage equal to your level.
Agility 3? Yeah.
Oh, and that was just to deal 12 damage. Not going for the kill, not going for lethal.
So here we see the advent of that Tristan Agility 3, allowing him to pick up 3 cards, giving him just enough cards to pay the full retail for Fireball, taking advantage of that Erupting Rhapsody. for the kill.
That is amazing. Erupting Rhapsody lasting till the end of turn.
Yeah.
So you don't actually lose levels until the turn passes. So Agility 3 triggers, you get those cards back, and before the turn passes, you go, why not a Fireball?
Yeah.
That's going to be 13 damage, perfectly enough to take care of Eason here. And really nothing you can do without a Twilight Slime on the field for this.
Yeah, it's so tough. These matchups, they go so fast. We've gotten through 2 games already in the first 20 minutes of this feature match because both of these players are racing to the finish. Not a whole lot of defensive options. We have a few that Matt G can sort of leverage, and we saw him try to leverage those in game 1, but it just isn't enough. So at the end of the day, like you said in our first game, it is a race to the finish, and we're going to see which one of these players can do that the 3rd time. Most importantly now, though, Eason, having lost that last game, is going to get to choose to be on the play or the draw. He's assumingly going to choose to go first.
Yes, going on the play, very important. In a race, you want to be the first one to level 1, and Eason can even sneak out extra levels with Dungeon Guides as well. And you saw how, like, if this was reversed, if Eason got additional turn and Matt lost a turn, Eason would have been able to Dungeon Guide Storm Slime Ethereal, and that would have been close to lethal as well. So very close for both these players. It's a matter of inches, a matter of micro decisions that are ending up winning or losing this game here. And both players with a fist bump going into game 3 of our round 12. This is very high stakes. A lot is riding on this game.
Yeah.
Both players really want to make top 8.
Right. So we'll see if Eason has a good start here. It looks like a Forest Cake in hand. That's a great place to start. And we'll see if he can find something like a Baby Gray as well. Those are exactly the types of cards that you're looking for in the early game for Sylvie. Just a way to put cards in your memory to level up safely, but ideally to replace itself, right? So that you can keep that influence high for when you eventually will have to lose some of those cards to level up.
Exactly, exactly. It's immediate effect now and then late game effect.
Right.
Which are, that's a signal of a good card, is if you get something immediately and then later. Are we going to see it for the 3rd time in a row? A Clumsy Apprentice into Cremation Ritual. He's swinging in 1. And
see if she gets thrown into the fire.
Oh no. The poor Clumsy, this always happens to her. We're going to see, okay, whew, she's safe
for now. We're going to see a Cemetery Sentry instead. On play is going to discard a fire card, to draw a card, and has a bit more of a respectable body. It is a 2/2. It's going to be a bit more of a pain for Eason to either leave on the board or deal with one of his slimes. We're going to see a fast speed gather slimes after the level up to Sylvie Wild's Whisper to grab a Storm Slime.
So considering that, it probably may be the best option here, but Eason just wants to double check before making a hasty snap decision here. This is something cool looking at the Erupting board, is this is also something they can do, is if they draw enough allies, they turn into a fire aggro with allies. Cemetery Sentry, Clumsy, Hasty, sort of rushing you down, getting these little bits of damage in while filling the graveyard at the same time.
Right.
And before you know it, you're already halfway with damage counters, and then they just go Erupting. And you're like, oh, that's lethal. That's enough to take me out.
Yeah, any point of damage that Matt can deal here is one less fire card that he needs for his Erupting Rhapsody. So he is going to look to leverage these smaller threats, but they are plentiful for Matt G. We're going to see that Baby Gray found by Eason Chen. Going to reveal a couple of slime cards to draw a card. He's going to choose to make it just a little bit bigger, a 3/3 Baby Slime.
And that's a very smart play to use that Force Kick on the Baby Gray. It now trades favorably into that Cemetery Sentry, and the Clumsy Apprentice will not be able to take it out on the Retaliation or Swing Back or anything like that. So Matt would need another Cemetery Sentry in combination with the Clumsy to take out that Baby Gray.
Yeah, and we do see that Ordinary Bear as well, something that we saw in Game 1, leveraging the fact that that Ordinary Bear is a beast to make his level to Sylvie level 2 feel a little bit safer, a little bit more influence neutral, and we'll see if Matt G decides to respect that and do anything about these allies on the board of Eason Chen. Looks like he did grab a Grand Crusader's Ring for turn. Just influence is the name of the game. More cards in hand is better, as many as Matt can get, so that he can set up that double erupting. And it looks like there are 2 eruptings in his hand. So
And
he
an
just,
Ember Song.
Yeah, just needs to get those fire cards into the graveyard.
That hand's actually very scary. We see a double erupting, a fiery momentum, and Ember Song, all the pieces you need for whatever route you want to take. In addition to Resolute Stands, Library Witches, and Cremation Rituals, this is such a healthy place to be. It looks like we are going the more ally-focused route. Discarding the fiery momentum clearly says that Matt is not wanting to go into Lorraine. Tristan is going to still be, again, the play.
Right. And we saw Matt considering the attack here, but he might be going for exactly what you said, another Cemetery Sentry and that Clumsy Apprentice teaming up to kill that baby Graceline.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see, because you can't remove both these allies. That Ordinary Bear, having that 2-3 stat line as well, is what do you value more? Do you want to give a floating memory to your opponent, or do you want to eliminate a slime on the field to gain benefit from like a Slime's Blessing, something like that?
Yeah, we'll see what his decision is. He looked like he made a pretty quick decision to attack that baby gray, but then took it back. We're going to see if maybe that's what he settles on, or perhaps he has a different line. Really, like we said, it's a game of inches. You really have to make sure that every decision that you make is the right one, because you're only going to get 3-4 turns to play this sort of matchup. You got to make sure that you use them all to their maximum effect.
Yeah, it's both these decks can go long term. They're clearly built to survive, but when you're and your opponent sort of had a gentleman agreement on who wins as fast as possible.
Right.
This is where we get these high octane, fast paced turns, and really concerning. And we see everything turning sideways, and this is going directly into Sylvie. So not valuing the draw from Sylvia at all, saying you can draw your 2 cards. I'm perfectly fine with that. I'm more than happy to be secured in my hand that I could still take this game.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the power of the cards in Matt's hand. So Matt sort of just throwing his hands up, saying, Eason, if you can kill me, you got it. If not, my hand is insane, and I'm going to take this game next turn.
Indeed. And I think at this point, if you're Eason, you just look to Dungeon Guide if you have it, but I don't see any in hand. So they're not a good position to be in.
Yeah, I mean, not only is level 3 Sylvie your route to win this game, but you really want that life threshold as well, just making it a little bit harder for Matt to find that lethal line. But yeah, I think you're exactly right, Valk. No Dungeon Guide. I think we saw one off that Blissful Calling, but that's not going to help much.
Oh, no. So for sure, 1 not an option. There's still 3 more in the deck. And if they start to act like the Storm Slimes like in game 1, they might be coming up to the top here. But I think I just heard Eason pass turn.
Yeah, he has a lot of advanced element cards in his hand and not a whole lot that he can do with them. Looks like almost exclusively advanced element cards that he's holding on to. So really stretch for a Dungeon Guide. And this is going to be up to Matt to see if he can find a lethal line before Eason gets out of control with all of these advanced elements lines in his hand.
Indeed, and we do have a Gather Slimes. That is sort of the savior for the life total here.
Yeah.
But 5 fire cards in discard pile right now, and plenty of wiggle room for Matt. It's probably considering going for the lethal this turn. I don't think there was a erupting set down in memory, so no fear of it being banished. And if we take the level up into Tristan here, and then go ahead and get that Agility 3 trigger into the erupting, we could do that, or even an erupting fireball would be enough.
Looks like he's thinking about Discordia that he's pulled to the front. Gets him a little bit extra level for him to do this erupting. Gives him 3 extra levels if he is on that erupting, double erupting play, which gives him a little bit more damage to work with. Looks like that is going to be the choice. So the way that Discordia works, it says anytime you cast a harmony or melody, it gets a music counter. You can then rest it, remove those music counters to gain that many levels for the turn, which is going to help that erupting Rhapsody kill. And this has got to be exactly what you don't want to see as Eason. You see this Discordia come into play, and you know that Matt's going to be looking to find a line here.
Exactly, and we actually see a triple Erupting Rhapsody in Matt's hand. This is beyond lethal. Discordia is going to get at least 2 counters here for us. So that's going to be 7 for the first erupting, 8 for the second erupting.
Yeah.
So if we do have enough cards for a third erupting, that is a game. That is lethal. But the consideration is, does Matt pull the trigger here, because if there is any interaction on the side of Eason, you may not be able to close out the game with that damage, and then you're out of resources. You've used everything, expanded it.
We do see an increasing danger played. I don't know if that's going to leave him with the resources to go for the double erupting this turn, though. So he might just be trying to take a turn off, hoping that Eason can't find a line to deal enough damage here. But again, something that we saw in a game previous is that only 15 life. Matt is not leveled up yet. That's like a pretty attainable goal for Eason to get 13 damage through just a Library Witch.
Yeah, and we see here that Matt playing it safe, not pulling the trigger, not wanting to bet everything all on Eason's 6 cards in hand.
Yeah.
And we're going to see at the end of the turn gather slimes, and this is big. We need to hit 4. We hit 3, almost full healing here, so more HP to work with, something you really want. And I think we're going to see a hard level into Sylvie level 3.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he really has another choice. He has to start moving through these advanced element slimes, and he finds a great one here in Verdant Slime that he can use to take out that Discordia.
That is a huge find here, that Verdant Slime. The Discordia is a big part of Matt's strategy, what he was going for that kill turn. Without it now, Matt is going to be short at least 3 to 4 damage. And so it's going to have to fill that graveyard a little bit more. We do see that hard level up into Sylvie level 3, and only losing 1 slime, the Gaia Songbird, and the Forest Cake. So you get to keep all those advanced element slimes you had, options for you, and you are able to proceed with what you need here. Storm Slime's not going to be that big of a factor, though, with only 2 slime cards banished.
Going to be a pretty big turn regardless. Starting off with this Ethereal Slime, it's going to get those 2 counters from the Sylvie trigger, a 3rd from its own. Going to draw a card. It is going to be another Storm Slime. And you're right that they are small, but that can add up. And we only need to do 13.
But we see 3 counters in the banishment, putting 7. Some quick math here. Storm Slime is 2, that's 10 swings. But it looks like there was not lethal with that Storm Slime, so we're going to Verdant Slime just to get rid of that Discordia.
Yeah, I think Eason might be worried about something like a Resolute Stand. He might have been able to find a lethal line, but then would assuredly lose the game if his opponent has a Resolute Stand. So Eason choosing to take a more conservative line, play a Lustrous Slime, protect himself from cards like that Fiery Momentum, and hope that this double Erupting Rhapsody is not big enough, especially with that Discordia removed.
Exactly, and we do have that information. Matt does have a Resolute Stand in hand, so very smart play from Eason, making sure to play every out possible. Just if my opponent has this, and what do I do?
Right.
You know, and it leaves us to a weird situation for Matt as well now, is really having to consider of, do I level up here and try and push for an advantage, or do I stay at Spirit and go for the kill?
Yeah, I wonder, the materializes are so important for this Erupting deck. There are so many useful cards that you have access to, and so it's always a very difficult decision on what he wants to grab. So I think it's going to take Matt a second to decide which decision he wants to make, and I'm curious what he'll end up with.
But looking at the graveyard currently, we don't see any floating memory, so it's going to have to be, if we do get something like a champion or a Regalia with a cost, it's going to have to be banished from memory itself.
We do see Matt doing a little bit of quick counting. We can see on his player cam that he's using his right hand to do some mental math. And once again, never a good sign. Don't like your opponent counting, especially when they're an Erupting player.
Exactly. And we are going to Channel Stone. Those are one of those moments when your opponent's grabbing this, is they find a line.
Yeah, so something interesting about Channeling Stone is it sort of acts as a pseudo card draw, as it does only cost 1, and it gives you 2 cards worth of advantage. So that does leave him with a virtual 12-card hand. That virtual 12-card hand will allow him to cast Ember Song, targeting his own Clumsy, and then he can cast all of these Erupting Rhapsodies.
And we see triple Erupting Rhapsody here.
He says, "For exact" are the words from Matt G.
Wow.
And he has shown his absolute mastery over this strategy. Just instantaneously sees this is allows me 12 resources that will allow me to play all 3 of these Erupting Rhapsodies, and that is exactly your life total, and that will close out the game 2-1 to Matt G. It's always just such a pleasure to see players like this, and in our feature match are just so talented, and we love to see a mastery over a deck like this.
Indeed, it's crazy. And even showing the 4th Erupting
Right.
came to the top. So sort of both players saw their big kill turns. And something that I really want to point out here is the life totals was 10-1.
Right.
Those triple Erupting was exactly lethal for 24.
Yeah.
If that Gather Slimes just saw one more slime,
Yeah, that is true.
and once again, we've said it. We're a broken robot saying it over again. It's a game of inches.
Right.
That one card that revealed being a slime would have changed that whole,
The whole game? Yeah, you would have been 1 short. You were exactly right that Gather Slimes was way more pivotal than we had given it credit for.
And it's like you look at the turn you lost, or like you're watching that game and you look at like, oh, the Sylvie player lost on that turn when there was triple Erupting. That was the end of the game. No, the end of the game was 4 turns ago
Right.
with that Gather Slimes.
Right.
And that's the really cool thing about Grand Archive. And one of those things that I really enjoy about it and why I love talking about Grand Archive is that every decision matters to the final point.
Yeah.
It's how did you get here in that particular situation? Well, it's just a flowchart of like breaking down of like, oh, this happened, this happened, this happened. And if any of those things change, it's like the butterfly effect.
Right.
You would have been in a different position, maybe with more HP, maybe with more allies, something of that nature.
Yeah, every single decision matters. Something as simple as choosing different cards to reserve to activate a card, or like we saw there, a single card revealed off of a Gather Slimes can be so impactful and change the course of an entire game.
Indeed, just the order in which you materialize, which
Right.
the way you draw your decks. It's like, well, if they drew an additional card off the top of their deck, then did that Gather Slime then show that extra slime they needed? Something like that. But great job to both those players. It
Yeah,
was a
absolutely.
really exciting match to watch. High octane, both players showcasing why those decks are strong and made top 32.
Yeah, and Valk, now we're really getting down to it. We have 1 more round of Swiss before our top cut.
It's nerve-wracking to hear as a commentator. I cannot imagine how those players are feeling, knowing that there is one last round separating them from top 8.
Yeah.
It's all those players on that bubble who are needing this win need to lock in, stay focused, and make sure they play their best this final round.
Yeah, and something that we said a little bit earlier is no undefeated players in our tournament. There are so many players in contention. So usually you look at a tournament like this, and the top 8 has been decided by the, top 6 tables or so. But this tournament just runs so deep since it was so big, and we're running so many rounds that there are so many players that are going to be in contention for that top 8. Fighting it out in that last round, I think we're going to have a lot of nail biters.
We will, and I'm very curious to see what our feature matchup is going to be, because any of these matches, as discussed, are going to be intense, but maybe we have like a unique deck that's fighting for their
Right.
position in, and we could watch it happen live, making history, a deck that's never before seen top 8.
Right.
Maybe that's going to be sneaking in, or maybe we're going to see something slow, methodical, like a Win Tristan showing why it's making top 8, the masterclass, the precision skill it takes to get to where it's at.
Right, and I think, like Sylvie's been the deck of the weekend. We've seen her so much on coverage, but we see so many of these other unique decks, like the one that we just saw in the hands of Matt G, sort of eking it out over these Sylvie strategies, and so I'm really curious to see how many of those Sylvie players have made the conversion, how many of these sort of more niche, unique decks can make that jump to top 8 as well.
Indeed, that is correct, and it's only time will tell.
Right.
We have to stay tuned into the stream to see what's going to be happening here. There's so many things. The amount of Lorraine players, as we saw from the statistics, there were so many Lorraine players.
Mm-hmm.
Where are they? I want to
Right.
know how they're doing. It's like, are they at these top tables, or are they just still trying to barely stay afloat?
Mm-hmm.
It's so hard to tell, especially when there's too many things to look at. Like all these matches that we have in these rounds are feature match worthy.
Of course, yeah. Yeah, so we have so many talented players left, and we'll hopefully see some of them, fight out for that last round coming up.
And it looks like we're going to be taking a look at our Scrubbed Out of Path of Still tournament. A little bit of a video going on showing that all these players who lost on day 1, they're not done with Grand Archive. They
Right.
want more. They are fighting tooth and nail 7 rounds as well. There is 128 players signed up. You saw them signing up here. Now this is them sitting in round 1, playing for more prizing. And this is how you know their love for the game is palpable. They play 9 rounds day 1 and go, you know what sounds good? Another 7 rounds day 2.
It's all for that Tristan Shadow Reaver giant card that we saw in the video there. That goes to the winner of the Scrubbed Out of Steel event, and that is a coveted prize. There are some people that would rather be playing for that, right? It's so yeah, a really exciting tournament and a very competitive tournament too. We see so many great players that weren't able to make it to top 32 playing in that event this weekend.
And with that, we're going to go ahead and head into a break here. We hope you all grab some water and see you next time. Welcome back, everyone, to round 13 of Ascent Chicago. I'm Valkyrie, and I'm joined back at our desk by Clem.
Hello, hello.
How are you doing today?
Great, great. We are getting to a point in the tournament where some of the top 8 is locked in, so it's exciting. You go to the other room and you can feel everyone being so excited for everything, right? It's a fun times.
Yeah, a really good camaraderie with a lot of the players. A lot of these players being supported by the people they initially played in day one. They're just happy to see their opponent is going super far. By friends, by teammates, family. So it's really nice to see that, like, when these players know they've made it in, and they're just sort of that, like, this is their celebration round. This is their victory lap. Being able to just take a breather, relax, celebrate, and get ready for an intense next 3 rounds going into the finals here. But there is an unfortunate side to people celebrating. Where there is happiness, there's always a little bit of sadness. And for some of these players, this is the final round. This is it for them. If they don't win this next match, they are not making the top 8, and their Ascent Chicago run is over. And so we're going to be looking at some matches here that can be a potential game changer for a lot of people. There's so many people that can qualify for top 8, and it all just depends on winning their next round and then maybe a little bit of luck with these tiebreakers.
Yeah, it's in the other room there's a lot of math going on. Everyone who's like somewhat iffy on their top 8 spot is out there just doing all the math all the time, trying to see if the points add up. It is something to see, right? This is the part of the tournament where everyone's just out there actually doing a lot of math and trying to figure everything out.
Yeah, and we can actually go over a little bit of math here. This is not a 100% accurate math, but this is something that you could sort of do like an estimate, sort of what players are doing back there during these rounds. So in day 1, we combine day 1 and day 2 totals, but we're just going to look at day 1 objectively right now. We had 9 rounds. 1 win is worth 3 points, a loss is worth 0 points, and a draw is worth 1 point. At the end of day 1, in order to make top 32, you needed at least 19 points. So we're going to go with that as our number here for 19. Looking into day 2, all these players have had at least 19 points. They are going to be playing 4 rounds. And in those 4 rounds, you needed to win at least 3 of them to be considered like top 8. So that is about 9 points you need then if you were just playing 4 rounds. We then add the 19 and 9, bringing us to 28. 28 is your magic number for top 8 cutoff. And this is a very rough estimate, but this is something that you can always do when you're at a tournament or if you're following a tournament at home to do the math to see if players make it. Looking at our standings, we only have about 2 players above 28 points.
However, I think because of all the ties, the 28 might actually just be 29 because the ties are 1 point, so we cannot go. It's not everyone always losing or winning, and those little points add up, as you can see here with the 29, 30 points.
We do, yeah. 1 player sitting at 30 points right now, 1 at 29, and then the rest at 28 and below. So we are going to be looking at our feature match coming up shortly, and I believe this is going to be a elimination match. Whoever wins this is going to be going to our top 8, and this is why a match like this is going to be so exciting, is because both of these players have that feeling, knowing that everything is riding on this match. And the consideration as well with that 28 points that we were talking about, that little bit of math, even is since we only have 2 players who are above that threshold, every other player is going to have to play it out besides those 2. Because if you do take an intentional draw here, and someone plays it out and wins, and they were sitting at 27 points, and you draw to 29, they're now at 30. Yeah. They're ahead of you, bumping you out of the standings. Yeah. So it really matters here, especially to see how many people are taking their intentional draws.
We have a feature match. It was 40% again. We saw earlier today. Going up. Yay!
Yeah, okay.
Fire, Sylvie. So it's not a traditional. It's not what you expect on the norm spirit, right? It's a It's a different flavor of Sylvie, but I think Fire Sylvie seems to have like from what I've seen with the deck list, Fire Sylvie the strongest non Spirit of Slime Sylvie we have.
Yeah, and it's crazy to see 40% we saw earlier, as you mentioned, now fighting it still, clawing tooth and nail. And this is for top 8. One of these players, whoever wins, I'm looking at the standings here now, may be able to just sneak their way into that top 8 position. Not very high, but still in top 8. Look at that. And here we see our players right here. And this is very big potential for a Water to Norris deck to make it into a top 8 of an Ascent. This is one of those moments where it's going to be history in the making, that it's a non-Lorraine variant making it this far on an element that usually is considered not one of the strongest. Everyone leans favored towards fire or wind. And so we see 40% on the left, TA on the right. Both players fighting for their Ascent Chicago tournament lives in round 13.
Yep. It's been a long weekend for both players, and this is the last round of Swiss, obviously, before top 8, and it's gonna be I'm sure it will be a very tight game, right? Both players need to focus and do everything right to be able to make it into top 8 here. So I'm sure it's gonna be an exciting match. The decks themselves are also quite exciting. And we'll see. I'm really hoping that 40% does make top 8 because his deck is fantastic. I'm a big fan of that Water to Norris deck, but I think TTA as well has a great shot with Fire Sylvie, right? It's also a fun deck, and I prefer that to Spirit of Slime, because it has some creativity and some spice to it.
Yeah.
But it'll be interesting. I'm happy either way, but it would be amazing to see a Water to Norris deck in top 8.
It really would, and both these decks are unique, as you mentioned. They're not something you see often. Great to see a Fire Sylvie doing so well. Everyone sort of hit that consensus that Spirit of Slime was the better option. So TTA showing that, no, maybe you stick with your guns and stick with an actual element and not go all out on that slime route. And as we're still preparing for this match here, it's just really important, like, to focus on what's important. And both these players, no matter what, win or lose, they've done amazing.
Yeah.
It's still an accomplishment. They've all received invites for nationals as well in the form of Exercise Curses, a very beautiful card drawn by Han Chu, a GA artist that does a lot of great cards. They've received their top 32 playmat. They're already walking away winners. Everything else is icing on the cake for them. Like, it is going to be nice to start playing for some cash prize, but most players are here to get those invites for nationals.
The Spirit is pretty cool
The
as well,
Spirit
right?
it is cool.
Because the Spirits say the name of the Ascent where it's from on them, right? So
Yes.
they are truly unique and very, very special. So, of course, the whole point here is to get and take their Spirit home. And it is exciting, right? Because if obviously you want to day 2 here, that is one of your goals. But after you've gone day 2, you want to you obviously want to top 8, right?
And here we are jumping into match 1 between 40% and TTA, Fire Slime Sylvie against Water Ally to Norris. TTA has won that dice roll and is going first for us, and very refreshing to see that hand opened up with a bunch of those fire cards. We do see a dungeon guide, a key pivotal piece in the Sylvie decks themselves, and then a main deck Vampiric Slime, which is being discarded. But I really enjoy that TTA is able to have room for cards like Vampiric Slime. It is so good against ally matchups and really allows them to negate all that early damage they take.
Yeah. And obviously here you might think that it's better to creative shock in your opponent's turn. But as we saw, he literally drew Forest Cake off of it, so that's the value in creative shocking on your main step.
Yeah, it's instead of waiting for the play to come to you, you create your own opportunity, create your own play without that creative shock main phase. Since there really was nothing else for TTA to do, you might as well let it rip, see what you draw off the top, and was rewarded with that Forest Cake. And we see 40% with the Spirit of Water, just your plain old one drawn 7 here, which is going to be very nice, as ally decks really rely on their influence, maintaining around 7 or 8 most of the time. And we see the tried true classic for Tenoris decks in Academy Guide itself. It's one of those cards that not much decks run besides Tenoris, because Tenoris is able to easily protect it, keep it safe, and lead into that. And we see a take point.
He actually only plays 1 take point in his main board, so that came out perfectly in 40%'s favor there. It's protecting the dungeon guy, guarantees the level up if he does go for level up card, right? Because here he might just want to go for Scepter, but looking how he used the take point right now instead of keeping it, I think he will go with the rush to a higher level turn, right? Because you also have to be really aggressive and like really quick with your level up here, because Sylvie can deal a lot of damage very quick.
Yes, it can. Especially we see here with this baby red slime. Since we are in the Fire Slime Sylvie deck, it is going to be discarding a fire card more often than not. So it's going to be swinging in for 4 a lot of the times with the Sylvie buff counter. And we saw it eating the Forest Cake, which is granting that additional buff counter, making that a very big baby red slime.
Yeah. And he does go for the level up here. It protects his dungeon, his Academy Guide in another turn. So it's actually in a very good spot right now. Yeah, going back to the baby red, I think it's interesting how CTA is being very aggressive here, right? Because sometimes you just want to keep your Forest Cake for later turns, just so you can buff those ethereal slimes or the allies that are a bit harder to roll. But he has to be really aggressive here, right? Because he knows what 40 is. The deck lists are already open and out there, so he knows how aggressive Forty's deck can be. So he really does need to push as much damage as he can.
Indeed, and we see the Frostborn Paladin coming down, eating up that floating memory from the take point. And this is something really to consider, as you mentioned, how the deck lists are already open for both players. They're able to review beforehand, double check. I think 40% is wanting to get to level 3 to get that Obelisk of Protection as fast as possible, because that's one of Fire Sylvie's big things is with Slime Eruption and Storm Slimes, is that you need to have that high life total pool and have access to negating some of that damage.
Oh, 40 takes an Ethereal and the Storm Slime
For that
from
level
TPA
2.
here. That is not what you want to see as TTA, but it's great for 40 because those are 2 of the biggest threats from Sylvie, and you just took 2 of them out, right? Yeah. It's one less thing to worry about, or one less card to worry about.
And we do see a dungeon guide directly into level 3 off the level 2, and another ethereal slime. I'm really curious to see. There's the third. The third just peeked from the hand. So ethereal slimes sort of having a grand old time at the top of the deck here, making their ways in, and we see the third ethereal slime.
And there's, I think, another storm slime in TT's hand there, which is a statement. That's definitely interesting to see how you can high roll with these decks, right? How you can just draw better.
Yeah, and that's Slime King off the top from that ethereal slime. So unfortunately not many options in the graveyard, just that one vampiric slime. But if the ethereal is removed somehow and that storm slime is discarded, that king slime is now back online. That is going to be a very deadly target. Super hard for Tenoris to get through without access to a heavy slam or maybe a savage smash, something of that nature.
Yeah, it's definitely hard for water to ethereal slime, especially as a 5/5. But are ways, or he can just win faster, and he can just push enough damage through where it's not a worry. But we'll see. I think what I really like in fire slimes is that you have ways to remove your own allies, right? You can cremation ritual them. You can use hasty messenger, creative shock to fill up the graveyard. So Slime King really shines in this deck, and it allows you to reuse all of these high impact slimes, right? It allows you to basically double use a storm slime and everything. Oh, Gildash, that's a card we haven't seen at all, really.
Yeah, she's really fallen out of favor.
Yeah, I miss her. I remember the good old times when everyone was on Gildash.
And the really interesting reason for Gildas as well is because a lot of these ally decks are going for more of a high octane wide board strategy or running a lot of cards that aren't going to be your 3 costs. So it's gotten harder for them to maintain their strategy they're going for and keep the balance going. You might as well cut Gildas in order to gain access to more things. Because if we look at Wind Robots Lorraine, even the forms of Wind Aggro Lorraine that are running around is that you're playing a lot of like 2 drops, or maybe you're playing a 4 drop, and it's not going to work well with the Gildas math, as people call it. But Gildas right here taking a big advantage, swinging in that 4. Now TTA sort of just played Storm Slime as board removal. Getting rid of the Frostborn Paladin, swinging into the Gildas, and just getting this board clear, because the pressure that these allies were putting on was very oppressive. And we see trying to remove this Academy Guide to prevent the level up from Tenoris here, because the Scepter damage is going to really hurt, especially if there's a Dungeon Guide in hand for 40.
Yeah, because Scepter is 4 damage, right? That will put him at 14, and if he does a Dungeon Guide, like I said, it'll be at 18 damage, which is a precarious spot to be in for TTA, because then at that point, 40 will be on 30 health, and he does not have that many slimes in banishment, but he does have, right? He does have his slime still alive, but 40 also has, as like we saw just now, Tongue of Frost, and many things that he can protect himself with still, right? He has Freezing Hail in hand as well, which stops an ally from waking up. So he has ways to stall and also build his board up fairly quickly.
Indeed. We do see that Academy Guide swinging into the Storm Slime, getting that on-death trigger, banishing a Red Slime and a Dungeon Guide, which is going to refill TTA's hand, and he's not upset to see those 2 cards go. They're past their prime, they're not advanced elements, so he's really not caring about them too much. And the important part here is now that Storm Slime is dead, that's 2 different element slimes in that graveyard. 1 more, and that King Slime is going to be coming down.
Yeah. The thing with Red Slime is that it's also in the banishment, right? So it counts towards Storm Slime. So you don't mind. You really, really, really don't mind them going away, because there's not much use to it right now. Like you said, they're past their prime. And it's a powerful on death actually from Storm Slime as well.
It really is. It's a great value. It replaces itself in hand. It allows you the 2 cards you use to activate it are drawn back once it dies. And we see a Baby Gray being played with an on-enter. 40% just passing turn with playing nothing besides attacking. So clearly showing there's some defensive options in hand and wanting to play a more reactive gameplay to not let TTA set up.
Yeah.
And we do see the Ethereal Slime finally take out the Academy Guide. It's been here since turn 1 and has provided a lot of value and absorbed a lot of pressure. So very happy on TTA's side to see that removed off the board. And the rest, the Dungeon Guides swinging into Tenoris. And when we do see that Grail has been materialized, do you think the route that TTA is going is going to be defensive or offensive with the Stone Scale Band?
Stone Scale, I'm not sure. With Grill, I think he's gonna be doing a lot of he's gonna be protecting himself, right? He probably has a Covenant of Thorns under there, because especially in an allies matchup, that is a wonderful card to have. You just redirect it to one of their allies. It's gonna be harder to harder to hit through, right? Which is what you want to see. Because usually the allies hit for less than how much health they have, and so they have to do multiple attacks to take care of their own allies.
Sorry, how many? What do you have in management?
Indeed. And it looks like we're getting a check on the graveyard and banishment, checking on slimes, because both are very important for this Fire Sylvie deck in itself. And so with what you're saying here, the Covenant of Thorns is underneath the grill, going a more defensive option, just respecting the burst potential from Tenoris, especially that level 2 on enter where you get +3 power to your next attack is going to be really strong, combined with the heavy slam that we've seen before, things like that. So that guild is coming down, swinging in for 4. All the math does add up here, as he was balanced, I believe.
No, he wasn't, but that's
short
why
of balance.
he didn't care to balance it, because he just wanted to take care of the interceptor there, I think.
That is correct, taking care of that baby gray. Horn of Beast Calling being materialized, which is, we're looking at maybe a big slime turn. Usually you see Horn of Beast Calling when you see a Storm Slime wanting to be played for free a lot of the time. We'll see, though, what TTA is deciding. I do see that Storm Slime peeking in from the corner. Right next.
To shoot at you for 5.
And here we are, Storm Slime entering ability on the stack, shooting for 5. 40% though, has 5 cards in hand, plenty to respond. Maybe perhaps thinking of a Cerulean Decree or a Frostbind, but it's
5 at you?
it went ahead and is okay, and then Ethereal swinging in for 5 as well. The pressure is really mounting from TTA's side of the board. A lot of big allies and just damage being thrown at this for Tenoris with only 20 total life right now.
It is definitely scary here for 40%, because next turn he's forced to level up on hand. And he also has to really start finding a solution. Sylvie here, right? But yeah, at least find the Storm Slime without without being able to. So he did kill the Storm Slime without any cards in TT's memory, so he couldn't use the on-dash trigger. So it was just great value for 40 here.
Of course, and with that Storm Slime dying, that does give potential to the King Slime to enter the field. We're banishing a Baby Gray, Vampiric, and another Storm Slime. As an additional cost, when you do activate your King Slime, you do have to banish 3 slimes of different elements in order to get him onto the field. And then when he leaves, he goes ahead and releases his 3 slimes onto the field, and they all get their on-enter effects and triggers, which is really beneficial for that Storm Slime and the Baby Gray.
Yeah.
Did you have your response? No, I'll take the 4.
And it looks like 40 is going to go ahead, level up on Tenoris, Might of Humanity. Scepter of Lumina triggers, dealing 4, putting our life totals to 18 and 14. TTA, 9 away from lethal, or 11 away from lethal. A very hard number to reach for 40%.
But yeah, unfortunately with the Storm Slime having taunt, the King Slime having taunt, even that heavy swing didn't save him, right? Because that is exactly the card he was looking for. That would have been enough to deal lethal there. But unfortunately, King Slime does have taunt, so and he had no way to remove it, right? Because it's a 4/5 ally. It's massive, and he would be using his resources to take care of him instead, and then he would still die to the Storm Slime on enter trigger. So it's it was definitely a tough spot. What do you think?
Yeah, it was a very difficult situation. Players are getting ready to sideboard here. Did you want to take a look at their deck list to see what they would be bringing in this matchup?
Yeah, let's look at. We've seen most of these players. Oh no, we've seen 40% before. So we know his sideboard is interesting. And he has a lot of one-offs in there, but I think Snow Fairy is definitely a good call here. Same with Blanche, Safeguard Amulet as well. I'm not sure how much you want Nullifying Lantern, right? Because it can be very useful against the King Slime, as we saw, but you're still sacrificing one of your material deck slots for it.
No, that's a very good point. Nullify Lantern is very interesting. It negates King Slime, but also since we're on Fire Sylvie, it negates Slime Eruptions. It cares about Fire Element Slime cards, and that can go ahead and stop it from being a little bit bigger. We can also consider bringing in the Lunette Frostbinder Priest in this matchup as well. It is very handy against relieving some pressure when those Advanced Element Slimes do enter. And although cutting is very difficult, as you mentioned, there's so many good things in the deck already. It's very difficult to think about what you want to take out. But those are some of the options that 40 can consider in this. And then we're going to go ahead and look at TTA, what they're going to be able to bring in. And kind of a standard sideboard for Slime Sylvie. Really not much. Maybe the Resolute Stands is something that TTA can consider bringing in, even the Terrafring. What do you think?
Yeah, I completely agree that Terrafring definitely will come in. We'll see results. Well, I think we might even see reprogram just for the damage reduction. Escape the Wreckage much less so, but I can see most of these cards coming in, just to be sure. But at the same time, it does reduce the consistency. Right, bringing all of, as good as these cards may seem, you have to remember that you have to take cards out for it usually, or if you can just add them in, but then you're less likely to. So it is definitely a good sideboard. If I saw correctly, 40% brought in 6 cards into his main deck. So I think he might have also brought in like Inspiring Call and Lurking Ascent as well, because Lurking Ascent is good to retaliate for Ethereal Slime, and Inspiring Call is good to just push even more damage through.
That's a very good observation. I did not notice that, but yeah, Lurking Assailant and Inspiring Call, those would be very interesting to bring in, especially if you have been able to set up with maybe 1 or 2 allies and you hit that big Norris level 2 turn with a heavy swing. That just adds so much more damage potential to that big burst that it could close out the game, especially since 40% is going first and we'll have that first level 2 level up.
Yeah. It's it was unfortunate that last game he didn't have a smoke bombs out yet, right? Because he just needed that smoke bombs to take home the game. But hopefully we'll see some interesting with this game as well.
Yeah, it's sort of caught in between a rock and a hard place. You needed to go to Tenoris level 2 for that +3 power on your next attack, but you also needed the smoke bombs to just negate that King Slime. So sort of one turn behind the curve on there, but hopefully 40% is shaking that off, and we're opening up strong with a Lurking Assailant. You've mentioned it plenty of times before that that's a really good preferred turn 1 play for ally decks. And then we do see TTA with opening a classic fire move of just Creative Shock.
I think he's looking for more Baby Grays and Forest Cakes to play there, because if I can see correctly, he already has a Forest Cake in hand, right? So he does have. I think this is the ideal turn 1 for this specific deck, right? Because you get to see so many cards, you get to filter your hand and pick and choose exactly what you want to see here.
Yeah, this is so good for TTA with the amount of filtering. We've already gone through 2, 3. We've looked at top 8 cards of our deck already. That is a huge amount to be able to filter through and decide what exactly you want.
It seems he played Abyssal Calling here and got this zero animal or B. Just completely missed. That is unfortunate, right? Because he also has a Baby Gray Slime in hand. So maybe now he's regretting going for the Blissful Calling instead of the Baby Gray. But it's a tough decision, right? You want to make optimal plays, and with the Baby Gray coming in, if it has a buff counter, it's already a bit stronger. It's a bit harder to take care of than if it was on 1. So I understand why he went for Blissful Calling, because you also get to dig for your Storm Slimes and those finisher cards you want to see. There's a Balanced Guild. You will be attacking him for 4 and the Lurking Ascent for 2. That is 6 damage. This is I think already going better for 40 than it was last game, because he does have the allies he needs there. While TTA it's not looking bad on TTA side, honestly, because his influence is high and he got to see and filter a lot of cards. But it's definitely scarier to be on 40's other side this time than it was with the last game.
Yeah, a very strong standard start for allies. You really love to see that turn 2 Gildas when you're already balanced. You got that GCR as an insurance policy just in case you need to have any interaction left up. If you're frostbiting, freezing hail, Song of Frosting, you can go ahead and crack that GCR for that extra influence, which we're going to see here as in response to the Baby Gray on enter trigger here. And then probably hoping to draw a freezing hail off the top to try and stop this Baby Gray from developing a little bit. It is also going to eat that Force Cake, revealing us 2 Limitless Slimes. And this is just something that TTA is position happy to be in. Has a 3/3 Interceptor, can trade favorably with that Gildas if it is balanced swinging in again. And that Lurking Assailant is unable to take care of it by itself. So 40 is going to have to play another ally, and they're going to work together. Ooh, but we see a Cerulean Decree.
I wonder why he didn't imbue. Maybe he wants to keep the cards he has in his hand secret, but I don't fully understand why he would not imbue. Do you have any?
I believe he does have a norm card in the form of Resolute Stand, I think was the glimpse there. Not 100% sure, but it was a norm element card, and will not be able to imbue the Cerulean because of it. But still, just saving the Gildas itself is very important. And it's still going to be able to keep him balanced if he does be able to keep all those cards in memory for the next turn.
Balancing Gildas is pretty hard, but he seems to have the math down, right? He seems to know when and how and what to do. Unfortunately, that baby red slime does take care of the Gildas with the red slime discarded to it. But that was still a lot of resources expended on taking care of the Gildas. So it's not too bad of a spot to be in.
Yeah, and that's one of the benefits we were mentioning earlier about Fire Sylvie, is that the baby red slime can now consistently go ahead and discard fire cards to get that plus attack. And that really mattered in this instance, where if this was a normal slime Sylvie deck, that baby red may not have been able to kill that Gildas. And now the Gildas would be able to activate, have much more potential, and taking another 4 damage 2 turns in a row is not very conducive to TT.
Yeah. Seems like 4 is going for Bulwark Sword, so he really is just trying to push as much damage as he can here. Just trying to get to that very good spot where he's just a tiny bit off of lethal at most. Obviously, the goal here is to get lethal. But he really seems to be focused on pushing damage, right? And he does have a Snow Fairy and an Academy Guide in hand, but he does go for the Academy, the reliable, good old reliable Academy Guide there. And he tries to take care of the baby gray slime right now, right? Because he probably is keeping up that Snow Fairy for a later turn.
Yeah, you want to save that Snow Fairy for any of those advanced element slimes. 40 doing a very good job at playing board control. This is one of those things I always mention in ally matchups, is before you hit your opponent in the face, you want to make sure you clear their board. You want to leave them with no options and answers to be able to stop what you're doing.
Yeah.
And that Academy Guide is going to be very crucial and pivotal in this moment. If it does survive this turn against TTA, 40% is going to get that free level up into Tenoris, which will protect his allies once again for that additional turn.
Yeah.
So it would be 2 turns of the Academy Guide, staying alive, being careful, and then Academy Guide can easily level you up into Might of Humanity, and that could be the end of the game with a big swing. But we do see a Limitless and a Baby Gray tag teaming themselves into the Academy Guide, not wanting 40 to get a free level up. And now it's really consideration if you want to go down on influence to go into Tenoris. You're only sitting at 6 cards.
Yeah.
And it's already a scary spot. If you top deck a Gildas off the top, you will not be able to balance it like this. So do you play more towards your defensive options and some allies you want to protect, or do you try and risk it and go a little bit longer for the card advantage?
That's a great question. But with an influence of 6, if you draw, right, his influence is exactly...
That's a 2/3, right? Yeah, 2/3.
So if he does draw the Gildas, he can balance it immediately.
Sure.
So he might be, he did not want to preserve that, but I think leveling up is really more important here because you have to, one, you want to protect your allies, two, you want to survive as long as possible, and Sylvie is starting to put on pressure here, even though, you know, it's a dance of trading.
Limitless, I guess.
It's a dance of trading allies for allies here. TTA can, once he levels up, especially once he goes to level 3, he can very easily take care of your board, right? You can just use Storm Slime to take care of that, lurking assailant and such. So I think that really was the best move here. Just upping his life, Forty upping his life, getting taunt to protect his lurking assailant just a bit longer, and hoping to get what he needs to take the game.
Indeed, and one of the things to mention though, when you are playing against Sylvie decks, if you're board trading, you're putting slimes and animals and beasts in the graveyard, which is going to be, once Sylvie hits level 3, that Guy's Blessing is a free activation just by banishing 4 of those beasts and animals in combination. And so it's one of those things of, you have to not only clear their board, but keep them locked on level 2 as long as possible. And we do see a Stalwart Shieldmate coming from TTA with 2 down. So this is a sign that they are going to be aiming for a big level up turn. There is a Limitless in the graveyard as well, so that could be 2 potential floating memory, leaving TTA at a healthy 3 to 4 influence at the start of the turn on level 3 Sylvie. So we're wanting to see how 40% responds with this, going a backup charger of their own and being able to immediately cash out, unlike TTA side where they're having to leave it up.
Is yeah, that's how you want to use backup charger, right? Before recollection, immediately just pay, and that is a invigorated slash for 40 there. So if he is able to level up next turn, if he's able to get in a good spot, he's not stressing too much right now, right? His influence is good. He has cards, but he does need to put more pressure on. He needs more allies, and more ways to deal damage here.
Yeah, you're looking for a way to clear the Stalwart Shieldmate and still push damage this turn. The Invigorated Slash is going to be very interesting if we're looking into going into Might of Humanity as well. It's a really good combination. It's very cheap in comparison to a heavy swing, and it can push a total of 7 damage that turn, which is really great. And we see the Snow Fairy, a great answer to the Stalwart Shieldmate. Not only does it preserve the damage you have on board, but it denies a floating memory from TTA that they may have been counting on.
Yeah.
And here we see 40% still considering dropping another ally, 3 down. I think it would be in a great aggressive play. Sylvie itself does not have any ways to do wide board clears without playing Storm Slime and dedicating more resources into it. And Korhazi Trapper. This is such a great water card against so many decks, and it feels very undervalued right now in our current meta. It stops a lot of these big allies from trading favorably. It not only then protects your Snow Fairy from any Ethereal Slime, but it stops the Storm Slime from 2-for-1ing you by entering the field.
40 does go for the backup charger before recollection here. After leveling up from the 2 he had in his memory and the 1 Limitless Slime in his graveyard. And I think I see 1 Storm Slime in there. But yeah, Vampiric is probably the best way to go here, right? Because he's already on 9 damage counters, and Vampiric does a very good job at just helping you stabilize once you've gotten to level 3.
Yeah, and we see a Storm Slime coming down, targeting the Korhazi Trapper for 4. Korhazi, in response, going to go ahead and activate. You don't want to let that happen for free without anything. I assume we're going to be targeting that Vampiric Slime, just so there's not a lot of recovery on the side of TTA, as 40% is very happy and proud with the damage they were able to do here. And yeah, that Vampiric Slime just playing a little bit of defense. Sit-in activated, not really going to be swinging in, not worth that investment here. Storm Slime taking out the Lurking Assailant as well. The 40% is just looking at that Snow Fairy. But we do know if they go for a level up and that Invigorated Slash is not hit, then we could push in 7 more damage. But instead, being a little cautious, wanting to play defensively, getting the Nullifying Lantern, I believe that means 40% is aware and concerned of a Slime Eruption or Slime King being able to come down this next turn.
Yeah, because in Fire, he can just cremate his Storm Slime and do it again, right? Even if he doesn't have another one in it. Slime King is a very, very powerful. So I think he's best to be best to play it safe.
And another Snow Fairy hitting the board, targeting a Vampiric Slime. These fairies are doing work. It's such a good card. Not only does it keep an ally from activating every turn, but it has stealth. So it's really hard to remove without direct damage removal or True Sight.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it seems that
My turn?
40 went for the gamble here that TT might want to keep the cards he has in memory and kill the Storm Slime. Or it also takes care of damage, but that's always a they risk it kind of thing. And he did, and it seemed to have paid off because TTA chose not to use the on death trigger for Storm Slime, which is a bit, on one hand a bit scary, on the other hand you're glad if you're 40 here.
Yeah, and we see a Blissful Calling, Vampiric Slime, Storm Slime, and a Reprogram in the hand of TTA. So really considering their options, but we're going to go ahead and go with the Gaia Blessing route, banishing 4 animals or beasts from our graveyard. And now we play with the top card of our deck revealed, and if it is an animal or beast, you are able to activate it from the top.
Yeah.
And it looks like that is going to be the choice as well, the Baby Red entering the field. Seeing a Forest Cake. So that is not the worst thing to see, since Baby Red can filter it back off the top. Discarding that Reprogram for the Floating Memory, and we see a Slime King. So very fortunately for 40%, they do have the Nullifying Lantern, and we see them respond with a Storm of Thorns. If damage would be dealt to any unit on that board, Storm of Thorns then deals 1 damage back to the unit that did that. Baby Red, with a very small life total, sitting at 1. And so it is taken out by that and really allows 40% to now have control of this board. Both allies that TTA controls are tapped down by Snow Fairies. 40% has free reign. And then looks like we're going for Safeguard Amulet Materialization just to protect us from any future Storm Slime turns, which we know TTA does have in hand and is probably setting up for.
Yeah.
Which one? Which Snow Fairy is this one?
40 does seem to have the heavy swing off the top of his deck, which is promising here, right? Because he has probably has a Covenant of Thorns under that Quicksilver Grill, but really taunt is the biggest thing that can stop him, and the one taunt ally that we've seen so far is Slime King, who TTA can't even activate right now thanks to Nullifying Lantern. So heavy swing is you love to see it here.
Yeah, heavy swing is super good in this situation. It really allows to push in that extra damage. I think you do want to save that for level 2, just for that combination turn with the additional attack. One thing to mention though about TTA's list is they are in Fire, so they could run Regalia removal, but there is none in the main board nor sideboard, so they're not really factoring in that Nullifying Lantern can shut them down, and they're probably going to be more invested in the Vampiric Slime, Storm Slime route because of it.
Yeah. Yeah. So he can. The only thing King Slime is good for now is being discarded to Creative Shock.
That is correct. Yeah. And there is a chance that TTA is aware that 40% is setting up for a big level 2 turn here. And so that you could clearly start to prepare for that. And exactly how he's doing is getting rid of this Vampiric Slime that's tapped down by Snow Fairy. And now with that Verdant Scepter, it's going to be able to buff up any other slimes he plays. which is going to help remove this Frostborn Paladin. If there's an Ethereal Slime on the board, it's going to help remove some Snow Fairies.
Draw one.
And then it's going to help put more pressure on for you. Just because you're sitting at 1 out of 20 damage counters as Tenoris, you feel very comfortable.
Yeah.
Pop. on
Yeah,
this.
it's but TNDA seems to have
Gonna
like
tap this.
his
Give it
pressures
another
also seems to
counter,
be
draw
building because he
card.
has
3,
one
4 here. go for it.
he's starting to recover with Vampiric Slime. He had
Go ahead.
another one, and he has one Storm Slime in hand and one in memory, if I recall correctly. So he has a lot of damage, and he has been slowly building up the amount of slimes in his banishment. So that is a scary spot for 40% to be in right now. But if if he plays his cards right, can definitely still survive and be in a good spot, right? Because he does still have the heavy swing, does have the info for it. What's rough is that if he levels up, well, one, right now he's risking losing the heavy swing for the level up,
Recollect. Yep.
and two, if he were to level up here, he would not have had enough influence to heavy swing. So it was a good play to go for the scepter here, because the next turn, if he levels up, it's gonna be 4 damage from the scepter, right? 3 damage from Tenoris' ability, and 6 damage from the heavy swing, which is 9, 13, plus the 2 Dream Fairies would have been a bit above lethal.
Lethal there. There is also that Invigorated Slash that 40% does have as well. So it would have been a 50-50 gamble to see if you would have lost one, since there was that Fracturize as floating memory in the graveyard. But 40 opting for the staff instead, just because with Scepter on the field, your level up is guaranteed an additional 4 non-combat damage. And that is exactly the 4 that the Vampiric Slime has healed back from.
Yeah.
I'll put 2.
And it looks like we're swinging into the Vampiric Slime with the Invigorated Slash, only for 2, just because we have not leveled up. And then the Dream Fairies look like they're going to be comboing in, trying to take this out. 40% not wanting any more recovering going at all on TTA. Already gotten TTA to a healthy life total for their combo turn, and any more recovery will really damper their math when it comes to this. And luckily, there's no Gather Slimes, which is also one of those fast speed cards that you always have to factor. But due to the Spirit of Fire, that card is not in this list.
Yeah. Pitch 1.
It is, and the
Recollect and draw.
Slime King is being used to be discarded here for Stone Scale Band. Other than a lot, I am not sure what the exact number of Slimes TTA has in banishment here.
Pay 2.
But it is
Shoot at you for
seems he does go for the Storm Slime here.
4, 8, 10.
There's his
10.
10 slimes in TTA's banishment, which is
3 at you.
very, very rough for 40 here. Especially seeing his hand, it does not seem to have any
Pay 2,
negation.
so shoot you for 10
So
again.
I think, yeah, the 2 Storm Slimes do it. 10 slimes in banishment. That's the power of Sylvie, and unfortunately, that means that 40% is out of top 8, which is
Do we
with
need to do a
for
slip or you got
TTA, he just guaranteed his top 8 spot.
That is a crazy matchup here. 40% repping Water Tenor so well. It's been so good. Congratulations to both these players for making this far. However, TTA's not out of the woodworks quite yet. They are sitting at 25 points. Oh, I'm sorry. They are sitting at 26 points. Okay, we'll put them at 29. That is still at the potential of bubbling. It just depends on what the top tables have done above them. And it really shows that, like, no matter what, it's all going to come down to how well have you done throughout the whole tournament. And that's what really matters. We're going to be looking at win percentage, game win percentage, everything like that. But just want to touch base at the very end of that matchup. Storm Slime's super powerful, very strong. We saw both of them why fire is preferred over slime a lot of the time is because you're able to get so many of those slimes in banishment from different resources by discarding them with creative shots, things like that. So we can look here and sort of at some of our top tables here. We had 3 tables above them go ahead and draw. And so that leaves us at 6 players only getting 1 point, and we could go ahead and go back to the standings here and take a look. So score to beat is going to be 31 is going to be first place. Then we see 30, 29, 29, 29, 29. And then depending on the table 4, because we were at table 5.
Hierarchically, we have table 4 already done for us here.
And we have table 4 already done. So depending on how table 4 actually comes, before we report these results, because we may want to keep it a secret for the big reveal for our top 8, but depending on who wins this table, will bubble out TTA or keep them in. And that is a very interesting thing to see here. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, TTA is guaranteed in actually here at number 8th or 7th. So really amazing spot here. The math just works perfectly enough in their favor that everyone else is going to be stopped here at 28. 29 was that magic number for TTA and happened to make it. So really, really.
I think TTA is on 28 points.
Oh, TTA is on 28. No.
But it's gonna come down to tiebreakers, and
it is. It's so scary though. Like now knowing your tournament life is, oh man, that is so unfortunate, but also a great opportunity that playing as much as you can, getting to this moment, and then just waiting to see how the round plays out. Let's take a look at our adventure so far. Day 1, 280 some players, right? 9 rounds of Swiss, and you know we didn't have to play that, but we were here talking about 9 rounds of Swiss constantly, and we were tired. So I can't imagine how those players were feeling. After those 9 rounds, we went ahead and went into 32.
Yeah.
We just did how many rounds of that?
4 Swiss today.
4 Swiss today already of 32 players, and then we're cutting to 8. This is drastic. We went down a huge amount, another huge amount, leaving us with just 8 players, and then after that, just 3 rounds left of Ascent Chicago before we crown our champion.
Yeah, it's gonna be. Now we're going to be heading into the single elimination untimed rounds. So the matches are going to be longer because the players will, they have to concentrate on them, be on their best game, even more so than before. But they can take their time, right? They can take their time to think about every decision. So it's going to be, I expect the top 8 matches to be a lot more tight and a lot more... a lot more tight and a lot more concentrated on what the players are doing, right? The players are definitely going to on their best game, but only the best person can, right? And it does have some luck in it, and does have some how you're feeling on the day, but this is looking to be an interesting top 8. We have a lot of slimes. Seems at least one.
I'm really interested to see the decks we do have at top 8. We can sort of have a little bit of guesstimate going on here, but a lot of Sylvie, I assume, and maybe a Tristan snuck in, or maybe a Lorraine, something like that. But there's so many possible options. Our top 32 was very stacked with great players, great decks, and we're just wanting to know what goes on from here. And all these players now, as we're finishing, waiting for reporting, waiting for those final pairings to come in, reports to come in, see who made it. Everyone is on their edge. There's so many players that can potentially bubble in or who have guaranteed their spots. And before we get into that, though, we're going to get into another really important thing. Path of Puzzle. We've just gotten an update. And I think everyone at home is going to really enjoy this one. Let's go ahead and take a look here at what's coming up. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and we're missing 1. We have 5 completed. 6 and 7. So 7 completed puzzles. 1 puzzle is just missing 1 piece.
Yeah. Oh, I really love this art. It's so cute. I cannot wait to see what the card is, what the card does. It's for sure an animal, but like, it's so exciting. All of these card arts are so beautiful. The hype for AMB is really starting to build up, right? Especially now that we get to see some more things. And these banners are so beautiful, and I wish I could take them home. I take one of them home, right? Because it's just perfect, right? It's I mean I'm not biased at all, but I really love this set. I really love the theme. I really love the arts we've so far, and I'm excited to see all of it, right? And it's gonna be a beautiful set for sure. With each set since Dawn of Ashes, everything's just gotten prettier, more beautiful, and I'm more and more excited for the art, which is wild because the whole reason I got into Grand Archive was because of the arts, library art specific, which is an art that Hanchu made, are the wonderful artists for our top 8 spirits and the top 32 invites here. Every invite this season is made by Hanchu. She's
doing some work.
This is her season. This is her season. I love Hanchu's art, and she the diary, which was the reason I started playing, and it just got everything's gotten so much better since then. I didn't think it could, and then every set just continues to surprise me with just how amazing the quality is, and the cards as well, right? It's not just the art. It's the collector rares, the foiling, the normal foils, and just the cards in general have to be some of, it's not the best quality I've played with, right? I've played a bunch of TCGs, but this has to be my favorite.
Yeah, everything you mentioned is amazing. The Grand Archive does such a good job with card quality, print quality, the foiling especially. There's so many beautiful foils. They're working hard to make sure foils don't curl in their game, which is very appreciative on both a collector and a player side. And then the art itself, like, it's one of those things where some games can show you artwork and you're like, okay. But in Grand Archive, when they do art spoilers like this, you don't even know what the card is. You just like, I love this character.
Exactly.
I love how it looks.
Yeah, and I'm looking here at the table mat, and there's a banner there, and just all of this beautiful art everywhere I look. It's wonderful. Like, Grand Archive is one of the prettiest games I play. And it has to be one of the prettiest games out there, not just not just the ones I play. And the collector rares, I think that those hit the spot, especially if there's an alternate art for it. Oh, that's perfect, right? The way the frames are, in general, for me, the user experience is very important for card games, and I think Grand Archive frames make the cards very easy to see them, very easy to understand, and the way collector rares break that frame is beautiful, right? It still keeps the basic features of the frame and like what makes it easy, but at the same time, it's so special art, and you can see all of the art, and it's perfect. I can't say anything else, right? And the collector is being textured. It's just a tiny detail, right, that you don't see on pictures and you don't know until you see one in person, and it just enhances the much. And it's just wonderful. I think what the team is doing with GA is amazing. Like the care they show for the players and the collectors as well is something truly special, and I think something that's very unique for Grand Archive specifically. And you like that.
Really do. The signatures, even some of the artists are putting little like doodles in their signatures on those collector rares, and it's so cute to see them engraved and embossed on those cards. They really provide a... Oh, and we're just getting an update from right now that apparently someone was put on blast and the last puzzle was just solved. Someone came running in, like, I got it. And so now we have all 8 puzzles fully solved, which means we are going to get those spoilers coming at the full cards. So
supposedly the rumors are
supposedly
that
these are full card spoilers. So 8 full card spoilers. I thought we were just getting the artworks, and like that is amazing that we get to see actual cards from A and B, like effects, classes, and one of them might be in the new advanced element Exia, as we saw in that. Like,
so my prediction for Exia is that it's gonna be more blue-ish, like turquoise hued, because of Jin's color scheme, right? Because you can see on Lorraine, she's a bit white.
So it is going to be full A and B spoiler cards at the keynote presentation. So make sure if you are watching this now, you tell all your friends and you tune into the ending presentation for Ascent Chicago. That is going to be happening after grand finals. So make sure you set a timer for that. Let everyone know. Spam Discord, Twitter, Facebook, whatever you need, and stay tuned for that.
Yeah. But this come in for finals and the top 8 matches as well. They're all going to be very interesting. It's going to be very tight, and it's going to be very fun.
Yep.
And Valk and I are going to be here casting them, so you probably want to tune in if you like our voices.
Yeah, we still got a crown champion for Ascent Chicago.
Yeah,
There's so many hype things happening right now, so many exciting stuff. We're getting spoilers, keynote presentation, that there's still 3 more rounds of gameplay that someone will be walking away as the champion of Ascent Chicago, prize money in hand, the Spirit of Fire with the #1 stamp on it, being the best of the best this weekend. And so there's so many things to do, so many things to consider, and we are just still waiting for a little bit more reporting, waiting for that top 8 to be solidified and counted in. Everyone is making sure it was done right and reported. That in a big event like this, especially one that matters so much on tiebreakers, you want to make sure that your report went in properly, talking with the judges, discussing them, things like that. So,
there's still some players that are finishing up their bubbling matches, but I can't wait to goes.
As we're waiting for reporting here, we're going to go ahead and go on a quick 10-minute break. Stay right there, and when we come back, we'll go ahead and reveal who our top 8 contestants are. And then we'll be going to lunch right after that in order to give everyone a break and refill and get ready. Hello, everyone, and welcome back after that short break. And we have the news. We have the information. We have finalized our top 8 contestants here at Ascent Chicago. And it is a pretty interesting list we have coming up here. Let's go ahead and take a look. Appearing here on screen, our top 8. Congratulations to all these players here. We have Noel, Lifestrill, Guthros, Picklesword, Matt, Zeragod, Rex, and Henky the Go. A majority of these players we've already seen play on stream as well. So they have really proven their mettle and tested their skill in this grueling round, 13 rounds of Swiss that they have just played in. So we just want to go ahead and give a round of applause to everyone. Congratulations once again.
It's a tight. The list here is 6 Sylvies, 1 Tristan, and 1 Erupting deck. It is very interesting how high the conversion of Sylvie into top 8 was. And the top 8 is super tight. You can the 8th and 9th, the tiebreaker is 0.5% there. It was extremely tight matches and tight scores. Unfortunately, it really is just those little things that add up. Once again, congratulations to everyone that made the top 8. It's a very like if you're active in the community, you know most of these guys, right? So it's all of these players are active community members, and they're very out there, and it is exciting to see some of them for their first ever top 8 in an Ascent. Many congratulations to all of them. There's even a European player, 8th place, Henky the Goat. He is our only player here this weekend from Europe, and he did make top 8, so congratulations to him as well. Congratulations to everyone, right? It's getting top 8 in a 280-person event is nothing to scoff at, right? It's no small achievement. So they can all be, I'm sure they're all ecstatic, and I'm very interested in seeing how our top 8 matches go. Probably Steinmeier.
Yeah. No, it's really interesting. We have 2 lists, as you mentioned, Erupting and Win Tristan. They're going to be fighting through the army of slimes, so it's going to be an uphill battle. And one of the things to mention here, all those Lorraines. Lorraine was the most represented champion this whole event. Only one, and it's not even the focus of the deck, but only 1 Lorraine remains in this top 8. And it is very interesting to see just the conversion rate of some of these decks. Sylvie holding very strong, a lot of them making top 30. And then probably around the same or even greater percentage, top 8. So that conversion rate is going to be very good looking at the statistics there. Lorraine, very poor conversion rate.
Yeah,
we barely saw any in top 32. And there's 1, as mentioned, Erupting deck, and it's not the main focus.
Yeah. It's because that deck is very hybrid, right? It has Tristan. It plays both Tristan and Lorraine, so you cannot say that it's a Lorraine deck, right? It's just in there. But like you said previously as well, there were decks that just had Lorraine in them, and that's how they won. But we'll see. I'm definitely excited for the win, Tristan. It's Live Drasil, playing a Worlds competitor. He's a wonderful player, and we'll see if Matt, who's also a Worlds competitor, Matt, if they can battle through this army of Sylvies, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see a top of a final table, which is not Slimer, or has no slimes in it.
Yeah, this is a very interesting storyline we can set up here. We have 2 Worlds competitors not on Sylvie themselves here, and the fact about that is that it's super interesting, right? The 2 World players not on Sylvie, opting for different decks. And it just sort of shows like their own play style, things like that. Also, one thing to mention, Matt, who is on Erupting, has won an Ascent before.
Yeah.
And this might be the first time we see back-to-back Ascents, right? Ontario to Chicago.
Yeah, yeah. It might be that he wins second spirit here. Well, he did win his second spirit here, but maybe it's gonna be his second first place
First place,
spirit.
yeah, and that is a huge accomplishment in itself. That is something to keep in mind and follow as we go through this top 8 here after the lunch break that's going to be coming up soon. Is if Matt's going to be able to make history back to back, or if Sylvie is going to be the first ever non-Lorraine champion to win.
Yeah.
And we're going to be going for 46-minute lunch is what it sounds like to give our players a little bit of time to rest, eat, and prepare for their top 8, because they are able to look at their opponent's deck list, do a little bit of studying. They know who they're going to be playing against already as well. So we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Ascent Chicago. We are here for the most important portion of the event. We have our top 8. I'm here back in the booth with Clem. Hey, Clem.
Hello, hello. How are you doing?
I'm good. Well, I'm okay. we've got a top 8 in front of us, and man, the story of the weekend has definitely been this Sylvie deck.
Wow.
And so we, while we were talking before the top 8. It was very much the story of how many of these Sylvie decks can convert. She was one of the highest representations of decks at the beginning of the event, and it seems like that has sort of carried through to our top 8. We have a staggering 6 Sylvie players in our top 8.
It's a lot.
It is a lot.
Because top 8 is untimed, right?
Right.
So every single Sylvie mirror is going to actually take a long time, right?
Yeah.
We might be here, because it's all Sylvie mirrors, but mostly Sylvie mirrors.
Right.
We might be here until late at night.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really tough mirror match to navigate, right? They're all so focused on these late game advanced element cards like Storm Slime, but the inclusion of cards like Gaia's Blessing and Stone Scale Ban means that they can do almost everything that they want to at fast speed whenever they decide to sort of like take a stab at it. So we'll see these Sylvie players sort of go into this standoff where neither of them wants to do anything, because when one person flinches, the other person can activate their Stone Skill Band and play their whole hand out. And we saw that a little bit late last night for one of our last rounds of Swiss, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see that a little bit today. But big shout out to the chess club team. 3 of them are now in our top 8 playing the Sylvie list. Seems like they sort of cracked the secret sauce to this very powerful archetype. We also, of course, have Sean Zhang, very accomplished player in his own right. He's playing Tristan, one of our hero decks to defeat the Sylvie Menace. And we also have Matt G, who we saw a little bit earlier on coverage, playing his very known for erupting deck.
Yeah. But with some new toys this time around.
Right.
I'm excited to see Sean's deck as well, because it's he's a fantastic rival.
Right.
I had the fortune to cast multiple of his games
Yeah.
at Worlds, and this was so much fun. He's such a wonderful player, and he's so smart in how he plays things. Right. He's not the conventional.
Right.
He doesn't go for the line you would expect.
Mhm.
So I'm excited to see how he does. How he plays
Right.
Tristan right now, right?
Yeah,
'Cause-
not exactly the same combo deck, but sort of similar. Has a lot of those same shades,
Yep.
a lot of options for skill expression and lines that you can take that are unconventional, like you said. Yeah, there's very few times that I've seen Sean not find some sort of unique line that was not what either his opponent or even us while we're casting was thinking. So very exciting to see him play. I think we are going to get Sean for our first top 8 match. But while we get things underway, we just want to talk about the event a little bit and how great it is that we've sort of narrowed down this gigantic pool of players. 283 players narrowed down all the way to these top 8, our biggest Ascent ever for Grand Archive.
Yeah, it's a wonderful. It's been wonderful to see the event slowly, right? From last September, first one, if I remember correctly, it was. I remember all the buzz about it, and it seemed so huge at the time.
Right.
It was. Don't get me
Sure.
wrong, but then right now we're here almost a year later, and the community and the game has grown so much. Like there are so many people here
Right.
just to play the game. It's such a wonderful feeling to be around all of these players and see all of their excitement. Have you played in an Ascent before?
Yeah, the only Ascent that I have had the chance to play in was Ascent Houston. I was there, and it's been like a 50% ish, I think, increase in players from Houston to now in just a few short months. It's been like a year, but yeah, I was fortunate enough to be there for Houston, and of course Scrub Out. I ended day 1 very very poorly, and then obviously been in the booth for most of the other events that I've gone to, but. It's great to see the community grow. I think MRC particularly was really big for growing the community. I've seen so many new players, both anecdotally, but also from friends and colleagues. Other tournament organizers have said that tournament attendance has been vastly increased by the addition of MRC, but also these recollection decks that have brought so many people in. And, you know, again, like the story of the weekend is these recollection decks having such insane potential. We see 7 of them in our top 8. 6 Sylvie, 1 Tristan, both, you know, fitting into those archetypes from those recollection decks is really impressive.
Yeah. Let's actually, starting off the decks, let's see the specific decks we have here. It is very, you know, very consistent. It's not not unexpected,
Right.
definitely. It's not anything, not too much variety here.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think one of the standouts to mention, of course, is Matt and Sean. Sean being on Tristan, Matt being on Erupting, as we mentioned, but also Henke playing a Spirit of Fire version of Sylvie, which is largely the same, but it does get a few different tools, things like Creative Shock, Cremation Ritual, to be like a little bit more consistent. We did see that when we had them on the feature match yesterday. But yeah, obviously, it's always going to be the story here for Ascent Chicago is just the advent of this Sylvie deck. Insane that 12 months after, you know, like we said, Ascent Houston, where Sylvie was categorically unplayable,
Yeah.
that Sylvie is now the highest representation. This is something that our co-caster Valkyrie has mentioned a couple of times. This is becoming more and more likely to be the first event of this caliber that has not been won by Lorraine.
Yeah.
And, you know, unless Matt tends to take it down, it's going to be the case.
I don't think we should discount Erupting here.
Oh, of course not. Yeah.
Especially with, like, I think Erupting has a very, very strong matchup into Sylvie.
Right.
Because it's a very, very fast and very streamlined combo deck, and
Mhm.
unless you play Nullifying Lantern main board, the Erupting can easily outspeed. So it's definitely not you know, just because Sylvie's so representative decks are the Tristan, when Tristan Erupting are both decks that have very good matchups. I would not be surprised if our finals was just Tristan versus Erupting, right?
Sure.
Because Tristan has a lot of Tristan's level 3 ability of redirecting attacks
Mhm.
into the Ominous Shadows is wonderful, because the Ominous Shadows have prevent 3 damage by default. So many of the slimes can't hit them at all, really.
Right.
So with all the prep counter generation, even if you don't have like a Shadow Strike throughout the game, or you know, if you use your prep counters to protect yourself, there are many other ways that you can just slowly chip away at damage, because the Ominous Shadows don't have to be awake to be for the attack to
Right.
be retaliated, right? Because for like taunt and intercept, you do have to be awake. But because it's Tristan's ability redirecting the attack, you can still go attacking with the Shadows and Tristan. Obviously, you have to go attacking with Tristan herself
Sure,
first,
yeah.
then the Ominous Shadows. But Shadow's Claw is a very viable win condition. So you can Tristan is very, very strong into Sylvie, because obviously when I assume, and that's how it feels, that when the developers are designing decks that'll come out together, the
Mhm.
starter decks, I know that, but I think the recollections feel very much like that as well. They design it so that they are good against one another.
Mhm.
And it definitely feels like that with Tristan and Sylvie, right?
Yeah.
Tristan having a bit of an upper hand here if if the player playing Tristan knows the deck well and knows the matchup well. I feel like he has a chance to run away with the game very, very simply. And Sean is a very, very good
course, yeah.
player, so I think he won't have too bad of a time here. But Sylvie can also easily run away, right? Because I feel like, as I mentioned, I feel like they're kind of against each other. Storm Slime, a wonderful way.
It's a very good card.
Yeah, to just attack into Tristan, right? Like chip away at the damage after you're already in the earlier turns, when Tristan can't do too much to protect herself. You're already dealt enough damage where a couple of Storm Slimes is it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I think we've seen it a couple of times over the weekend, Tristan versus the Sylvie deck, and they always seem very close. And it's just like you said, it's sort of up to the Sylvie's always going to sort of enact her game, and she's a very linear deck. She does the thing that she's built to do. She plays a couple of slimes, plays some efficient cards to keep influence, goes to level 3, plays these powerful advanced element slimes, and hopes to close out the game. So it's really going to be up to her opponent, either in the case of Tristan or Magi on Erupting, to sort of break that up and find a way to win either faster than that or weather the storm, like you said, with those Ominous Shadows and other abilities for Tristan or Matt to prevent these slimes from finishing the game when they want.
I mean, I absolutely, and I think, on paper, Tristan's only like weakness is taunted, but
Sure.
she has unblockable, right?
Right.
Which further reinforces my point of probably they were designed because many of Sylvie's allies, like Sylvie's level 3, have taunt and are pretty massive allies. But Tristan does not care for that for the most part, right? Because unblockable and the way the Ominous Shadows are hit your opponent once with your with Tristan and the Ominous Shadow chip away for more damage. So but all of the taunt slimes in Sylvie is also the reason that mirror is such a precise game.
Right.
Because if you miss sequence without the wrong taunt ally, slime at the wrong time, you can get tangled up very easy. You can get into a very rough spot. So it's definitely a very, very all of these matches here are very skill based and very everyone has to be top of their game. So be the best player here, right?
And that's exactly why we're here for this top 8, to crown our best player of this tournament, biggest tournament for Grand Archive. Yeah, I think the slime mirrors are going to be interesting. They definitely tend to go on the longer side, and that is, like you said, because of those tools that they have sort of to stop themselves. Like the Sylvie deck has, funnily enough, the tools that she needs to combat herself. Things like Lustrous Slime. We saw a couple of times yesterday during the Swiss rounds, these like 6-10 Lustrous Slimes that Sylvie herself really doesn't have a great way to deal with, so then it brings it down to these dueling Storm Slimes that we had talked about with Stone Scale Band involved. So it is, like you said, definitely going to be a very skill testing. I mean, anytime there's a mirror match, right, it's very often up to the skill of the player if they're playing the exact same list. And we know for the most part, most of our Sylvie players in the top 8 are going to be playing literally the same list. Of course, a couple players being sort of on their own, but the chess club team is obviously going to be playing the same exact list. So we'll definitely see who can pilot those slimes better.
Which is also the chess club team is half of the Sylvies here, which is very funny. But yeah, it's good. What I'm trying to see if there is a team, but there is no. The chess club members are not matched up against one another.
Yeah,
so
it looks like we will have a couple of Sylvie mirrors in that first round of top 8, but it looks like both of the non-Sylvie decks have avoided each other, and it looks like somehow Chess Club has avoided playing any of their teammates for that first round.
I'm very happy for most of the Chess Club members here because I don't think any of them have been top 8 of an Ascent before.
Yeah, I believe this is the first top 8 for all 3 of our players there, that being Noelle, Picklesword, and Rex, all making their first top 8 Ascent appearance, which is very impressive. We're very proud of them. They've been a sort of a very constant presence in the GA community and always towards the top tables of these events, right? But always seems like they had a problem breaking through, and they finally figured out that this is the right deck for the tournament. They obviously very much chose the exact list, right fit for the tournament, and they're seeing success here. Of course, also Sean and Matt, not strangers to this type of tournament, have their own accolades to commend. But yeah, definitely a very tight top 8. Lots of very talented players, but that's of course what we expect when we have an event this big. Oh, Pickle was in top 8 of Houston, so.
Okay.
Yeah, but Noelle and Rex, this is their first top 8.
Definitely exciting for all of them.
Yeah.
I ran into Rex as I was walking around. It's because I'm very good friends with And he was so excited.
Yeah.
It was very, very wholesome. His girlfriend was almost more excited than him
Sure.
because I think he was a bit stressed about
Yeah.
these top 8 matches, and he was focused, and probably to some extent, like it must be unbelievable that after
Right.
like he's been playing for a long time, a
Yeah.
year and a half of playing. You're finally here, up in the top cut of the biggest Ascent yet.
Right.
So it has to be definitely an experience, right? And definitely stressful.
Yeah, and this has got to be stressful for him here. We do see Rex is going to be facing off against Sean in our first match, our top 8 for Ascent Chicago, and they are playing for so much on the line. I mean, we don't talk about it enough. A $15,000 prize pool for this event that, of course, they've already all earned that beautiful Vera, Spirit of Fire, for top 8ing. But they got to fight for that bigger number, right? You want that Vera that says number 1 on it, first place, Ascent Chicago. So yeah, we are going to have Sean on our left here playing Wind, Tristan, and Rex on the right playing that Best Club, Spirit of Slime, Sylvie deck.
With Sean being second seed, I think. Choice?
Yeah, so yeah, the higher seed is going to get to choose to go first, and you think he's going to choose to go first, Clem?
I'm not sure, actually, but I think he wants to, right? Because he wants to get to level 3 as fast as possible.
Right.
He wants to outrace Sylvie here. So I think most likely.
Yeah, it's a difficult choice, right? I could see it going either way. I think you're definitely right that he wants to be sort of on that first foot forward, having that first materialize, being able to level to Tristan as fast as possible. But there is also the consideration that maybe he's looking for some sort of quick slice and dice kill, and he wants to be the first player to be able to attack going second. So we'll see what he chooses, but the choice should be his as these players get ready. Just for everybody at home, if we have not mentioned, our top 8 matches will be untimed, so we will be getting to a conclusion of this match one way or the other. No draws here. A winner will be decided, and we'll be moving on in the top 8 of Ascent Chicago.
With all of these slime mirrors,
Right.
Right? Because obviously the feature match is not the only match going on, right? All of the top 8 matches are going on are happening at the same time. So with all the slime mirrors going on, we might be here for a while if they're even round 1.
Yeah, I mean, something to note as well, the way that we had discussed the bracket matchup for our top 8 is that 2 slime players will be automatically moving on to the top 4 as there's 2 mirror matches going.
It's definitely something, right? If someone new was going to start getting into the game right now, and they looked at the top 8, they would be like, "What the hell is
Hey,
this game?"
congratulations to Sylvie. We're so proud of her.
But
She's doing great. But let's get to our first match. Looks like the players are ready, and we are going to see Sean choose to go first. Like he said, Clem, he's going to try to take that first materialize, really going to have to capitalize on his prep counter generation, getting his Tristan set up as fast as possible, because there's not a whole lot of interaction that these slime decks have for something like that Shadow Strike kill. So as long as he can get there fast and efficiently, he should be able to control this game, but it'll be up to Rex to swarm him with slimes before he gets to do that. All right, looks like Sean just decides to pass, holding up a little bit of interaction. No windmill engineers or anything on this first turn. We'll see if he has some cards to activate on Rex's turn. Rex, however, probably looking for those same things we've seen so many times, right? Forest cakes, baby gray slimes.
it's always interesting to see all of all the players. He does have the forest cake. I mean,
They always have it.
yeah,
right?
yeah. It's Sylvie. You have to have it. We're at the top table. You have to have the blissful calling forest cake, or a baby gray forest cake, or just 2 or something like that.
Some
right?
combination.
Some combination of card neutrality here. Yeah, it's always interesting to see all of these players at the top tables handle their cards, right? It's something that's very small. You don't think about it, especially when you're playing. But it always feels so cool how they handle them, right?
Yeah, it's like a level of confidence, right? That is just so ingrained in their mannerisms. And he does have
The
that second
second
forest
forest
cake
cake.
after all. So Rex pretty well set up here, keeping very neutral on influence while also deploying those forest cakes, which will become a real pain once they move those buff counters onto a slime of Rex's choice. We're going to see backup charger be the first materialized from Sean. He's going to immediately crack it, get a rested power cell, and draw a card.
Does have a stack of tokens there that he's going to need all of them, probably.
Prepared.
Stifling Trap in. That is a card that you love to see matchup, right?
Yeah.
Because there is so many unentered triggers for slimes that Stifling Trap is really good. In general, I think it's a very good card, very strong card, but in this matchup specifically, you want to have it every single time.
Yeah, definitely seems like it plays a real role here. Definitely looking to pick up stuff like those dungeon guide triggers. Very important for Sylvie. And of course, like you said, so many of these slimes have on-enters in their own right. You can stop something like a Storm Slime, and Storm Slime having such a low life total can also kill that Storm Slime at the same time.
We will move to recollect. Yeah.
Rex goes
Recollect.
level up here. It's just not unexpected, but you know, he also needs rush. And if I see, did I see right? Yes.
I see at least one, which is a great place to start, but maybe the second. We saw, you know, in a matchup similar to this, we saw double dungeon guides earlier in the weekend provide some real value for the Sylvie player. It looks like he's going to start off with a Baby Gray Slime. He's going to get that one buff counter from Sylvie Wild's Whisper.
Yeah.
Draw card.
Goes to a Limitless and a Baby Red Slime for Baby Gray here, just to draw a card. Well, draw that card. And the using Stifling Trap on the Baby Gray might seem like a good idea on paper, right? Because then they will not get the card neutrality. However, the information you get from Baby Gray is also pretty valuable, right?
For sure.
Because you get to see what allies your opponent has, and then you can count with it, right? You can do the maths of like, okay, they have this for sure. They would have to do this and this. So the card neutrality here is not that painful for you.
Looks like we are going to see a Sadie deployed by Sean after leveling up to Tristan. Underhanded, going to start getting those prep counters. And Sadie here is going to be a great way for Sean not only to control the board, but to use Sadie's very powerful ability to return her to your hand to generate some extra prep counters. We are looking to hit that 4 prep counter threshold before Sean levels up to Tristan Hired Blade to get that little extra advantage from her on-enter trigger.
We'll go to Sylvie level 2. Playing with 2 from memory. Yeah.
We see 2 being banished, the 2 that were revealed being banished for Sylvie level 2. No animals or beasts in play, so Sylvie level 2 is not really going to have an on-enter trigger here, but we know that Rex is just trying to rocket himself to level 3. Looks like he's going to probably set up for something like a dungeon guide here just to start getting these slimes rolling.
That's definitely a risk he's taking, right?
Anything in response?
I have no response.
That's definitely like an interesting risk he took there with dungeon guide. But obviously
Go to swing 1 on face.
you have to take it because he does want to rush there, and playing the dungeon guide guarantees that he can level up next. Right. It just slows him down, and he doesn't get to do exactly what he wants. But he also does get the Stifling Trap out of Sean's hand here. So he will have one less Stifling Trap for that potential Storm Slime, Ethereal Slime, or whatever the future might hold.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame Sean here for going for the Stifling Trap. It is obviously a huge value to slow Rex down a turn, but you have to know that Rex was prepared for this. He probably put 3 cards down that he was ready to banish should he not be able to resolve this dungeon guide trigger.
And it doesn't hurt Rex that much either, right? Because if it's 3 slimes that he put down, then it's 3 damage. It's like 1 extra damage for Storm Slime later.
Right.
So it's not. Both players here are making the most optimal play, right? There's probably a lot of thought going into that. They are not. They're not new players here.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's definitely what it's going to come down to when you're at this high stakes of a match. You need to take every little edge that you can. We're going to see that Sadie redeployed. and he's deciding whether or not he wants to deal with this Dungeon Guide.
I'll play an Outlook.
We see an
paying
Outlook deployed by Sean, and he can use the power of these 2 allies to deal with Dungeon Guide.
2 more Dungeon Guide.
That's what we're going to see here, getting that Agility 3 trigger from Sadie
And
yet
is
again.
Boots agility? Yep. Alright, so first pick up 3.
See the Agility triggered here by Sean. Going to pick up a few more cards.
And then Boots. 5.
All right, he is. Yeah,
Go
he
to my turn. I'm going to.
yeah, I would say
materialize
Sadie
the
here.
roll.
Yeah.
Sure.
Oh, that's a pretty CSR he has there.
Sure.
Yeah, looks like he's brought out the bling for this this match. Going to show that beautiful CSR Sylvie Slime Sovereign. And get ready for the slimes.
I have 1.
Oh, okay. And banished? You've got
We're going to get a quick count of slimes and banished. Looks like
double baby red,
5?
gray, and a limitless. And you have the gray in there,
I
right?
have a gray in here, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
All good.
All right.
All right, we'll see what Rex wants to use this Slime Sovereign trigger for.
Baby gray slime.
Looks like he's going to start with a baby gray slime, which is a bit of
That's a
unorthodox.
unconventional. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's an unconventional play on level 3 there.
We will reveal a lustrous and a baby red from hand.
The way he grabbed those cards is very interesting. But he did reveal a lustrous slime and a baby red.
Yeah, I wonder why he didn't want to deploy something a little bit bigger, maybe like that lustrous slime with the buff counters.
No, but and like we discussed before the game, lustrous slime's taunt is not that relevant in a Tristan matchup. But I think it's still a good slime to have out there, right? But I don't think he will ever go up to level 5.
Right.
So because of the Pride 5 requirement,
Shuffle this on the bottom.
sorry, he just played Gaia Songbird and got the storm slime he was looking for.
We'll swing.
So lustrous slime is still a good card to have out there, right?
Right.
Just in
Or
case.
sorry, 3.
Yeah.
Sorry.
3's good.
Looks like we're going to send the baby gray slime in for some damage.
Ethereal.
Yeah.
Gaia Songbird as well, and we'll see if he wants to deploy that Storm Slime. I believe there's 5 slimes in Banish right now, so Storm Slime representing quite a lot, but we are going to see, just like you said, that Lustrous Slime get deployed. And even though Taunt, in the eventuality, is going to be easy for Tristan to get around, right now it's going to be a little bit difficult for this Korhazi Outlook and this Sadie to really get any work done through this 4/8 Lustrous Slime.
But he also didn't use his forest cakes. I wonder if he's keeping it for like an ethereal slime.
Maybe, yeah.
I'll go, or end of your turn, sorry.
Right.
Yes.
But yeah, maybe he's keeping it for like a big kill turn when he goes all out.
And then start my turn.
Attacks with everything.
Right.
But yeah, Sadie once again being an incredibly powerful card with just being reclaimed or like returned at the end of turn. And
that's 2. And
just to get that prep counter. And Tristan is already so high on prep counters, right? That was one of the big problems previously with Assassins, is that not enough prep counters, and now, well, they're running away with it.
Right, yeah, 6 already, and it's only our 3rd turn here, and we're going to see him level up to that Tristan Hired Blade, get that on enter trigger so powerful, and then have the opportunity to cast a Scout the Land in his Recollection step. So he's going to not only draw a card here from his top 4, but he's going to be able to reorder those and set up his draw step just to get everything that he needs. It looks like there is a Slice and Dice found in those top 4 cards, but right now that Lustrous Slime is being a real pain. He can set up some way to get through damage with cards like that Zephyr that he's also found if he wants to just move that Lustrous Slime out of the way for a turn. But Rex only 0 damage counters right now, so it's going to be an uphill battle for Sean to find 25 lethal.
It is definitely going to be something, but we can see a Dream Fairy in Sean's hand there. So he doesn't the Slice and Dice is not too affected, right, by the Luster Slime, and using Dream Fairy on the Luster Slime also does not trigger. If I remember correctly, Luster Slime is an on death trigger, not an on leave trigger.
Yeah, I believe it is on death. So yeah, that Dream Fairy is a great point. It can definitely get around that Luster Slime. if
Master
that's
Dell?
what Sean feels he needs to do. Just so many cards that they can play. In their recollection, we're going to see a Surveil the Winds, generate one more prep counter for Sean, and also draw a card all before he starts his turn proper. So we're going to see him recollect and then draw for turn and have a whole nother grip of cards that he can spend to do some actions here.
Has everything.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at his hand here. And if I
Maybe
saw
Rex,
correctly, the next card
Storm,
coming up
Gather.
after this is going to be Incapacitated,
Mm-hmm.
which I think was an interesting choice, but it was still a better choice to keep up than well, no, I'm not sure why he kept Incapacitate above Zephyr,
Yeah.
right? Because Zephyr could take care of like an Ethereal Slime or Lustrous Slime or anything that Rex brings here that may have an effect on his damage.
Sure.
But I'm sure we will see the reasoning
Right.
behind it. But right now he's not in a bad spot. Looking at his hand, he has everything.
Yeah.
He has a bit of everything he needs, right? He has protection in his hand. He has Slice and Dice. He has 2 Dream Fairies for removal. He has the...
I'll start by paying 3 for Dream Fairy. Yep.
He is going for the Dream Fairy
Yeah, it looks like
immediately,
Dream Fairy on Luster Slime is going to be the play. It's going to clear the way for that. And it is also going to unlock the ability for him to play, once again, that Sadie. If he wants to get that Agility 3, he can take out something like this Baby Gray Slime or this Gaia's Songbird and just keep Rex's board contained. We saw this a little bit, this weekend, that Tristan's really just looking to slow the game down, run Sylvie out of resources, because she's a very resource-hungry deck, and if you can stop her from killing you outright in these first couple of turns, it's a little bit easier to take over the game from there.
Yeah.
We will go 1 at the Baby Gray.
It seems that that Sean
by
is
2
going
Baby
for the
Agility?
kill on the Baby Gray Slime,
Yeah.
which is
I'll take 1.
obviously the bigger threat here, right?
Right.
Three
And then
attack
entrance,
is more than
Agility
one.
Sure.
So that's what he wants to take care of here if he can of something. And yeah, that will give him the
Agility
ability. That will give him Agility 3 off of
Boots
Sadie.
will give me a counter,
So
and I'll pass to you.
he does decide, with the wonderful thing about Agility is you decide what to bring back
Right.
to your hand, right? So
Start my turn.
he gets to pick and choose what exactly he wants to see and prepare himself for Rex's turn there.
Sure.
Yeah, I think that choice was very deliberate. He left 2 Veiling Breezes and a Slice and Dice in his memory, and we see notably that Sean does not have a Dungeon Guide. So he's likely looking to set exactly those 3 cards down, keep the Umber cards in hand so that he can level up on his neck.
Yeah, that is also a wonderful part of Agility. Agility is such a powerful mechanic
Right.
that
We'll go ahead and
I'm not surprised it's so hard to achieve Agility, right? Because it is literally
4. I meant 4. Yeah,
like
4.
it literally lets
Yeah,
you
dude,
decide
we're
what
just
you want to
finishing
banish
3.
for
We're gonna
things.
pull the New Zealand special real quick, bro.
So we're going to see Rex do some digging into his graveyard. He's going to use the alternate activation cost on Gaia's Blessing, banishing 4 animals or beasts from his graveyard to activate Gaia's Blessing out of his material deck.
That
That's
makes
going
it-
to give him some more gas here.
Yeah, and that puts
You have
8
5 in hand?
slimes in his mansion. I very much appreciate the little dice he has next
Yeah.
to his banishment that shows how many
1 face.
slimes he got there. And yeah, what's interesting in Rex's list, which we haven't talked about yet before, Brian, we can also see it. He does play Twilight Slime mainboard, right? So he has a lot of respect for that mirror match, which probably is true for the other
Right.
Pest Club guys as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't do much in this particular matchup, but it gives him an easy sideboard, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Because
it gives every
you
other
see,
unit that I control spell.
you just take out
Or my champion,
the Twilight
sorry,
Slimes and
sorry,
put
not
in
really, my champion.
good cards for this matchup.
Sure. Yeah, and we'll see. Not going to be super impactful here, but it is yet another ally, right? Like,
Yeah.
you can just play this Twilight Slime. And although the Spell Shroud isn't going to come up a whole lot, having more allies on board is better, and getting to play them off the top of your library is also pretty strong. We do see he's still holding on to that Storm Slime as well. As you mentioned, 8 is currently the number for Storm Slime, which is quite a lot. Something that we're not entirely considering is that Sean is at just 22 life, already taken 8 damage counters. So that 8 damage from a potential Storm Slime could be pretty close to finding a lethal line.
Because he has Rex has 2 forest cakes as well.
Right. Oh,
he
yeah,
has,
true.
He has the potential of dealing a lot of damage with just 1 Storm Slime, right?
Yeah.
He can use its on enter for 8, and then it itself attacks for 5, which brings it to a total of 13 damage
Yeah.
in just 1 turn from 1 ally.
And notably, Sean has left, as we said, those 2 Veiling Breezes in memory, so he doesn't have access to that sort of prevention. He does, however, have an Ensnaring Fumes in his hand. Ensnaring Fumes is an interesting assassin card that has an alternate activation cost. By paying 3 preparation counters, you can activate it, and it is a fast speed and returns all allies to their own. So he can sort of stem the bleeding, right? But you don't really want to be returning Storm Slime to your opponent's hand.
Exactly, it's having a 5 Storm Slime attacking for 5 versus it having an enter for 8 and then attacking for 3 is. I think I would still take the 5 over the 8+3.
So it looks like we're just going to pass over to Sean. He is going to use those 3 cards in his memory to level up to Tristan Shadow Dancer, go up to 9 preparation counters, and get Tristan's 2 Ominous Shadows available to start redirecting some attacks. This is something that you talked about while we were talking about this matchup before the top 8 started. Definitely a very powerful effect to be able to redirect those big attacks from stuff like Ethereal Slime or, you know, these 2 Forest Cakes that are sitting on the board and be the target that Sean wants to redirect the attack to one of these shadows.
However, with the shadows, it's going to be a bit more rough to play Ensnaring Fumes here because the Ominous Shadows themselves are also allies.
Yeah.
So they would also be returned to their owner's hand, because they are tokens, they just cease to exist.
Right. So yeah, definitely less appealing now is that Ensnaring Fumes. So I would be shocked if we didn't see Sean mostly just use it as a resource here to cast some of his other cards. He is going to activate those Windwalker Boots. It can be banished to draw a card, but only if you have at least 5 preparation counters. He says, I hit the bird. Sadie hits the bird, gets that agility 3 that we've seen so many times this game already. We're going to see a Surveil the Winds cast, generating an additional prep up to 10. Drawing a card.
That is a scary amount of prep counters, especially if you're expecting a Shadow Strike from. Because a Shadow Strike can come out of nowhere and just hit you, right? But luckily, Rex is not.
And I'll attack for
not in lethal range of just 1 Shadow Claw right now, or one Shadow Strike right now.
And we do know that Sean has it, and he's just sort of biding his time.
Does grab the Shadow's Claw here, which is why I misspoke earlier.
So we're going to see a Hymn of Gaia's Grace cast by Rex. Could be very powerful here in response to the attack from Tristan. However, it is going to immediately be met by an Incapacitate.
No hesitation. No time to even see the art.
And it looks like after that, as we said, Sean's just biding his time, not under a whole lot of pressure, and he knows that he has that very powerful kill card in his hand in the form of Shadow Strike. He just has to find an opportunity to cast it for enough damage to get the job done, and that's not right now. So he's just going to go to the end of his turn, trigger that Agility 3 from Sadie, pick up a few extra cards to have access to those on Rex's turn. But Rex, you know, Sylvie, again, not known for her high influence in these late game situations, but Rex does still have quite a few cards to work with.
But he still does have the Storm Slime in hand.
Right.
So it's still not a certainty. However, he does, he cannot attack with it anymore. Or, well, he can on paper he can attack, but if he does try and attack for 5, then Sean here will most likely direct the attacks. But it's also a trade-off, right? Because it's Tristan's ability costs 2 prep counters, right? So it does take 2 damage off of Shadow Strike there if he does just go and attack and hope, force Sean to have to redirect his attacks.
Right. We're going to see a very powerful card materialize for Rex in the form of Quicksilver Grail. This is one of those tools in Sylvie's toolbox that could be almost anything. We see a lot of things go under this Quicksilver Grail. Powerful cards like Stone Skill Band and Covenant of Thorns. And I'm very curious what Rex got here. We're going to see him go for that Storm Slime. Currently number's 8.
That's an 8, right?
That is
John is thinking. He just asked if there's 8 slimes in banishment, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know you've been talking it up, but
6,
like stuff is
7,
happening,
8.
so
Yeah.
okay.
But yeah, they're just making sure that
Yeah.
it is actually 8
I'm talking
slimes in banishment.
8 is the number.
Okay.
Which
see.
will put Sean after the unenter at 60 damage.
It's a lot. It's
It's a
almost,
lot.
you know, 2 of these is almost enough to get it done.
So it puts me at 16.
Yeah. Which is why I think which is what I think he was thinking about as well, right? See if okay, well,
That's correct.
Rex
I will
cannot
have it.
play another Storm Slime this turn. That's for
Right.
certain.
Yeah.
So does
have it
he
Sure.
risk
Go to buff. Swing for
going
5.
like does he risk going again, right? I fight like the next turn, another Storm Slime might come.
Inconvenient.
We see an attack for 5 with the Storm Slime, who has eaten those 2 forest cakes. John says that's terribly inconvenient. Might have to spend a couple of his mountain of prep counters just to stop this attack for
Yeah.
5, as I'm sure Sean was calculating potentially a lethal line next turn, but this looks like it throws a wrench in his plan, having to use these 2 prep counters. We will see him do it.
We'll take 2.
The attack will be redirected to that Ominous Shadow. Ominous Shadow is so powerful in the fact that they have a innate ability to prevent 3 damage anytime they take damage.
Or something from the
So
top.
even that
Yeah.
attack for 5 is not going to deal with
Play
this
Animal and
one
Okay.
for
Yeah.
Ominous
Yeah.
Shadow.
Yeah, they need
okay.
another
And
massive
damage is better.
ally to be able to take care of one Ominous Shadow.
Right.
Though it is not that hard to find a 4x an ally with 4 attack in Sylvie deck.
I'll wake everything up.
I mean, if any
Which-
deck can do it, right?
Yeah,
gotta
it's gonna be
Sylvie.
Sylvie for sure. And the Ominous Shadow only has 3 life. Only
I
has
will
3
bring out
life on top of
my
the 3
I'll
prevention.
materialize my GCR. GCR on the stack. I will activate
So
Outlook.
he
Thank you.
does
In
he does just have to
activate
get
your
another ally with 4
Outlook.
or
Sure.
get another Storm Slime, right?
Right.
And then he already has it in the bag.
So
'Cause
we see here, Sean has gotten a Grand Crusader's Ring for his turn, and he says, in response to my own materialization, I'm going to activate Korhazi Outlook. Korhazi Outlook,
So if I
so
banish
powerful
Grail,
in that she stops
effect goes
your
on the
opponent
stack after I
from
banish
activating
the
cards,
player, right?
period.
So Outlook will not stop you from bringing.
and
in
he
something
does
from
glimpse. And that
right,
she
'cause
does
it's
glimpse as
A
well,
little
you know,
bit.
just so
Yeah.
just so it's not all too
So
too
in
powerful,
response
you
to
know,
it, I
not
will go ahead
too
and pop my
singular.
Oh,
That's why people play it, right? For the
Okay.
Yeah,
glimpse.
yeah, of course. The
will,
glimpse can
go
be
through
very
the
useful
skill
at
True,
times, of
true.
course, but
Sure.
yeah, it is not the
so
main
finishing
reason.
from memory, we'll go odds even.
So in response, we'll see that Quicksilver Girl cracked, a Verdant Scepter brought out.
A gather slimes.
Getting another slime into
And
banishment.
then, banishing the Storm
Obviously,
Slime.
sacrificing the Storm Slime
1
here.
second. Can I read?
Yeah, it's the on
Yeah.
Ron is making sure he reads the cards.
Yeah.
You don't see
I don't know if I like this.
Verdant Scepter actually played that much, right? You
Right.
see it
Tuning.
get banished much more often.
Sure.
So it is
I guess
definitely a
before
new
this is
card,
kind of
right?
the
It is
Right.
it's a
I'm
fantastic
thinking.
card
Brand
in
new,
my
yeah.
opinion, right? But here,
Cost is
if
paid, yeah, and this is
when
Storm Slime.
Rex is
Yeah, of course.
playing, when Rex sacrifices Storm Slime, it has the on death trigger. Unfortunately, he only has 1 card. Remember, if unless they're on top of one another, so he cannot use Storm Slime's ability to its fullest because you need exactly 2
Is there a
cards.
cost to banish
Yeah,
or no?
Verdant Slime
Can
is
you
also, I
banish?
believe, on enter
in response to
banish
that,
the
I'll
slime you
activate
control,
Outlook
so it's going to get around that death
You're right,
trigger
you're
from
right.
Storm Slime anyway.
So
But
that
it
is
looks like Sean's thinking about responding to it.
No more cards
So
for
he's
you.
going to once again
Bring
activate
Stone
Korhazi
Stack.
Outlook in response to the Verdant Scepter.
Or the card.
This effect
the
stack
card.
gets so
Okay.
tricky when we have
Verdant
Korhazi Outlook in
and
play.
Yeah.
He can activate it as many times as he
in
wants just to
response
prevent
to
Rex from
that,
doing anything while it's
I
Sean's
will
turn.
Zephyr your Verdants.
Verdant Zephyr.
So Ron Zephyrs the Verdant Scepter here.
Mhm.
It's all you.
But because the on-enter is a May,
Second
I don't
Yeah.
exactly
Yeah.
see
Second
outcome.
outlook
Well,
is
I
Stone
mean,
Stack, so I do get
you
to
get to
use
you do get to
I'll
draw a
bottom this.
card, right? Rex does get to draw a card off of it to dig for that Storm Slime.
And
Right.
then
So it
I'll
is
activate
not
Ring.
Yep.
a
Okay.
not a bad idea to try and put off the card draw there.
Yeah, I think that had to be exactly what Rex was looking for. I think you nailed it. He was looking to just reset the top of his deck and find exactly a Storm Slime on top, and then that would be lethal. So, kudos to Sean for respecting that and Zephyring the Verdant Scepter before that can even be a possibility. And I have to assume after all this confidence that Sean does have a lethal line.
Okay, there you go. I think that's.
We're going to see a Shadow Strike here, prepped for 6, does get +6 power. It's going to be attacking for 10, and if Shadow Strike was prepared, it is unblockable.
And we did the Ominous Shadows can even use Shadow's Claw, right? Which is a fantastic way to chip in for even more damage. The 1/3s that are very, very hard to take care of. Attacking for 2 because of Shadow's Claw, and that Shadow's Claw doesn't even lose durability.
My hand is so cursed.
With if the Fantasias are attacking with it.
Right.
Let's look at the sideboards here real quick, right?
Yeah, so up first we have Sean's deck. Looks like in the sideboard we have 2 copies of Imperial Spy, 2 Incapacitates, 3 Reprograms, 1 Ensnaring Fumes, 3 Eternal Magistrates, 2 Zephyrs, and 2 Shadow Resonances. We've talked a little bit about exactly this list before. We think probably the Imperial Spies are going to come in, and the Eternal Magistrates. Is there anything else you think is going to come in here, Clem?
I think the Ensnaring Fumes might come in handy, right? Especially in like early game mostly. You do get to, you do want to get that.
Impossible.
Get that in. But yeah, I'm not sure though. I might be wrong. I might be misreading the situation here. But the Imperial Spies and Eternal Magistrate is definitely like Eternal Magistrate is just so good. It stops so many things in Sylvie.
Right. Yeah.
That you definitely want to bring those in.
For sure. Let's take a look at our other deck. Well,
Even a Salt and Straw? I like savory stuff too. What? Salt and Straw? Oh, I've never been, no.
It's like a place that does like weird flavors of ice cream combinations.
all right, so in Rex's deck, we have 1 copy of Beastbond Ears, 2 Fast Gears, 1 Ordinary Bear, 4 Reprograms, 2 Slime Eruption, 1 Gaia's Songbird, and 2 Verdant Slimes. How about this one, Clem? You're a slime player? What do you think's coming in here?
I play slimes. I'm not a good slime player, but definitely Verdant Slimes are going to come in.
Sure.
You want to take care of that Shadow's Claw. We want to take care of that. If they somehow still have the boots without enough prep grounders, you want to take care of those boots. You want to all of the Regalia that Tristan plays are all very good. So definitely the Verdant Slimes. I'm not sure about anything else here, honestly, right? Because it's all so situational. I don't even understand why there is a single Ordinary Bear in there, because they already play 3 in their main board, so 1 more it's definitely a very tested deck.
Right.
So there has to be a reason, right? Because you don't put 1 random main deck card into your sideboard unless you have a good reason for it.
Yeah, I was going to say exactly the same. This looks like a very tuned list. So the Ordinary Bear and the 1 Gaia's Songbird are definitely for a matchup, but I would assume that matchup is probably not Tristan.
Yeah,
And maybe we'll be proved wrong if we see the full play set of Ordinary Bears come into play here. But yeah, looks like a couple of cards going to come in, mostly for the Tristan side. I think the matchup does really improve after sideboarding for Sean, and Sean has to feel pretty confident after taking that first game, right?
Yeah. It's like it's already a good matchup for Tristan, but I think Sean was prepared for everybody to be on Slimes, and he's not wrong, right? Looking at our top 8 especially, he's in a definitely a comfortable spot. Spot here, and after sideboarding, he's doing very good,
right?
I think.
And yeah, we'll see if we can close it out. Of course, Rex not the underdog, definitely has a chance here to come back and win these 2 straight games. And of course, this game he's going to have the choice, unlike the first, and we have to assume that Rex is probably going to choose to go first. Get that first materialize is just so important. Be the one that's sort of dictating the tempo of the game, which is so important for Sylvie to do. We saw in that last game the sort of impossible situation that you can get put in against Tristan. She has so many tools to stop you from interacting with her so that she can find that lethal Shadow Strike, and that's exactly what Sean wants to do. So it's Rex's job to sort of get out underneath that before Sean can get set up.
Yeah, and Rex was also in a good spot here, right? He was
Medal of Honor.
you know, I was confident that he has a very good chance. But then, not out of nowhere fully,
Right.
but then Sean did just come in and take the game home.
Right. So we'll see what the opening hand looks like for Rex.
Slime
As
cover.
always, looking for those baby grays, those forest cakes.
Coffin competition? Let's go.
We'll see what he found. I think I see a baby gray there, right?
Yeah, I see one baby gray at least. Obviously, sometimes you want to keep. Sometimes you want to keep the baby gray for your second turn, because then the two cards that you put down for it and reveal, you can immediately use it to banish, so you're not giving your opponent too big of an advantage.
You wanna go again?
And
Let's go gambling.
it seems that Rex has two baby gray slimes because he revealed one baby gray and
Escape the wreckage?
the thing, and he's going
Oh,
hard on the card draw.
Yeah.
and recycling the baby gray here.
Yeah, card advantage is what he's looking for. He does immediately cast that Escape the Wreckage to return Baby Gray to his memory and also draw a card into memory, keeping that influence nice and high. Looks like influence 8 on that first turn.
Yeah.
And we'll see what Sean does when we pass back over to him.
What are you guys doing?
What was this?
And they're like, this thing.
The players are friendly and
Yeah.
in person. The community is so good that Sean is just telling stories here in
Right,
the meanwhile, right? It's very nice to see at such a high table. Like the stakes are so high, but the players are still in like good spirits. They're still talking and they're still having fun. Which is really at the end of the day, even though there's so much on the line, they already made top 8, right?
Right.
There's not much to lose here. So why not have fun with it, right? It's a game.
Yeah, it's important to have fun, especially. We love to see the camaraderie. Even, these players are playing for thousands of dollars, but they can still afford to have fun and, enjoy the game with their opponent. It's just great to see. We're going to see a black market broker deployed. Going to get one prep counter for Sean. Not going to have that stealth ability yet, but probably not going to be relevant unless we see something like a baby red on the side of Rex on this first turn. We are going to see Rex then level up to Sylvie, level 1.
And he got very lucky there, because that is exactly the card that he revealed to Sean there. Right? That was a baby gray and gather slimes.
Yeah, so little information leaked here. Means Rex is in a pretty comfortable spot, and we know that he has at least some baby grays to play, and maybe that's his plan. Like you said, on the first turn, it's like pretty important to have a baby gray on your second turn when you're going into level 2. So maybe that's why Rex considered doing what he did here. Going to make it a little bit bigger from that Sylvie level 1, and hopefully he's going to have a way to make it stick around so he can get that card draw off of Sylvie level 2 next.
Absolutely. Again, he's just swimming in cards right now.
Right.
He did find the dungeon guide that he will need once he hits level 2. Probably hoping that Sean does not have the stifling trap this time around.
Right.
I'm just going to swing 2 at face.
But yeah, Rex is going to go ahead and swing with the baby gray slime. He knows that the intercept is not too relevant, right? And the black market broker will stick around.
Looks like he's going to deploy another baby gray as well. Going to draw yet another card. And now he really has to hope that one of these lives through his next turn so that he can get that little bit of a refund from Sylvie level 2.
Yeah. He goes in swinging with the other baby gray slime here.
Activate.
Like, why not, right? Why not? But it's not why not, really. It's he wants to chip. He wants to deal as much damage as he can before Tristan can get to level 3.
Yeah, of course. After all, why shouldn't he deal that 1 extra damage?
Yeah.
Get some chip damage in. Both of these decks have a big finish, but they want to get that chip damage in so that finishing combo is a little bit easier to achieve.
Yeah. Content looking a bit rough here with a lot of. Or probably more than I thought, because the dungeon guide is also purple.
Right.
And
I'll set 1.
Master Mind's is also purple. So I thought it was a more Umber card. There were more Umber cards that there were.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, we're going to see Black Market Broker try to kill that baby slime. A slime shield
And I'll
deployed
show
by
you
Rex to protect it,
Twazi,
and in response,
Okay.
a stifling trap from Sean to get the job done. And one of those key sideboard
thanks.
cards coming in here, we see
I'll
an
pop that
Eternal Magistrate being imbued. That very powerful imbue
four mana
effect
for that?
means that cards
Holy, okay.
cannot
Plus one
leave
auto.
the material
Yeah,
deck
that's
unless
fine.
it's their player's materialized
Bro, you
phase. So
can't
this
be talking
turns
about
off
components
Dungeon Guide
right
completely.
Yeah,
What
yeah,
do you
which
mean? I have less cards than
which is why. Which is why he didn't bother, right? Because why the losing the
This
stifling
guy
trap
is
was not an
loud.
issue here.
Right.
we have even cards.
Or losing
we're
it,
equally
using it to
qualified. Yeah.
remove a baby gray was not a problem because he just had the Eternal Magistrate to make sure that the Dungeon Guide is turned off. Which also it also turns off
Actually, maybe not.
it also turns off the activation of Gaia's Blessing,
Oh,
which
yeah.
which stops
Yeah, you're so right.
stops a lot of slimes getting banished as
Right.
well.
Go to Sylvie.
And it also stops
We're just gonna go ahead and roll.
Ethereal
We're gonna
Slime,
go,
right? So
1
it's
through
a very, very
5
good
reroll
card in this matchup.
Yeah.
You do
and then we'll
love
go
to
1
see it.
through, 1 through 4, rerolling 5.
But
5, 2.
there is no buts, actually.
Sure.
It's just a very,
It's
very
just
good
great,
card.
yeah.
It's just a great card. No
It-
downsides.
Exactly what Sean wants to see, and it does have a pretty high life total. It is a
Listen, Nicole,
1-3,
no, you
so
don't.
Sean's going to do his best to
Trigger, I'm
protect
gonna
it
go ahead and
here
relock the
with
draw.
everything he's got, because it
Yep.
really does, like you said, put a damper on Sylvie's plans.
Yeah, yeah.
Both Dungeon Guide and Ethereal Slime and Gaia's Blessing, all very integral to Sylvie's game plan.
Alright,
We can see that Rex does have Dungeon Guide and
Yep.
Ethereal Slime in hand as well. So he's definitely, he needs to get rid of
Sure.
that.
Oh,
uh,
Alright, play it.
Oh,
Sean,
no.
Sean.
Look what it face.
Oh, no.
No, that was unfortunate. That was unfortunate. Rex forgot about
Yep.
the
You don't know,
imbued
actually,
Eternal
yeah.
Magistrate there, and he went for
hard level.
Dungeon Guide,
If you look at his
thinking
entire hand, I'm pretty
to
sure it's
level up. And both players are laughing about. They're having a
Yeah, I
fun
mean,
time
even
here.
players of this caliber can make a mistake
Yeah,
like that,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
And so we see,
Alright,
thankfully for Rex's case, we see the Dungeon Guide resolve, but
won't
Rex
tap.
realizes that he should not do that on-enter trigger, which is a May. So
Yeah,
he didn't
yeah.
banish the 2 cards. He did just decide to play a Dungeon Guide for retail. She's a 1-3. We're just going to use her as an attacking ally in this game.
Yeah. Yeah, she's doing her part.
Yeah.
Sean finally leveling up to level 1 here. It was an interesting, that was a funny play from Rex, right? But everything it happens.
It happens,
even
for
here.
sure.
But it luckily wasn't
only
too
was off.
detrimental because he does have another Dungeon Guide in hand, and he didn't banish anything for it.
Right.
So it's just an odd little human ally to play here. At least he didn't start banishing cards for it, right?
Of course, yeah.
He realized before the on-enter resolved that
But it just shows how strong this Eternal Magistrate
Yeah.
is in this matchup,
Yeah.
right? Having access to that from Sean and being able to protect it is going to be huge. And we see, that was sort of Rex's whole plan was revolved around this early level 3 into this Ethereal Slime that he's holding in hand. And all of that is shut off by this Eternal Magistrate just existing. That is a permanent effect as long as she's imbued.
Yeah, yeah.
So as long as Sean can keep it on board, he is pretty safe from a lot of Sylvie's shenanigans.
Sean here takes care of the Dungeon Guide, took care of the Dungeon Guide because if Rex has something
I can't remember
like
either.
escape the wreckage to so basically his thinking here is that
Wait, what?
if Rex doesn't have
No,
another
it's a
Dungeon
class
Guide,
bonus. Class bonus.
Yeah, it's a class
then
bonus,
he
it's
wants
71.
to
No, it's level 2.
bring it back.
Oh,
Level
it's a
2 class
level
bonus.
2 class.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, I don't play slimes, clearly.
There seems to have been
I mean,
problem.
all it
So-
would do is put an extra card for you at risk, right? Because you still
It-
have
it
cards.
would-
Yeah,
that
so
are
it looks
down
like
to
a
the
Slime
college
Shield was cast by Rex, and it does have that class bonus that makes it a little bit cheaper. It is normally a 2 reserve cost card, but it does cost 1 less if you're level
But
2.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah,
But-
so he should have paid 2 for this card as he was not meeting that level 2 plus requirement on Slime Shield.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. It sounds like they're
Can I just take it
getting
on myself? It's not
a
his fault.
they're getting a warning,
Yeah.
both of them, because Rex,
Failure to maintain
because
game state,
Sean
take
didn't
it on
notice it.
myself.
There's a
Right.
failure to maintain the game state from the judges here. Because Rex shouldn't have paid for it, but should have paid 2 for it, but Sean should have noticed it, right?
Right.
He shouldn't have just taken his word for it.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it's probably not going to have a huge effect on this game, but of course, especially at this high-level tournament like we're at here, we're going to make sure that we handle everything correctly, apply penalties as needed. But I don't think it was an earth-shattering mistake.
Well, unfortunately, in Grand Archive, paying for cards, and then because he then after that he leveled up from his memory, it does have an effect on the game, right? Because if paying 1 or 2 could be the difference between having the card you need once you level up, once you materialize your next thing, versus not being able to do anything. So in Grand Archive generally, this kind of mistake is a lot more rough than in other card games. So that is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate here.
Yeah, it looks like they're figuring out exactly what the penalty applied is going to be. We'll see if we're too far back to rewind here.
Let's see. They're deliberate.
Yeah, so we're just gonna take a second, let the judges do their work, and figure out exactly what the deal is gonna.
I would also like to appeal him. I would also like to appeal him getting penalized for this.
So it seems that they're appealing Sean getting a penalty for this, which is because Rex was like, yeah, it's my fault, because he did, the card was played fairly quickly, and it was his mistake. But I think, it's obviously both players.
I even told you it's class bonus, and you're like, no, it's level 2.
Yeah, it looks like they're figuring out why exactly Sean is getting the penalty. It's I believe like a failure to main game state is what it was.
So that was for both of them.
We're just gonna make sure that we get everything set.
Yeah. So on paper, both players have to pay attention to this.
Kind of wild.
But here the argument they're making is that
That wasn't on my bingo board.
it was Rex's card.
The what?
And Rex, Sean was just like, oh, it's class bonus, right? And then Rex was the one. It's his responsibility to make sure he plays his cards correctly, right? Because it's Sean, especially at such a high table, you expect your opponent to know what their cards do. So it is a bit. It's unreasonable to expect him to know every card and just be able to notice everything like that, right? And especially after they pay, if they already have cards in their memory, after they pay for a card, it's you can't really remember what they paid, right?
Right.
Because in a case like this where you don't even know the card, it is definitely it's a finicky thing.
Right. So we'll see what the deal is. It looks like the players are keeping that camaraderie that we're happy to see in such a high pressure situation. Just waiting for the judge to get a final resolution before we can continue on with the game.
Both players are. And this is what I really like about the community as well. Like Rex here standing up for his opponent in a such a high stakes match. He's like, hey man, it was both of us, but it was mostly me because it's my card.
Sure.
This is where the fact that everyone knows that I'm from Yu-Gi-Oh.
This is the wonder of the community, and I think it's something very precious about the game.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I hope as the game grows, we keep that sort of tight knit grassroots feel that we have even at a tournament this large. 280 plus players still has that very community driven feel, and we're seeing that even now. All right, looks like we're getting a resolution here, and we should be able to continue with the game. Sean still, looking to be in a pretty commanding position here. He's already got 3 prep counters. We see a slice and dice pulled to the front of his hand.
Yeah.
And with Rex not having leveled up yet, that can do quite a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I'm totally okay with, because I was like...
It sounds like they're just gonna accept
Yeah, it looks like we're going to rule this as a acceptable errored game state, which is something that happens when the game is a little bit too far to rewind, but it's not a mistake that is going to completely alter the course of the game. So it looks like Rex is going to get a penalty. We'll see if Sean gets a penalty as well. And they're going to accept this errored game state. Looks to be like what they're leaning towards. Of course, we'll get final confirmation from our judge staff and the producer. That looks like that is the plan, and we can continue on with our top 8 match here at Ascent Chicago.
It's the both players are still laughing.
Right.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear what they're talking about. But it seems to not have, broken their spirits.
Right.
Even though it's such high stakes. I think that might even be contributing to why they're
Sure,
like it's
yeah.
a funny situation to have. And Sean was involved in some rulings and Worlds as well, right? The World Championship, which was an even higher stake.
Yeah, of course.
And after that, I think it happens, right? And especially at such high tables where everyone's paying so much attention to what's happening. These get caught more, right? Because that happens at lower tables as well. Just people don't watch you as closely.
Right.
So here it's always going to be caught, and it's good, and it should be.
Right.
It should be called out, right? Because it's such like I said, it's such high stakes, and it's actual like professional level play.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, they're playing for a lot of money.
Yeah.
A lot of money on the line. This is a very serious game that they're playing, so I couldn't agree more that we make sure that everything is above board. We resolve everything as we should normally. And so, anybody who's watching at home, we appreciate you bearing with us. That is why, we take the time to make these rulings correctly. We want to make sure that everyone is playing fairly at the most competitive level. And, there are no mistakes that can't be fixed like right now.
It's also always rough when there's a judge call on the feature table, right? Because it's but it does give you insight, right, to what professional play is like, right? Because you don't see all of these judge calls. You don't see every time something like this happens, but it's a part of the game, right? Especially at this level. Like that's why you have so many judges out there, because you do need judges and you do need judge calls.
Right.
And
I mean, that's something that's so important about competitive play, and something that people don't consider all the time when they talk about high-level tournaments like this, is that not only is the judge staff so important, but you should always feel comfortable approaching the judge and calling the judge when you think something has gone wrong, because everybody's just here to play the game at the highest level that we can and as fair as possible without any of the sort of things gumming up the works. So nothing wrong here. We're just gonna
it seems that they are still
doing some deliberating.
Deliberating. Sean is arguing his case. And Rex just seems to be shaking his head. Like, it is you have to understand both sides here, right? The judges want to keep the integrity of the game, so they have to go by the rules and issue things that are accepted. And the players know what they're thinking, know what they're feeling. They are friends, so they know how they know what the other person's like. They know it's not that they really just don't know any better, or like they don't pay too much attention, or they expect their opponent to know the cards. So it's not malicious, right?
No, of course
from either
not.
side. But of course, the judges also have to put the judges have to make sure that everything is in order, everything happens as such, and issue punishment. I guess like issue punishments. Have to make sure the actions have consequences that are not unprecedented, and then that are of the level of the mistake. And I think that's also why they're deliberating here, because of how what the player and a judge sees the size of the mistake very differently, right? Because especially when you're in the game and you know what mind state you're in, you're very much focused on what you're doing, right? Because for example, at Worlds, there was a time where Caben released his spirit or his fire spirit, and then started playing Firecrest because he was so focused on what he was doing that he just forgot. And it happens, right? And if you're in game, you understand it, but as a judge, you also see outside how terrible that is, right?
Right.
And here, I think it's the argument that I made earlier is that because after that he materialized and he leveled up, it is important to the game how much he paid for Slime
Right.
Shield, right? But it really is also interesting, right? That Sean is getting a penalty for it. I'm not sure what exactly this penalty entails.
Right. Yeah, we'll have to see what the severity is. You know, it really depends. Yeah. So it looks like Sean was issued a warning for a failure to maintain game state, and so that is what he's appealing to make sure that warnings do stack up, and that can be a dangerous thing. And so he wants to make sure that he feels he was not responsible, that he appeals to the head judge about his warning for a failure to maintain. So that's what we're working out here.
Yeah, but it seems we're back in the game with
Okay. So looks like the final word is Rex was issued a penalty for a failure to maintain game state. Sean was not issued a penalty. So we are good to continue. You see that the card flicking intensifies, and that means that we're back to playing the game. So let's get back to the action. Looks like it is going to be over to Rex.
They're very focused. So the last thing that happened was Sean killed Rex's dungeon guide. Which he wants to do that because if Rex does, he knows that Rex plays Escape Wreckage, and he knows that Rex is there. But if Rex doesn't have that second dungeon guide in hand, it can be very detrimental to take care of the dungeon guide for when the Eternal Magistrate is killed and removed from the board. Because then then Rex cannot level up so easily.
Right. So we are going to see a Windwalker Boots grabbed by Sean on his Materialize. And we're going to see that Eternal Magistrate and that Black Market Broker get in for a little bit of chip damage. Looks like a lot of just passing back and forth. Looks like Sean gestured to pass over to Rex. Rex in the end step is going to crack that backup charger to generate a little bit of extra value. So it looks like he got that backup charger on his last turn so that he could crack it here in Sean's end step and then have enough cards in his memory to level up to Sylvie level.
Yeah. It is what you want.
Right.
It's Backup Charge is such a fantastic card. It's it has many different uses. And even outside of like Automaton, such a wonderful card.
Right.
It is. That's why GCR has become such a uncommon card to see, because you just have Backup Charger, and at that point it's basically having two divine relics in a way. Of you get to have the value of GCR basically for a free card draw engine, and like Quicksilver Grail as well.
It looks like we do see exactly that. We see that Sylvie come into play, and we'll see. Looks like a Limitless Slime is going to be the choice. It does cost 2 less, so it is going to cost 1 for that card to be cast. And it does come in with those 2 buff counters.
Yeah. So it's immediately gonna attack. It's gonna have 3 buff counters. 1 Rex goes attacking with it. It's gonna be a big boy.
Yeah. It looks like Rex kind of in dire straits here, though. I think after that dungeon guide, that walked into that Eternal Magistrate, he's been having a little bit of a tough time getting his game plan online. He does finally manage to get up to Sylvie level 3, but just a Limitless Slime being used with that very powerful Sylvie ability. Doesn't look like he at least has right now access to something like a Storm Slime or an Ethereal Slime to start really ramping up that advantage. Looks like he does have Ethereal in hand, so it looks like his choice was to make a big threat in the form of Limitless Slime and then deploy this Ethereal Slime afterwards. But we are going to see that get met by a Stifling Trap, which is not only going to stop that on-enter trigger, but it's going to be enough damage to deal with that Ethereal Slime as well.
Yeah. And that Sean now is exactly 4 prep counters, which means he gets to draw 2 cards off of trigger. It's not looking good for Rex right now, right?
Yeah, I mean, this Tristan deck is just so good at picking apart Sylvie's game plan. Something that you said several times, this matchup is sort of, these two were destined to face off, and Tristan has this ability to sort of keep Sylvie from accomplishing this unstoppable board state that she does against so many other champions, and we really are seeing that in this match. Just Sean taking complete control over this game. We're going to see if he has a way to speed things up just a little bit. He does want to, while he has control of the game, push as much of that advantage as he can. We are going to see a dungeon guide here, probably going directly up to that Tristan Shadow Dance.
Yeah, yeah. I always have trouble remembering the exact names. When I see the art, I can tell which is which, but the names are so close.
And they're so close. We have Shadow Dancer and Shadow Reaver, and the arts, of course, both Tristan. And get a little bit fuzzy, but it is Shadow Dancer that we choose. Going to get 2 Ominous Shadows to come along with it, and that extra prep counter. I believe we saw a Mastermind scheme in Sean's hand as well, so he can really start ramping up those prep counters if he wants to set up for that Shadow Strike that we saw decisively take the last game. He's really building up a board presence here as well.
It's definitely scary on Rex's side, right? Like there may not be that much on paper, right? But it can get very much out of hand, basically, right? Tristan is a very, very powerful champion.
Yeah.
Which is also one of those things that, like, when you say Sylvie is a very powerful champion, you did not expect this a year ago.
Yeah, the titans of the DOA format, Tristan and Sylvie, is not exactly what we expected, but that is what we have this post-MRC world that we're living in. We did see that Mastermind scheme cast, bringing Tristan up to 10 preparation counters, also triggering that Agility 3. So Sean gets to pick up basically his whole hand to have it available for Rex's turn. Yeah, just such a commanding position. We'll see if Rex can rally here. He's going to have to find something pretty spectacular. He's going to start with that Quicksilver Grail. And notably that Eternal Magistrate is now off the board. So any of those typical Sylvie shenanigans have now been unleashed. And so we're going to see if he can get some of that done here. Maybe find another Ethereal Slime or maybe a Storm Slime to get the party started.
If I saw correctly, Sean has a which is probably what he's deliberating. Should he defer Limitless Slime, or should he let the damage?
Yeah,
or should he even redirect it? Right, which is it's slowly getting to the point on Limitless Slime where it can hit through the 3 prevention. On the Ominous Shadow?
I mean, it's already attacking for 5, 6 now. So you had just 1 more, and it can start killing Ominous Shadows by itself. But it looks like, at least for now, Sean is going to choose to redirect. But that Zephyr is a great card to keep track of, as it can be super powerful against certain things that Rex might want to do. And something really important is what is under that Quicksilver. We do not know.
It seems that the Gaia Songbird immediately finds a Storm Slime, which is what you want.
It's a good start. He really needs some of that powerful Advanced Element Slime cards to get him back into this game, and Stormsight's a good start. What is our count on Advanced Element Slimes banished?
If I see correctly, it's 3 slimes in banishment.
I think it says
right
3
now,
slimes,
It's a small Storm Slime for the time being, but they can get very, very much out of hand, right? Especially now that the Eternal Magistrate is gone. He can just easily banish 4 slimes from his graveyard and put that up to 7, right? And 7 damage is already very significant.
Yeah, and it looks like he finds another Storm Slime off this Blissful Calling, and so we'll see if he does choose to go for that Gaia's Blessing, like you mentioned. It looks like he's going to hold off for now, maybe potentially trying to set up to play all of these Storm Slimes all at once and sort of chain them together to keep or to catch Sean off guard. So we're going to pass over to Sean. Sean's just going to grab a Grand Crusader's Ring, get a little bit more card advantage, and see if he can find a solution to the puzzle. Going to start with an attack for 1 with Dungeon Guide.
Seems that Sean forgot to remove their ability counter last turn from his Shadow Skull. Luckily, that is not that influential.
An easy fix.
It's it wasn't the final durability counter, so it's not too doesn't have too much effect here. It seems that Sean has.
He also has a big Shadow Strike, going to get prepped for 8, coming in for 12, 13 if he wants to add that Shadow's Claw. So we're going to see an activation of the Quicksilver Grail, probably for something like a Covenant of Thorns, and that's really where this Zephyr that you had mentioned is going to come in.
Yeah, and he does have the Zephyr, and that gives him and makes him take the game
Yeah,
home.
so that is going to be Sean Zhang taking down this top 8 match. Amazingly played by both of our players, but Sean is going to move on. You know, you've said it time and time again during this match that Tristan and maybe even Sean is built for this sort of Sylvie matchup, and so he is really, you know, taking that in stride, and he showed just such mastery over this matchup here. Seems like he knew exactly what he was doing, found all of the lines that he needed, and, you know, was a pretty swift 2-0 victory.
Sean is a fantastic player, and every time I see him on stream and I cast for him, I think every time he won 2-0 so far. So he keeps that score. He keeps going, and both of these players played wonderful, right? And it's just that Tristan has the tools to stop Sylvie. Well, more so than, because Sylvie's so focused on the game plan that everything has to be slimes, right? Especially if you're on Spirit of Slime. You have to have nothing but slimes. You can't have, right? Anything but slimes or some normal element cards, right? And all of those normal element cards are great, but they are not too good at controlling the board and being reactionary. And so unfortunately, out of the two of them, Kristen has more versatility just because she's usually wind, right? With all the new assassin cards and all the old assassin cards being very supportive of it. She has access to a lot more things, like a lot wider variety. So
and yeah, that's a problem that, you know, Sylvie can run into sometimes, right? Like, she is this sort of singular game plan, and like you said, when Tristan, as a sort of toolbox deck, has these versatile tools, you can use a well-placed Eternal Magistrate or a couple of well-placed Stifling Traps that we saw in that game to sort of pick apart Sylvie's game plan until she can, you know, take over the game.
Yeah, and just, I think, like you said, she's very much a toolbox, and that makes her a lot more able to do, right? Because Sylvie relies on slimes, and slimes are wonderful, but slimes are a traditionally tribal deck, right? This is what we call a tribal in most games, and it's all slimes, and like I said, slimes are not that versatile, right? Like we have slimes, but they're all allies, right?
Right, they can only do so much. They're restricted by their sort of card type and being allies, and we see them like break the mold a little bit with cards like Baby Green Slime that sort of acts like a spell, but, you know, like you said, they're sort of stuck in their slime mold, for lack of a better term.
And the non-ally slime cards are also cards that support the slime allies, right? They play into the whole ally-based strategy.
Yeah. But yeah, excellently played by both of our players. That will be Sean. Moving on to the top 4, and we know, of course, because we did have 2 slime mirrors this round, that at least 2 slime players will be moving on to our top 4 as well. We'll see if we can get an update on that. So it looks like Matt G was victorious in his game, so we will have Erupting moving on as well. And it looks like Mitchell won his slime mirror as well, so he'll be moving.
There's only one slime mirror going on. It's the Fire Slimes versus Spirit of Slime mirror. I'm interested to see how that ends up.
Yeah, we will see how that wraps up. But you know, interestingly, you had said that in this bracket we have our 6 slime players, but of course we have these 2 other decks that are sort of built against this meta to defeat these Sylvie decks that there are so many of, and we see both players being victorious and 2-0 victorious. Like in a pretty decisive victory, the one that we saw on screen. I guess we don't know how decisive Matt's win was, but it just shows that these players that were able to break through the meta. We heard it was fast as the official note from our producer. These players that were able to break through the meta have really found something special that can, like we said, pick apart that Sylvie strategy.
And I'm glad to see both of them moving on. We might have, if it does happen, we might have no slimes in the finals. Which
What a
is
story it would be,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
That there's 6 Sylvie players and potentially 2 non-Sylvie players decks end up in the finals. We'll see. It would be quite an upset, I think. Not to say that any of these players are better than anyone else. They're all, of course, very talented, but we'll see how their decks shuffle out. We are going to take a 20-minute break. Like we said, we're waiting on that last match of untimed top 8 matches. So we're going to wait on that. We're going to take a 20-minute break, and hopefully once that is over, we're going to be back with your top 4 of Ascent Chicago. Welcome back, everybody, to Ascent Chicago. We are here for our top 4 match. Just before this match started, Valkyr, who was joining me in the booth, said to be his trusty steed and take us into the round, and then I immediately messed it up. I was under too much pressure. We are back for Ascent Chicago's top 4, and we have a couple of interesting decks that have made it into our top 4. We mentioned this at the end of our last round, that we had both the Erupting deck and the Wind Tristan deck that we saw on stream make it into our top 4. So we do have 2 Slime players and 2 non-Slime players, and they will be not facing each other. So we're going to have a Slime match versus Erupting, and we're going to have a Slime match versus Wind Tristan. So it looks like the match we're going to be covering is Matt G playing Erupting versus Noel playing Slime.
Slime. Yep.
Yeah.
Some Spirit of Slime.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's going to be very interesting because we are in that timeline where we can either have an all Slime final or a non-Slime final or a mix of both.
Right.
And so this is very interesting that top 8 was filled with 6 Slime decks, and we immediately lost 4 of them.
Right.
Just right off the bat. We have 2 hero decks, 2 Slime decks, what we're rooting for here. It just depends on what you want to see making it to these finals. I know everyone is super excited to sort of see if we're going to follow the storyline we have been talking about throughout the past 2 days. If a deck containing Lorraine will go ahead and win another Ascent, or are we going to crown a new champion? Sylvie has always been in the shadow of every other champion ever since the inception of DOA. It has not really been like a competitive deck, one should say. And thank you to Recollection, we go ahead and got a bunch of resources. And so, speaking of like the things that the deck has gotten and received, looking at the deck list that these players are bringing, these decks are just full of tools and consistency abound. Like there's so many flex spots they can do, about 6 to 8 cards, changing on the player's strategy and what they actually want to do here. And when we look at like each individual deck, everyone says like, oh, it's just Slimes, it's just Slimes. But you can see the player's personality brought out in the deck itself by those tech choices. You see some players preferring Bestial Frenzy, the engineered Slimes, some people with the ordinary bear. And that's one thing that really caught us off guard is that it's a beast. It's a low-cost beast, very good statted, and Noel has that in their deck, and that is one of those... Null has it in their deck, and it's one of the things that has really brought them far. I've heard a little bit of speaking of it and how it's a very good value engine for it, because if your opponent removes it, you get that floating memory.
Of course.
If they don't remove it, you get to draw a card off of it. So no matter what, you're netting 1 either way, and you're happy with it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's easy enough for any player of Grand Archive, even somebody brand new. If you go to your LGS, you pick up a Recollection deck Sylvie, you're like, hey, this is pretty good. You start winning some matches at your locals, but it really takes a refinement process to get this perfect version of what this sort of boogeyman deck has become for this tournament. And we've really seen, time and time again, we see Chess Club is the one that has sort of made the perfect list for Ascent Chicago, and we see them, having some real success. So Noel has brought basically the perfect variant, I think, for at least for this meta. But that doesn't mean, like you said, there's a lot of tech choices that you can make using this shell, and so maybe this is the perfect deck for right now, but that might change in the future. But yeah, I think it is great to point out that when we're talking about this Slime deck, that can be, feel a little bit samey when you see a lot of these people playing Slimes, that not everything is created equal. There are definitely choices that you can make to sort of refine your strategy for the metagame.
Indeed, and that sort of brings us to our theme of Ascent Chicago, is every little thing matters.
Right.
We've had plenty of rounds and games where we've counted down to that lethal was because of like a turn ago or 2 turns ago that something didn't go exactly as planned or didn't swing with a certain ally because you were concerning a different effect. And it's really crazy that Grand Archive can lead up to that.
Right. Yeah, and we're definitely going to see that going forward. So we have Noel playing that Spirit of Slime deck that we just talked about, and somebody that we've seen on stream at least a little bit earlier in our first rounds today was Matt G playing this same thing, a sort of tried and true strategy, something that people can easily look at a card like Erupting Rhapsody and say, hey, this is a pretty powerful card. I can put this in deck and probably kill people with it. But it takes a really refined take on the deck to, create something that can thrive in a meta like this. And we've seen that Matt G and some of the people that tested with him have really made this innovation on a very old deck. Erupting's been around since the game came out. Like, DOA was full of Erupting decks. And now we have this sort of innovation with this new Tristan underhanded agility 3 sort of basis for this deck, as opposed to the Rye shell that we're using.
Exactly. It almost feels like we have a clash of two titans. Someone from the past coming up saying that, no, I'm still here to guard my title as one of the best decks in Grand Archive. And then you have the new kid on the block, the one thinking they're super hot. Sylvie being like, I just got a recollection deck. I have all the powerful tools. And it's like, I'm here to take you out. And so we have these two giant decks, old and new archetypes, coming together with a very fiery passion of just... it's going to lead up into pure skill and decision making.
Right.
Both of these decks are capable of winning. Both of them have the potential for burst, the kill turns, the consistency. It's just a matter of how well can these pilots take these decks.
Yeah. And I think, of course, both amazing pilots. Both of these players have really become known for these strategies. Of course, we know about Matt G and his Erupting deck. People so ubiquitous that they call him Erupting Matt G almost exclusively, all in one sentence. But Noel has been sort of innovating this Sylvie strategy since she came out. Like, every time that I see anyone talking about this Sylvie strategy, it's Chess Club that's at the forefront, and Noel and Rex making these posts. And obviously now they have that accolade to back it up, right? They've made it to that final stage, and they're really trying to put that deck that they've built to the test. So yeah, I think it is really going to come down to how the pilots figure out this matchup. It is definitely a lightning fast one. We've seen it a little bit earlier in Swiss, and both of these decks very explosive. So it's going to be sort of whoever can find the fastest, most efficient kill that is going to take it. Because both of these decks are fairly light on interaction. They have a little bit here and there, but they're mostly like linear strategies looking to enact their game plan before you, the opponent, can finish yours.
Exactly, yeah. Both these decks super similar in that aspect, but how they get there is going to be slightly different. One's caring about cards in banishment, one's caring about all those certain element cards in graveyard. And I want to also talk about a little bit of a storyline between these two players. I believe this is the first top 4 for Noel at Ascent. So this is a very large potential for Noel to make finals and even win an Ascent. While on the other end, Matt has already won an Ascent. Ascent Ontario, first place there. So this is also another one of those things to watch out for. Is it time for a new guard to come in and win an Ascent? Or is someone going to go ahead and do a back-to-back Ascent win, which would be a huge, amazing accomplishment and show the capacity and the ability of this player?
Yeah, I mean, if memory serves, he would be the first, I believe, to win 2 Ascents. We don't have a winner that has won an Ascent and has won a subsequent one. And something important about, Matt as a player is he won that Ontario event playing Erupting.
His signature deck.
Yeah.
And if you're able to take the same deck, of course, granted modifications from the new sets, you always have to do that. If you take that back-to-back wins at a large major event, that's just showing not only do you have an understanding of the game, you understand your deck to a T. You understand matchups, metagames. You don't just bring the deck because you're good at it. You bring it because you know you'll be able to play it well in the meta.
Yeah. And we will see which of these players ends up on top. On your left, we have Matt playing Erupting. On our right, we have Noel playing Slime. Sylvie, Noel is our first seed coming out of Swiss, and so that is going to be his choice to go first or second. What do you think here, Val? Do you think he's going to choose to go first?
I think you go first here, especially you don't want to give Erupting that additional turn. You want that first materialization and first into Dungeon Guide. And one thing to point out is Noel has only lost 2 games this whole day. That is 14 rounds of playing, and you've only dropped 2. That is insanely impressive here. Reason why they have that first seed.
Yeah. Yeah, 10-2-1 is a very, very impressive record, and so we'll see if he can back that up. Of course, a very, very impressive record coming out of Swiss, but these are the most important ones. The ones that matter. We're going to go into our match 1 of our top 4 of Ascent Chicago and see who will come out on top. And one of these players, Valk, is going to be moving on to the finals.
That is correct. One of these move on, and Ascent Chicago unfortunately ends for the other.
Right.
Whenever there's good news, there's always going to be bad news in an event like this. Just as a reminder for everyone here watching at home, our top 4 is untimed. These players do have as much time as they need to finish out their best of 3. And Noel did elect to go first, as we were talking about here. And looking at this hand, we do see some of the most optimal cards to draw on turn 1. Forest Cake, Baby Gray Slime, and even a Gather Slimes if needed.
Yeah, it looks like he has all of the tools that he needs. He's going to deploy that Forest Cake first. And think about maybe if he wants to deploy that Baby Gray Slime as well. Something that we have to consider here about Baby Gray Slime is that Intercept is actually deceptively important in a matchup like this. The way that this Erupting Rhapsody deck works is obviously trying to kill you with the namesake card, but sometimes there is a line to go into Lorraine level 1 to play Fiery Momentum, and so these little interceptors are going to be a real pain for Matt to deal with.
Indeed, and we saw that actually in Matt's last stream game was that Intercept is really preventing the Lorraine to be leveled up into and using Fire Momentums. So Matt's strictly just going with the Tristan strategy, which worked well, but you mostly want to lean into the Warrior package because you want to be able to take advantage of the cards in your deck.
Right.
And so we see Matt starting off with a Hasty Messenger, discarding the Stalwart Shieldmate, getting that Floating Memory in nice early and fast. And unfortunately, it's not a fire card, but we're going to use that immediately for a level up. And you're going to probably see that preferred over a Tempered Steel, which also counts as a fire card.
Pick one.
Yeah, definitely exactly what Matt wants to see. He never wants to lose influence. He wants everything that he can do to be as efficient as possible. What this Erupting Rhapsody deck is looking for is a minimum of 9 cards in hand in order to enact its basic combo of Ember Song into 2 Erupting Rhapsodies. We're going to see him really value influence, and I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see Noel really value influence as well. He's going to start off with a Gather Slimes, not getting a tremendous amount of value out of that recover, but he is going to find himself an animal or beast, or it looks like a slime ally. He's going to put that Storm Slime into his hand for later.
And just recovering that damage that Hasty Messenger did as well. We've seen games where it ends with 1 point of damage, so we're healing that up, making sure that goes away. And Noel's going to draw for turn. And now since Sylvie has leveled up, we're going to get that buff counter on the Baby Gray. So probably the reason why we kept it instead of playing it turn 1. This is now your 2/2 Interceptor. Will not be traded favorably by Clumsy Apprentices nor Hasty Messengers. So it has that defensive capabilities and won't be taking any ping damage. So Matt's really going to have to invest a card into removing it.
Yeah, I think really showing the value of this Baby Gray Slime here. He's going to use it to take care of that Hasty Messenger. And exactly like you said, Valk, it's going to be a little bit more resilient from the allies that Matt has access to. There's very few 2-power allies, just Cemetery Sentry, that Matt has access to deal with this cleanly. So he's going to have to think about that in the future if he looks for a Fiery Momentum line. But it looks like right now he's just going to start with a Grand Crusader's Ring, get that influence back up. We're going to go into his second turn.
Creative Shock.
And we have a Creative Shock. Going to go ahead and draw the 2, considering what to discard. Probably something that you're not going to want to do, like a increasing danger. Don't want to give the Sylvie players some more influence. I do want to note as well that Noel did not crack the Forest Cake for the Baby Gray. Very aware of the damage thresholds Matt's deck is able to provide, and would rather save that Forest Cake for a late game Slime to push in that damage. Because 2 power, 2 life is perfectly enough for Baby Gray. A 3/3 would be overkill.
Right. We'll see what Matt can do to progress his game plan. It looks like a couple copies of Fiery Momentum have been pulled to the front. So that's something he is going to be considering as he thinks about who he wants to level up to probably next turn. Looks like we do see a copy of the Namesake card in Erupting Rhapsody as well. A Tempered Steel clogging up the hand a bit. That can be one of the problems with this Erupting deck, is if you find all of your combo pieces and not any of your ways to filter through your deck, it can become pretty tough. But he does find a Hasty Messenger here, discards a Tempered Steel, draws another one. And we'll see what he can do to increase his influence a little bit further.
And another Hasty Messenger coming down on the field. We're gonna that means all 4 Hasty Messengers have been found, and discarding another Tempered Steel. So more floating, more fire in the graveyard. Very beneficial. And it looks like the attack is going into Slime, so looking for complete removal. Does Noel have an answer to this, or will it go quietly into the night?
Looks like a Slime Shield is going to be the choice. And unlike a lot of times that we've seen people interact with Slime Shield and respond with something, Matt doesn't have a whole lot of great options to do that. He's going to look to see if he wants to fire off some resources here, but I would be surprised to not see this baby slime live to fight another day.
Sure.
And then we see an increasing danger as well. So giving some influence to the slime player, a very interesting choice. Maybe Matt is valuing being able to combo off faster than the slime player can, and does not mind giving Sylvie an additional card to help level up here safely, rather than losing something that was initially in their hand.
Yeah, increasing danger, a very aptly named card. Definitely provides a risk by giving your opponent more resources, but Matt really does rely on the leverage that this erupting deck is more consistent and faster than most of the other decks in the format, so he's going to look to leverage that and combo off, like you said, faster than his opponent can.
And we do see Sylvie level 2 on Enter Trigger drawing 1 card thanks to that Baby Gray staying alive from the Slime Shield. And then we have Recollection, nothing, no fancy, fast activation of Baby Green to bounce that Forest Cake, maybe try and get some additional card draw. And the important part is, do we see a Dungeon Guide? After a quick flick through the hands, we do not. Sort of filled with advanced elements here, kind of clunky. You're going to want to go ahead and see if you can filter out or find something to help you get to the point of playing your advanced element slimes. We do see Baby Green. This is an option to pay for 2. Go ahead and suppress that Forest Cake and hopefully draw into something that would be an answer.
Yeah, I think that is exactly what Noel's going to look to do here. I think he has virtually no activatable cards in his hand other than that Baby Green, and so he's really going to have to hope that he finds at least some way to put some additional cards into memory, just so that he can level up and start casting some of these powerful advanced element slimes.
And the Baby Gray goes ahead and takes out the Hasty Messenger. Don't want Matt to filter out any more, as they already doing. And as discussed here, just sort of the only playable option, that Baby Green swinging in. And that Force Cake will be returning at the end of turn once it's passed, and we'll get the on-enter trigger. Hopefully something good here.
I didn't quite see it, what the draw was. But definitely a difficult situation to be in for Noel. He really wants to level up next turn, but I don't think that he has any ability, at least as far as we saw in his hand, to put additional cards down.
And here we see the tried and true Lorraine coming from Erupting. You mentioned it earlier, those Fire Momentums are looking very good in the hand right now. Not sure on the fire count cards in Graveyard, but this can be a huge tempo swing, probably having Sylvie's effective life total.
Yeah, we found a Fireball with the draw step too, so Matt's sort of assembling all of the pieces that he needs. I think we're going to get a count of fire cards in Graveyard very quickly. It looks like Noel's interested as well. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 currently in Graveyard. We're going to add 1 more with that Hasty Messenger, so this Fiery Momentum can be coming in for 10, 11 points of damage, which is staggering at this early stage of the game.
Okay, I'll take 1.
And we see Hasty swinging in, discarding a Fiery Momentum, and drawing in, which shows that either Matt has another Fiery Momentum in hand to Noel, or is not going that route. But now you're really considering, why would you level up into Lorraine and then discard a Fiery Momentum? So this is one of those even scarier, as your opponent has multiple copies of the card that you really don't want them to have.
Yeah, you have to see the writing on the wall here is Noel, right? You're like, oh man, that means another one's coming. And I don't think that Matt's going to have enough cards in hand to present lethal now, but usually the plan with Fiery Momentum is to cast Fiery Momentum, deal a bunch of damage, and then on your following turn, a very light Erupting Rhapsody will be enough to secure the kill.
Correct, yeah. And also even a Fireball can be very beneficial here.
Right.
So we see Fire Momentum coming down for 4, 8, 9, 10, 11 plus the sword. That is exactly half of Sylvie level 2's total life. So 11 damage counters on there for Sylvie. And I believe Noel did draw the Limitless Slime off that Forest Cake, so not going to be anything really beneficial here. But it is going to allow maybe a play this turn, so you still aren't stuck with advanced element slimes.
So that's going to let him set up for his next turn to level the Sylvie 3 on the following turn. but we don't know if he's going to get another turn, and he's got to be terrified now, especially after the discard of Fiery Momentum. Maybe he decides to leave this Baby Gray Slime back to guard against future ones, but as long as Matt can find something like an Ember Song into an Erupting, it doesn't have to be very big in order for Matt to get the kill here.
And that was a very interesting play that just happened right now. We saw a reduce to Ash with Quicksilver Girl looking for a target here. So just totally removing that possibility of having a fast activated Thorns or a Stone Scale Band.
Right.
Matt is taking control of this game very fast. And speaking of which, though, Noel drawing a Dungeon Guide off the top of the deck. That is
absolute rip that he needed.
Insanely lucky here. And a little bit of consideration of what to put down. Since your hand is so filled with advanced element slimes, you're not sure if you want to try and get rid of those to help fill up the storm slimes, or if you want to get rid of the storm slimes because you're not going to be really interacting with them as much because your time is limited.
Right.
You don't know if you have another turn after this, so you want to try and maximize it as much as possible.
So once we resolve this Dungeon Guide and Noel goes up to level 3 Sylvie Slime Sovereign, he's going to get to cast some of those advanced element slimes. Something worth noting about Noel's list is they are playing Twilight Slime in the main deck, and we see one in the hand of Noel. So Twilight Slime does give your champion and other slimes you control Spell Shroud, but something that we really need to make sure that we consider is that is going to protect Noel from cards like Fireball, but the way that Erupting Rhapsody is worded, it is choose, and so it is going to get around that that Spell Shroud ability.
Exactly. It chooses its targets as many as you want,
yeah,
and you spread the damage evenly. So it's sort of semantics on how wording is in Grand Archive, but it's very important and something to always keep in mind. Some people may play Twilight Slime against you if you're playing Erupting, and you're like, oh, I have a spell, I can't target that, but this is where that game knowledge comes in.
Yeah, I believe that Erupting Rhapsody might, even to add insult to injury, be a skill. I believe Erupting Rhapsody is a skill and chooses, so it doubly doesn't care about Spell Shroud, but we do know that Matt has a Fireball in hand. So we'll see if Noel decides to respect Fireball being an option for Matt to get a kill here by casting that Twilight Slime and sort of putting a stop to that.
And we do see the Ethereal Slime coming in with the 2 buff counters from Sylvie, 1 buff counter from banishing a Regalia out of your deck, and it looks like no Force Cake is being popped for that either. So we're saving that for perhaps a Storm Slime kind of play. There is 1 in hand. It's going to deal 3 and then would swing for 4 with the Force Cake. You kind of want to spread out your damage to make sure you're not putting all your eggs in one basket in case there is an answer. There is 1 card in Matt's hand, but no fear of a Resolute Stand since we are not level 2.
Right. Yeah, shows the patience Noel has to keep that Forest Cake around. And like you said, I think maybe set up for a Storm Slime, maybe future Ethereal Slimes, really just not pressing the button until he knows that he can go for a lethal attack.
Yeah, and maybe doing a little bit quick math. I see them writing down on their boogie board that we have 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 damage from allies, putting at 11. Storm Slime would ping for 3, putting 14, and then swing for 4, so 18, so we would be too short playing at that route. And it's just one of those moments as well, like if we considered grabbing a Stone Scale Band perhaps over the Grail, you might have been able to sneak in an extra 2 damage with some Storm Slime combos, activation speed, but we see the opting into Twilight Slime totally respecting the Fireball as mentioned, and it's eating the Forest Cake, so it's going to be even harder to remove off the board as a 2-4.
Yeah, that is basically not a killable stat line for Matt unless he chooses to send something he really doesn't want to, some split damage from Erupting Rhapsody, a Fireball itself, but he really doesn't want to take that route, so Matt's going to hopefully look for a kill that does not involve casting Fireball targeting Noel's chain.
That's 11.
And we are go ahead and getting another additional count on fire cards. It's one of those moments that it really counts each time, is you always want to make sure for both you as the Erupting player and your opponent to know what you might be going against. Because if there's only 11 fire cards in that graveyard, Erupting would only hit for 12 because you need that Ember Song which
a measly 12 damage.
A measly 12, which is not lethal. That's the important part. That's the thing of that. But we are getting Discordia, and that is how we're going to sneak in a little bit extra damage getting those counters on it. And Noel has no cards in hand, no interaction. What you see on the board is what you get right now. Matt has a puzzle to solve, how to find lethal, and he has to do it with the 8 cards in hand, the Harp and Lorraine.
Well, it looks like we do have, I believe,
Danger.
we're going to start with an increasing danger, but I believe he has both of the namesake cards here. I think he has an Ember Song and an Erupting Rhapsody, and so the 1-2 punch here after that fiery momentum from the previous turn should be enough to get it done.
So that's then 1, 2, 3.
And it looks like the Ember Song and the Erupting, Noel just double-checking the math and making sure, and goes ahead, concedes game 1, understands that that is enough damage to go ahead and take them out.
Yeah, I mean, both these players have been here before. Noel, of course, you know, showing the respect to Matt. Yeah, you got it. Just making sure that the number is right. Yep, that's enough to kill me. Good game, and they're going to move on to the next one. So let's take a look at sideboards. First up, we have Matt playing Erupting. We have 1 copy of Elysian Astrolabe. That is going to be the Astra card available for Dusklight Communion here in the sideboard in 2 copies, 4 copies of Incapacitate, 4 Innervate Furies, and 2 Reduced Ash. What do you think is coming in here, Phil?
I really think Innervate Fury is going to be one of the better choices here. It allows you to actually remove the Ethereal Slimes without having to waste a Fireball or Erupting on them themselves. It heals back all that damage as well that an Ethereal Slime would swing on a Sylvie turn. And then I think we go ahead and add in 2 more Reduced to Ashes. We only run 1 main board. And the 2 will just add the consistency of dealing with Stone Scale Band and the Grill, as we saw. That play was very good, and if you're able to do that every time against a Grill when it comes out, you shut down a Sylvie's players, one of their line of plays that they rely on. Something the bread and butter.
Yeah, I think you did some quick damage calculation when we were looking at Noel's last turn, and I believe you're exactly right. If that Quicksilver Grill had resolved and he would have access to something like a Stone Scale Band, he probably could have found that extra 2 points in order to find a lethal line there, but Matt had the foresight to deal with that Quicksilver Grail before it became a problem. So I think you're exactly right that we'll probably see those come in as well. Taking a look at Noel's sideboard, we have 1 copy of Beastmon Ears, 2 Fast Cures, 1 Ordinary Bear, 4 Reprograms, 2 Slime Eruptions, 1 Gaia Songbird, 2 Verdant Slimes. I think maybe these Verdant Slimes are coming in to deal with something like that Discordia that we saw, and that's something that we saw in a previous match that Matt played as well. Verdant Slime taking out his Discordia being pretty punishing. I don't know if anything else here is going to be super impactful. Is there anything else you see?
I would agree with you 100% on the Verdant Slimes. Those not only remove Discordia, but also Lorraine's Sword if needed. And then I would really consider looking in bringing the Slime Eruptions. And the consideration for that is it's floating memory for you.
Sure.
It gets an additional 1 or 2 Slimes in banishment for your Storm Slime combo turns.
Sure.
Just like we're talking, we were 2 damage short that last game. If we Slime Eruptioned to bring 1 or 2 cards into that banishment zone, that Storm Slime then was lethal.
Right.
And so it's going to be a great way to sneak in that extra damage and push in a level up. We don't want to get caught with not enough influence, so that floating memory is really going to add into it and help. Both players did sideboard fairly quickly, though. Both of them know exactly what they're wanting in this matchup, and that's what you see when you get to these top tables here, is the consideration has already happened during game 1.
Right.
They're sitting there like, okay, I know what I need to bring in. This is my matchup. This is exactly what we're doing. And as soon as they're able to sideboard in, instant swaps.
Right. Yeah, we're playing untimed here for our top 8 matches, but we see these players just playing so efficiently, so quickly. They know exactly what they want to do, exactly the lines that they want to take, just because they're so experienced with these decks, especially both these players. They're so known for these archetypes. They've been here before. This is not their first rodeo.
100%, yes. It's clearly shows here. And do you think that Noel's going to go first here?
Yeah, I have to assume, much like game 1, although it didn't work out in his favor, he is going to choose to go first, and that's what we see. He had a really good start game 1, but faltered a little bit, lost some of that momentum as he was stuck with a bunch of advanced element cards in his hand when he was trying to go from level 2 to 3. So we'll see what the word is here. He does have a little bit of an easier route, though. We do see a dungeon guide in the front of his hand there.
And a Blissful Calling is a great opening as well, going to help filter in. This is how you find Baby Grays, which we did see off the top here, which is a really great. This is going to be probably one of those turns where you just Blissful Calling into Baby Gray, setting up that level 1 into Sylvie. Or we can just pass. And the reason for that is we're saving that Baby Gray like last game to get that buff counter, going to be that Interceptor, and trade into the Hasty Messenger if one is played.
Yeah, I think exactly right. I think Noel played the game last game exactly how he wanted to. He wants to sort of emulate that and just make sure that he doesn't stumble in the mid-game. He was so close to finding that lethal line, and if he hadn't stumbled for a turn there, he might have been able to find it. So that's going to be his route. Probably going to cast that Baby Gray on the next turn. We do see Matt with a bit of a more explosive start, though. He's starting with that Clumsy Apprentice. Going to deal him some damage, which hopefully for him won't be relevant. Draw a card, and then I wouldn't be surprised if we saw an immediate Cremation Ritual just to keep cards in the graveyard and keep influence gaining.
And you have said it. We see that Cremation Ritual hitting the field on that Hasty Messenger. Hasty has done its job. It's drawn a card and then drawn 2 additional cards with that Cremation Ritual. So Matt, more than happy to have played it, passed it, and then now we're seeing an increasing danger as well. Such a strong start.
This is like Magical Christmas Land level first opening hand from Matt. He has everything that he wants, everything that he wants to see on that first couple of turns. Not only increasing his influence to a staggering amount on this this first turn here, but also putting 3 cards into his graveyard.
Yeah, and we see Noel going ahead and banish the Ethereal Slime. So that was a conscious choice. We did put that down for the Blissful Calling, knew exactly what we're doing. And the reason may be not valuing it as much, or there's that additional Ethereal Slime in hand, and you only really need 1 in this matchup. It's going to be the one to absorb that matchup at the original thing. And we see Baby Gray entering, getting the buff counter, and showing Ethereal and another Baby Gray. So he drew another one off the top for a turn, which is really great to see.
Interesting that he chose to put it down here, probably looking to lose it to go to level 2 next turn. Says a little bit more about his hand this game. He has more options. He can decide to put like very castable cards into his memory because he has that dungeon guide available to him that we saw in his opening hand.
Yeah, and Matt opting into a GCR for this materialization phase. Going to draw, I believe Influence is going to be close to 10, maybe 11. A full grip of cards. We do see, I believe, Innervate Fury drawn as well, so that was sideboarded in. It's a really good play. Only works, though, if you have 5 damage and you are a level 1 champion, as part of the cost is to de-level and recover 5.
They're going to be a little bit far off, but I think that it's going to be a great option here. Should he become a little bit behind, should the board get a little bit out of control, he can use that Innervate Fury to reset, take the game a little bit slower, but we'll see if he has anything here to increase his influence. We're going to start with a Cemetery Sentry, discarding an Under Fire. Going to draw a card. Looks like Vermilion Decree was the card drawn for the turn.
I believe it was
Stalwart Shieldmate, yeah. And not exactly what he wants here.
Yeah, you never want to see a non-fire card, especially because the hand's already looking kind of clumped up with a Resolute Stand as well. So you're losing good discard targets and things like that. But we do see the Cemetery Sentry trading into the Baby Gray and Null allowing it. And this is a very interesting play because they saved it last game with the Slime Shield, which they do have in hand as well. So perhaps they're going for a Baby Green Slime play on level up and don't want to banish any other card from their hand.
Yeah, we could definitely see that, and it has been pretty powerful in the past, especially to get a sort of refund on that Sylvie level 2. We'll see if that's what he opts for. Maybe just a little bit happier with his hand, a little bit quicker to get to level 3, and that's what he needed. He was just shy last game, so maybe just a tad more speed will be good enough. We'll see a Hasty Messenger come down here. A great way to discard that Stalwart Shieldmate that we found. And I believe there's another Cremation Ritual if he wants to keep this Hasty off the board.
And it looks like here that Vermilion was drawn off the top as well. So we can Cremation Rituals for more cards or keep Vermilion Decree to go ahead and stop this Baby Green Slime play.
Smart, yeah.
And it's going to be very interesting to see if Matt sees that line Null is trying to take, or is going to, I wouldn't say get greedy, but just try and increase their influence for their next turn, potentially setting up for a kill turn.
It looks like you were right in that he chose to be a little bit more conservative and keep that Vermilion Decree up. We'll see if there is a response to the on-enter effect of Sylvie here. Looks like no, just going to recollect and draw and immediately go into a dungeon guide, putting down cards like Slime Shield, Verdant Slime that are not looking particularly useful, at least at this moment, but they are slime cards, which is going to add to that all-powerful Storm Slime ability that we see pulled to the front of Noel's hand here.
Yeah, and looking at the hand, keeping that Storm Slime 100%. I'm very curious about that Lustrous Slime, though. That's one of those that doesn't seem that good into this matchup besides the Fire Momentum. Yes, it dealt 11 damage to you last game, but Erupting was the one that finished you off.
Right.
And so Matt has the option to not even go the Fiery Momentum route. It's sort of a gamble with the Lustrous Slime. But we do see the Ethereal come in for free, gathering 2 counters from Sylvie, 1 counter from banishing a Tamer Regalia, which is going to be the staff itself, and drawing a card. And Gather Slimes is such a good card to see right here now as well.
We also have a tremendous amount of damage. Something that we have to consider is that Matt is still a spirit, and so he's going to use this Resolute Stand to protect his very low life total currently, stem the bleeding a bit. Not going to help from this Storm Slime, so instead Noel's going to opt for the Lustrous and reveal the bad news.
And I think we reveal all 3, or do we keep the Storm Slime secret here?
Oh, I think you just let him have it. You say, it's coming for you. You're going to have to deal with this.
And that's exactly what happens. All 3 get shown face up. That's going to be 3 buff counters on our little Lustrous Slime, making it a 4/8. And on death, Noel will recover 3, the amount of buff counters.
This is basically going to turn off any sort of Lorraine lines. It means that Tristan underhanded is going to be the plan, but we do see in Matt's hand, Fiery Momentum was pulled to the front, and that's going to be basically a useless card now.
Yeah, it's completely dead. You got to really invest too many cards to remove the Lustrous Slime just to make Fiery Momentum good.
Right.
And so I'm really curious if we're going to see another Tristan Agility 3 play where it's as many cards as you can into Erupting, into a Agility 3, get cards back into a Fireball.
Right. Yeah, we did see that a little bit earlier in the Swiss, and it was enough to secure that match win for Matt. So we'll see if he can do it again and see if that's the plan that he wants to take. Just considering all of his options, Erupting is a combo deck after all, so Matt's going to do some math and see if there is a line he can take. Such a diverse deck is Erupting, and so there's many different routes that he can take for his turn, and so he has to carefully consider all of them. He's not under the pressure of that round clock.
Yeah, and the Innervate Fury was pulled to the top of his hand, and he was sort of like considering it and thinking it, but it may have just occurred to him that he cannot actually resolve that card to remove the Lustrous Slime or the Ethereal Slime at all. And so you really want to consider now, it's just like maybe those are 2 dead cards. It looks like we do hear a declaration of going into Lorraine level 1.
Interesting. So maybe there is a route for Fiery Momentum. After all, that is really the only consideration for going to Lorraine Wandering Warrior. But Matt knows better than we do here in the booth, and we'll see what his plan is to navigate this sticky situation he's found himself in.
Yeah, a lot of cards in hand, sort of a lot of duplicates though of the same card, not really given a variety, sort of a same flavor of the month here. And we do just see a straight up Fiery Momentum into the Lustrous Slime.
Yeah.
Just rather take care of this problem now, use that card, and remove it off the board, which is going to open up the potential for more Fiery Momentum plays in the future, as Noel doesn't have any more Lustrous Slimes.
Yeah, so something which is really interesting is Matt using his life total as a resource. He can Fiery Momentum into this Lustrous Slime, and should Noel choose to retaliate, that will bring Matt above the 5 life that he needs in order to pay that additional cost on something like Innervate Fury. So we could see that retaliate, bringing him up to 8, and then Matt cashing in some of that life, going back down to a Fire Spirit to deal with this Ethereal Slime.
Exactly. It is such one of those... it seems like a suboptimal play for a Fire Lorraine player to swing into a big statted Taunt Boy, but it's very calculated, as now Matt's going to get a full board clear.
Yeah, looks like the 1 into Dungeon Guide is going to set up a perfect 7, 2 damage into Dungeon Guide, 5 into this 5/5 Ethereal Slime with that Innervate Fury. We hear Noel himself say Innervate when he goes to cast the Cremation Ritual. Looks like he's going to bide his time a little bit. cremate first, and then innervate afterward.
And then the Innervate, such a good card. So it's a 3-cost reserve card. As an additional cost to activate this, you de-level your champion and recover 5. You then get to deal 7 damage split among any amount of target allies.
Yeah.
And so the Ethereal was 5, the Dungeon Guide was 2, and Hasty Messenger did swing into that Dungeon Guide, completely removing the board. Matt is back at a very healthy life total and is not in too big of fear of a big burst turn. We do know that Null has a Storm Slime, and that is 4 damage as spell damage and 3 from attack. So it is kind of close. Maybe we're going to see a Stone Scale ban to find double Storm Slimes.
Yeah, I think that has to be Null's plan here. Matt has a huge hand, massive graveyard, and so we have to assume that Matt might be able to find a lethal line, even dealing 25 to Null should he get another turn. So Null's going to look to take advantage of this when he can, cast that Storm Slime, like you said, and perhaps the Stone Scale ban will help him find that second that he needs to get just over the line. Right now, Storm Slime dealing 7 brings Matt to 10. He is just a Spirit of Fire, so only 5 additional damage needs to be found by Null this turn.
And we sort of see the calculation thought process going in Null's mind right now. You see the tap of the finger, the sort of like mental math calculation. It's one of those things where you really have to be careful as you're adding things up because you don't want to give too much away to your opponent. Like, you don't want them to figure out what you're trying to mathematically calculate. Matt does have 0 cards in hand, though. Everything is in memory, all that influence. But this Grell is going to be a free materialization, not in fear of a reduced to ash at all. So I'm very curious if this is going to be a Covenant of Thorns. No, interesting.
Yeah.
I do like that play. This is a very respectful play to your opponent if you know they have potential for lethal. You are making them assume that it's probably going to be an offensive play, especially if you drop Storm Slime now. But this is saying that I believe that you are going to try and kill me this turn. But even more interesting, you need an animal or beast for those boots to work.
Yeah. So, yeah, those beast-bound boots that are now hidden underneath the Quicksilver Grail will give Null Spell Shroud as long as he has a beast or animal in play. But A, no beast or animal in play, and B, should he do that, as we discussed in the last game, Erupting Rhapsody will circumvent that Spell Shroud.
Yeah, so looking at that, a Fireball play then is pretty much going into Tristan and then Fireball. That is probably the calculation, the outcome that Null did come to, but we do see a Safeguard Amulet instead. Matt also respecting the opponent in case there is a big slime that comes down so they could under fire or to help prevent some of that Storm Slime damage.
Matt is going to burn the Witch, play a Library Witch, and throw her into the Cremation Ritual, draw 3 additional cards, just trying to fill his graveyard as much as possible and find those cards he needs. It looks like he may have found a Fiery Momentum, so he could look once again for a level up next turn into Lorraine to turn on that Fiery Momentum, which is now for a staggering amount of damage.
And this is one of those interesting things with Erupting Rhapsody is sometimes you just don't see either Erupting or the Melody card you need with it. And so you have to figure out if it's worth digging for if you find that alternative route. And that's why so many Erupting decks prefer that Lorraine package. Take advantage of Fiery Momentum. And then even with Tristan now, you take advantage of Fireball.
We do see Matt doing some digging and some dangerous digging at that. He does cast an increasing danger, and this late in the game, giving Sylvie Slime Sovereign any additional resources could spell doom for you. So we'll see if that ends up biting him as he passes the turn, going back to Null, and he's just hoping to see maybe one more turn to find that Fiery Momentum kill.
And we're looking at top 5 for a slime here, looking for an Ethereal probably, or a Storm.
That's pretty good.
That is very dangerous.
Yeah.
Double Storm Slimes. Gather Slime being a very clutch card. As a class bonus, you can activate it at fast speed here. And you reveal the top 5 cards and recover X, or is the amount of slime shown. There's 3 total slimes, so going back to that healthy 0 life total. Making Matt's job just a slightly harder when it comes to that Erupting or Fiery Momentum math. And I'm very curious to see what Null's going to be planning on this turn. We already have our defensive option. Are we going to then go for Horn of Beast Calling so we get a free Storm Slime? Or are we thinking more about Stone Scale Band to discard the other slimes that they have in hand that they're not really wanting to even play?
Yeah, it's a difficult situation to be in for Noel. He could possibly find a lethal line here if it was not for that Safeguard Amulet, which is making his Storm Signs pretty anemic. I think we saw a backup Charger get pulled to the front of his material deck. So maybe he's thinking about possibly just drawing some extra cards. I think Horn of Beast Calling would be a great call to just give him a little bit more advantage, let him manipulate his influence just a little bit to try to find some additional sources of damage. Looks like we're going to opt for the Stone Scale Band. He's going to try to dump any excess allies that he does not need. Looks like he's considering dumping Storm Slime.
Yeah, that's very interesting. You just got it off of the... Wow, okay. So probably not going to be trying to go for a crazy Storm Slime turn, though, if we are dumping that.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to see now. We have 1, 2... That is the 4th slime in the graveyard for this guy's Blessing. So a very key pivotal card here for a lot of Sylvie decks, as they not only increase the amount of damage your Storm Slimes will do, but you do get to start playing off the top of your deck an extra card in hand.
Right. So we'll see if that is to his benefit. We're going to get that top card revealed. It is a Hymn of Gaia's Grace, so unfortunately not castable right now. But now that single Storm Slime in his hand is looking pretty scary. Maybe enough to get Matt to pop his Safeguard Amulet, but it looks like Noel's going to take the slower route and maybe opt for some more attack-oriented slimes instead of trying to go over top of that Safeguard Amulet.
We could also wait to play on your opponent's turn here with the Stone Scale. The Boots play now makes a lot more sense now since our slimes are fast activated, if possible. It can really, if something's overcommitted on the Erupting side, you can go ahead and sneak in a slime and then get those Boots in to go ahead and protect yourself. But I don't see any answer to a Fire Momentum on Noel's side here besides a Slime Shield.
Yeah, if he has an additional way to draw that top card of his library, a Hymn of Gaia's Grace could be extremely pivotal here, but I don't think he has any Ethereals in him.
Yeah, no Ethereals in hand, just a Storm Slime and a Limitless, I believe. And so, mostly defensive options. I know I saw a blue card. Perhaps it's a Gather Slimes. That could be very interesting here to find exactly what they need, but that means that him would be going to the bottom.
Right. We'll see what their choice is, but I think that you are exactly right that Noel's going to wait for Matt to flinch. Let Matt commit some of his resources either to trying to progress his game plan or trying to kill you outright, and then you can react from there.
And really considering the level up, I think, this turn, we have 4 cards in hand, 2 of them being Resolutes, perhaps, I see there?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe a Cremation, 2 Resolutes, and Unknown. But his influence is huge here. So he's really going to have to pick his spot carefully.
Oh, it looks like at the end of Noel's turn, we are Vermilion Decreeing.
Okay.
Not imbuing because there was that Resolute stand.
Right.
Take 3.
And we are dealing 3 damage directly to Sylvie here. And I think this is going to be setting up for a level up here.
Yeah, I think he's going to level up into Lorraine. And like we had mentioned, a pretty clear line into a Fiery Momentum, and there's a lot of fire cards available for Matt. Not sure if it's enough to get over the finish line by itself, but it combined with any of the other powerful cards in this Erupting deck could be enough for Matt to secure a win. But we'll see what line he chooses to take. Like we said about this Erupting deck, so many different lines you can take. Oh my God, the banish here is Fiery Momentum. And I believe that's the only one that he had in hand. The whole reason for him going to Lorraine level 1.
Yeah, I believe that was the only one. Out of all those cards, the one you needed getting sniped out of memory right there. So this puzzle just got slightly harder for Matt.
Yeah.
It was, and you do actually declare what champion you're leveling up into before you pay costs and banish for it. So Lorraine level 1 was declared. This was that big pivotal moment of as long as Fire Momentum's not hit, you're feeling really happy.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate for Matt here. He does have, it looks like an Erupting, maybe a Fireball, but it's not going to be enough. He was really relying on that Fire Momentum to get across the line. He's once again going to play a Library Witch into a Cremation Ritual, draw 3 additional cards, and hopefully find the 3rd Fire Momentum, perhaps another Erupting Rhapsody that he needs to get over the finish line next turn. But man, that banish was so huge.
Yeah, amazing. So we're going to do a little bit more digging here. Seeing a Vermilion Decree and another Erupting right off the top. We do have 12 fire cards in that graveyard as well, so double Erupting is plenty lethal.
Yeah, so he's found the cards that he needs. I believe he does have the Ember Song as well, but this turn he does not have the cards in hand in order to cast all of those spells that he needs to enact his combo. So we're going to see him have to take one more turn off, but that is really a dangerous place to be in. Noel can do so much here, especially if he decides to activate the Stone Scale Band at the end of Matt's turn and start powering out some slimes.
And here we see that Gather Slimes. Gonna go ahead and look at that top 5, hopefully finding a slime here.
Ooh. It's the one at the end. We see a sigh of relief from Noel. Just recover one, and he's gonna grab this Luster Slime to his hand.
Yeah, that was almost a big whiff there. Not seeing a single slime in the top 5. After we get those to the bottom, we'll go ahead and get that top card flipped, and we see a Baby Gray, which is going to be the draw for turn here.
It could be pretty big to activate that still in Matt's end step as well. A pretty good one to fast activate if he wants to do that. We're seeing him consider it here.
Yeah, it's one of those plays that you can do, which I think he is actually going to show here. You go ahead and fast activate your allies for this turn, and then you could play off the top of the deck to help sort of filter through. That Baby Gray is going to allow you to see an additional 2 cards you would not have normally seen if you would have just drawn it for a turn. And a Gaia's Songbird, which is very important. It's going to help you find an Ethereal or a Storm Slime.
Yeah, and these Storm Slimes are getting very large. And so even Noel might be able to fight through this Safeguard Amulet, which would be crazy. But we'll see what the plan is. He is running a little low on cards to materialize, does have that backup charger, does have a Horn of Beast Calling as well. But we do have to consider there are still Ethereal Slimes in the deck, so you don't want to get rid of all of your Tamer Regalia, as you do need to banish those in order to get that extra effect on Ethereal Slime. So we're going to see a backup charger grabbed. Not enough influence to activate it.
I'm not super curious about why Gaia's Songbird was not played while you can fast activate. Because there was that Dungeon Guide on top. That is a completely dead card. You would want to shuffle that away and get rid of it.
You have 7 in hand, right?
So maybe moving slightly faster than anticipating. Or there is a plan that we're just not seeing quite yet. But from our perspective right here, it does look like that the Gaia's Songbird should have been activated at fast speed, getting rid of that Dungeon Guide. But perhaps there's a route, and we're seeing that Gaia's Songbird now.
Yeah, we're going to see that. Maybe he was holding up something like a Slime Shield, though it was in Matt's end step, so I'm not sure what the fear was there. But regardless, we are going to see that Gaia's Songbird resolved, another Lustrous Slime added to hand, and although pretty good, going to stop this potential fiery momentum that Matt could at this point draw. It's not exactly what you want to see. You're definitely looking for those Ethereal Slimes, those Storm Slimes, the ones that finish the game, right?
Yeah, this is getting a little bit more stall tactics for specifically fire momentum. But we do know Matt has that double Erupting in hand.
Right.
And Illustrious Slimes aren't going to do anything against that. So you want to try and deal as much damage as possible. There is the Slime Shield in Noel's hand, so you were right on that call that perhaps it was just trying to stay safe. And we see a pass turn, which clearly shows Noel is wanting to play on Matt's space. Once again, making Matt make a mistake, use resources before they're able to combo off and go.
We're going to see a Creative Shock cast in the end step. He finds another Creative Shock, so he can discard this Tempered Steel, maybe fire off yet another Creative Shock in the end step of Noel. Influence basically infinite here for Matt G. He is just looking for those combo pieces, finds an increasing danger, and another Tempered Steel. Nothing but Tempered Steels coming to Matt G here. Really needs to find a way to finish this game.
And we do see 16 fire cards in that graveyard now.
Yeah.
That is almost more than enough for just one Erupting to go ahead and take out Sylvie. And so many cards in Influence. But does Matt get tricked into thinking that a fire momentum is a safe play here?
Maybe, yeah. We'll see what he decides to go for. I'm not sure if he has the Harmony in hand. It's really hard to tell with his influence so large if he has all the tools that that he needs. We know that he has 2 Erupting Rhapsodies. We just need to see if he has that Harmony. But perhaps he can look for that fire momentum, and that would be great for Noel.
And a very interesting materialization. Matt is opting into getting Flash Grenade.
Yeah.
A Flash Grenade is a really cool tech because when you activate the card under fire, you gain stealth and distant. And Flash Grenade is a GCR for distant units. If a unit you control is distant, you go ahead and draw a card, which is super beneficial. Although you do have to pay one of your fire floating memory, going down to only 15 cards.
Right. Yeah, I think that's probably more than enough to get it done. He's just looking to see extra cards. But it does look he does pull that Ember Song to the front. So we do have Ember Song, double erupting, a Fireball as well. The Fireball going to be a little bit weaker with those Beast Spawn boots hiding under that Quicksilver Grail. But I think the graveyard is big enough for an erupting to be enough to get the job done.
Yeah, it's almost as if Matt has this game in his hands, but is just very concerned why Null passed turn.
Right.
It's if you would normally just windmill slam your Ember Song, deal 2 damage, and then go ahead and it's like, you're like, okay, I won the game here. But why did my opponent, who clearly has plenty of resources, activated Regalias on the field and not doing anything with them?
Yeah, I mean, he has to be just a little bit worried. He is only at 20 life, and Noel with 8 banished slimes could find some pretty crazy lines with Stone Scale Band. The Matt's just doing as much math as he can, make sure that he can make the most conservative line while also presenting lethal to his opponent.
Yeah, one of the considerations would be double Storm Slimes.
Right.
If that. They'd hop in for 8, Safeguard Amulet, making it 4. So you take 8 in total from those, go to 12, and then that would leave you with only 8 left, and then Storm Slimes can swing in. But that would all be in response to Matt trying to activate Erupting, so the Slimes wouldn't be able to attack, and that wouldn't be enough damage to close it out.
So it looks like he did find a Fiery Momentum, and that might be the plan that he goes for.
And Clumsy swinging into Baby Gray, but before this attack goes through, Noel's just wanting to know how many fire cards in the graveyard itself here.
4 cremate.
And we have 4 cremations already in the graveyard. And that's about, looking at the graveyard, I think it's larger than the deck. About halfway through already, a lot of cards have been seen, filtered through, tons of draw power.
A really smart play by Noel, too. You hear him say out loud 4 cremates. So 4 cremates have been seen by Matt. So he chooses not to retaliate here because he knows that if Matt doesn't have a way to get value out of that Clumsy with something like a cremation ritual, he's just not going to retaliate and add an extra fire card to the pile.
Exactly. That's additional damage that you're just going to be dealing to yourself if you retaliate. And here we see just the Fiery Momentum after that consideration, the swing.
The card activation once you pay
and so we're paying costs here. 1 down or so far. And then we're looking for 2 more, and we're tapping Lorraine as that is also needed when playing an attack action.
This Fire Momentum is huge. But we hear Noel say, I have response to card activation. He's going to activate Stone Scale Band in response.
Oh, and this is where we see that trick we were talking about.
Yeah.
The Lustrous Slime going to be coming in, playing a little bit of defense for Sylvie.
Yep.
Not going to be a lot of buff counters, though, as there's not going to be a lot of slimes in the hand to put down. But I'm very curious to see if it's also going to get slime shielded as well.
Right. Yeah, I think, we'll see if Matt has enough after all's said and done. Once the smoke is settled, maybe this was his plan to try to bait Noel into playing some amount of his resources so that he can find an erupting line for lethal. But if that wasn't his plan, this Fire Momentum is going to be pretty devastating.
I've taken 2.
Yeah, the taunt slime here, we're revealing perhaps 2 slimes. So not showing that another Lustrous Slime that is in that memory, which is going to be very interesting. Probably going to be saving that for next turn as well once this one is removed off the board.
Okay.
So that's 2 buff counters, putting it at a 3/7. And we're retaliating for 3, setting Matt to 9. So now Storm Slime is becoming a deadly option, even through Safeguard Amulet.
And something to note is that Noel didn't keep the Storm Slime in hand, even though he does still have fast activate. He chose to keep up this Slime Shield that he's holding. We'll see what the plan is. Matt's going out and counting his fire cards. I think 18 was the count.
18, yes. I am Pretty certain here that Matt does not have 9 cards in hand to double Erupting. Even looks like they set down both the Eruptings to play that Firing Momentum.
Yeah, so I guess that was sort of the A plan. He might be looking to do something like this Innervate Fury that he has pulled to the front of his hand just to stall the game out a little bit longer, but that can be pretty dangerous, especially into something like the Storm Slime that we know Noel's holding on to.
Yeah. There is that Resolute Stand, which is going to be very beneficial if Noel wants to go through more of that combat damage route.
Right.
Because it sort of just negates this turn if there is multiple allies swinging in. We do see at the end of the turn Baby Red being played off the top of the deck. Still thank you to that Stone Scale Band fast activation. And then a Gather Slimes as well at the top of the deck.
Just getting all of the bits of value that he can, really manipulating the top of his library with that Gaia's Blessing to get as many free cards as he can when he activates that Stone Scale Band.
And we do see Noel with only 2 material deck cards left available to them, one being this Covenant of Thorns, and unfortunately for the bird, it is going to be the target of this.
Sure.
So whenever damage is dealt to Sylvie, that damage is going to be redirected to the bird as long as Covenant of Thorns is on the field.
Right. Very smart to protect against future Fire Momentums, future Erupting Rhapsodies. Even though Erupting does separate its damage, divided as you choose, the way that that will work is while Covenant is in play, it will still prevent all of that damage, even if the Erupting is enough to kill the bird.
Yeah, and it's you don't want to put it on the Baby Red Slime or the Clumsy, as they only have 1 life.
Right.
The bird at least has 2, so won't die to the Clumsy Apprentice itself.
Right.
And Noel drew a card for turn and then revealed that Storm Slime and finally said, like, it's about time. We have been missing a couple of Storm Slimes. One was discarded way earlier to that Stone Scale Band.
Yeah.
And sort of almost as if like regretting that decision, wishing they kept it in hand a little bit longer than they initially did.
One of you.
And
the bird comes in.
He may be setting up for double Storm Slime turn here.
Yeah.
A huge possibility with this play. This is a careful consideration for Matt if we're going to have to pop that Resolute Stand now or take this extra damage and exhibit, because we do have that Safeguard still, but we know that's 8 damage combined from 2 Storm Slimes after Safeguard.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's going to be pretty close on the Storm Slimes alone. I think that we need to... Yeah, we're going to see a flurry of cards here. So we're going to see a Flash Grenade banished, an Under Fire cast. In response to the Under Fire, we're going to see a Safeguard Amulet. However, that does give the opportunity to Noel to activate his Stone Scale Band and cast these very big Storm Slimes. Should Matt choose to flinch and crack this Safeguard Amulet to save himself from the Under Fire damage.
I'm holding priority in response.
Yes, this is one of those moments where it's just like, it is a game of chicken of does the Safeguard Amulet get popped now or later? If it's popped now, in response, Storm Slimes are coming in hot and as fast as they can for full amount of damage.
Okay, so he says Under Fire resolves.
Okay.
He will not take the damage because of the Flash Grenade.
Super Resolute.
Yeah.
Interesting. Alrighty here. And we do see Safeguard still up, so a great play from Matt, not having to expend too many resources and keeping that up to prevent the Storm Slime damage.
Yeah, really smart to choose to play this Under Fire, which is usually used for the stealth option, but just say, the Resolute Stand is fine. I'll gain distant. I will use this Flash Grenade to give myself a Resolute Stand for the turn. The huge heads-up play by Matt, really valuing his life total and realizing that any misstep could walk into a Stone Scale activation that could be lethal.
Yeah, and with that Storm Slime just staring you from the top of the deck, you're really like, it's nerve-wracking and hoping your opponent does not have ways to get through. So a perfect setup, though, for Matt with Under Fire. That card has seen so much value in this Erupting deck that wasn't even considered for it to be used in. It was more of a defensive tool.
Correct. And you become distant.
I became distant.
Your champion becomes distant, then you may deal 4 to become distant.
Yeah, so we're just clearing up something here. What we had said is that on the Under Fire, he chose not to gain stealth. He is just using it as that Resolute Stand for the Flash Grenade that requires you to be distant. Says anytime you would take damage, you prevent 3 of that damage.
Gotcha. Yeah, it is an optional ability for the card Under Fire, is you may have it deal 4 damage, and if it does, gain the stealth.
Yeah.
So the Distant drawing a card, very, very interesting, that interaction between cards. You don't see it often, especially because a lot of the Diana decks, the Ranger decks that do run certain cards aren't running these defensive options.
Right.
They're way more aggressive. So it's always cool to see decks taking advantage of it in things they weren't normally meant to.
Yeah, and especially this sort of like second level of Underfire, right? Underfire usually used in this deck to gain stealth, but with the combination of Flash Grenade, he's choosing just to use it for that champion becomes distant. The Ranger keyword really coming into play here for our Warrior player.
Indeed. And it looks like here that Slime Shield is now off the top as well. Very interesting. We discarded an Ordinary Bear to that Baby Red to draw that additional Storm Slime. So not playable off the top of the deck, but still will be a very good card to have, especially if an Interfate Fury is going to be played on the side of Matt.
Right. But Matt's really running out of time. I think that Noel probably could have found a lethal line with these 3 Storm Slimes through a Safeguard Amulet. He just can't do it through a Safeguard Amulet and a Flash Grenade. So I think next turn, should Matt not be able to find lethal on Noel, Noel's going to be able to push all the way through that Safeguard Amulet with so many Storm Slimes in his disposal.
That's true. And we see another Lustrous Slime coming down. This is going to be the anti-Fiery Momentum tech we've been ranting about here. 2 buff counters on it, revealing a Baby Red and a Storm Slime. And now it's been a pass turn. There's 4 cards in Noel's hand, and Matt still with those double Eruptings and the Harmony here, where it may be lethal. We do have to remove that Covenant of Thorns off that Gaia Songbird.
Yeah.
There is a Vermilion Decree in the influence of Matt. We could do a deal 2 damage, draw a card after it being imbued, but then would that leave you with enough cards to play double erupting? The magic number is 9, what we're looking for. You want to make sure you have that 9 influence. And let's see what's going to happen here. We could get Discordia. That could help add a couple of damage from our eruptings here.
I think I believe I heard I'll get Smoke Bombs. So he decides to get Smoke Bombs. Something very interesting about Smoke Bombs, it gives target ally stealth. However, if you give stealth to a unit that has taunt, as he is doing here to this Lustrous Slime, it no longer can be a legal target of an attack. So it basically removes taunt from it for the turn. So he's going to be able to force through something like a Fiery Momentum past this Lustrous Slime. Really interesting decision making here from Matt. He does still, as you said, have to deal with this Gaia Songbird holding a Covenant of Thorns, and we can't forget he does still also have to consider that fireballs are going to be stopped by that mystery card currently under the Quicksilver Grill.
Exactly. That mystery card is, you never know what is in there. You see the Stone Scale Band and the Covenant of Thorns already, and there's 2 Regalia that have not been shown, and those are 2 uncommon Regalia that you see at all for Sylvie players.
Right.
So I wonder if Matt is an interesting play here as well. So this is going to be the way to deal with the Covenant of Thorns. Is just going to be a semi-board clear with Innervate Fury, healing 5, de-leveling, and getting rid of both those allies. So the Smoke Bomb plays to me then just sort of gives off the impression that you're wanting to draw an additional card.
Sure.
And just sort of take advantage since you weren't going to play Fiery Momentum to begin with.
Right. Yeah, just giving himself the option, right? Like choosing the Lustrous Slime to get stealth, just in case the extra card he draws is a Fiery Momentum, he'll have that opportunity to play it. But it looks like you're exactly right. That was not his plan. He's just trying to set up for that classic Erupting Rhapsody kill.
Hey, go to 20. Oh, man.
And
That's
Clumsy
crazy.
Apprentice went ahead and swung in for 1, setting that, which we then see the Ember Song.
Yeah.
And I think this is the double erupting turn.
Yeah, it looks like he has it all but buttoned up here. This is maybe the largest Erupting Rhapsody we've seen. Yeah.
Wow, what a good game here. Noel sort of just politely asking, do you have that second erupting in hand?
Right.
Am I dead? Matt casually showing the card and respecting the player, shaking hands here, and what a close game 2 that was.
What an excellent game. Noel seems like he had so many levels of protection to keep himself safe. All of these taunters to protect from fiery momentums, the Beast Spawn boots to protect from fireballs, trying to sort of button up any sort of erupting lines that Matt can take, but Matt finally finds a way to sneak through 2 eruptings and move on to the finals.
Yeah, and this sets us up for both timelines we've been talking about. I am more than excited to see it here. This can be the 5th Ascent that Lorraine will take. Additionally, we'll provide Matt with a double Ascent win. First time in Grand Archive history that someone will have 2 wins under the belt at an Ascent level.
So yeah, Matt will be fighting for that second idol.
And are we going to say what we see right here as well? Is that something we should mention?
Yeah, so I think as long as the producers are not mad at us, we have the winner of our other semifinal game in Sean Zhang playing Wind Tristan.
Are you 6 Sylvies in top 8 and none of them in our grand finals?
All eliminated the Sylvie dynasty that was ruling Ascent Chicago, the boogeyman of the format. Everyone in the arena calling for emergency bans of Storm Slime. Every single Sylvie player eliminated by our 2 rogue decks that are going to be moving into the finals of Ascent Chicago.
This is mind-blowing. It's exhilarating. The amount of Sylvie players we had converting into top 32, then top 8. There's just 2 decks by themselves, surrounded by slimes, and they fought tooth and nail, tearing apart all these decks to find themselves in the final. Who would have thought that we have a fire erupting list against a wind Tristan list at Ascent Chicago for our grand finals?
Yeah, I mean, it just goes to show that when these sort of decks emerge like Sylvie has as being such a dominating force in the meta, that you can build your deck to beat them. And that's what these 2 players did. They built their decks to beat a field full of Sylvies, and then through their top 32, their top 8 journey, they played nothing but those Sylvie decks and were able to clinch it out. Of course, these 2 players, both Sean and Matt, not strangers to this sort of stage. Sean just in the finals of Worlds earlier this year. And of course, as we mentioned, Matt G, an Ascent winner in his own right, are going to be going into the finals for an epic match.
Yeah, such a pivotal moment for both these players, both their storylines sort of merging into one. We've talked about Sean just going ahead and second place at Worlds, which is a huge accomplishment. But you fell short.
Right.
That one game, and it was so close as well.
Yeah.
And now they have the opportunity for a redemption, that first place. But standing in their way is Matt. And
He's Ascent champion. Yeah.
And powered by the Lorraine buff at Ascent. And this is going to be such an exhilarating match to see unfold between us. Both these decks, explosive.
Yeah.
They can kill you in a single turn without you even being able to react.
Right.
Both decks want to gather resources the first couple of turns. So it's going to be who sees what they need first and who has the answer. When Tristan does run Incapacitate, which is a huge detriment for Erupting when it comes to certain key cards that can be countered.
Right.
While Erupting isn't really going to be interacting with Tristan at all. They're playing their own game. They're going to make sure they can amass build-up and hope Tristan isn't faster than them.
Right.
So we know how both players are going to be playing, the strategy on that. Who do you think between the decks, not the players, just we're looking objectively at the decks here, will take this?
I have to think that Erupting has the edge. They're playing so many cards like this inclusion of Under Fire Flash Grenade that we saw in that last match that do work against those big Shadow Strike kills, but the real benefit of this Erupting deck is it's so fast. And those are the decks that Tristan often struggles with, are the ones that are faster than her, that can get to their endgame before she can. Of course, Incapacitate is going to be pivotal. I think without Incapacitate, it's going to be virtually impossible for Sean to stop the Erupting kill, but a well-placed Incapacitate, especially after Matt uses all of his resources, could spell, the end of the game. If he empties his graveyard, uses, all of his resources to cast the first Erupting, you say, okay, I'll take 15. and then he casts the second Erupting, hoping to bank on that, you know, extra level count that he has for the turn, and that is met with an Incapacitate, it's going to be very hard for him to get over the finish line.
Exactly. That's a really great point. I can also see early game incapacitates, like a Clumsy Apprentice into Cremation Ritual.
Sure.
Incapacitate that. You're now down 2 cards.
Right.
You know, yes, there's 2 cards in fire, but you go from 8 to 7. And usually you want a plus with Cremation Ritual going to 9. And so that's also some things to consider as well. It can save you the game, or it can prevent your opponent from getting to that point in the game to begin with as well.
Right. So we do have, I believe, both of our matches finished, so we're not going to keep you waiting too long. We're going to get our players ready. We're going to take a short break so that our players can prepare themselves for this very pivotal game of Ascent Chicago. So we're going to take a 15-minute break.
And it appears that our producer is letting us know that we are hitting a YouTube VOD time length. So we're going to be restarting this stream, and it's going to be a completely new link. It's going to be go ahead and pinned in chat for everyone to go ahead and click on. So as we go to break, make sure you go ahead and get that link, click on it, share it with everyone else, let them know this is where the grand finals of Ascent Chicago is going to happen. And I can't wait to see you guys all here in about 15 minutes for this grand finals.
We will see you then. Stay tuned, and we'll see you for the finals.